Hello, Eggy Buddy. How is everybody doing today? I almost forgot to turn down the music. I was just staring at the timer going down, and I was just like, And then it hit like 7 seconds, and I was like, oh wait, I'm supposed to be doing stuff. It is one of those days. But yes, today we are playing more of Higurashi, since Peach figured out that she won't be able to collab today for more reasons than she thought. At first it was just like, oh yeah, I have stuff to do like earlier in the day, and then she thought about it and it's just like, I'm probably not gonna be able to. So we have switched for today and tomorrow. So we get to do some more Higurashi. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and yeah, hopefully this isn't too early for some people, because well, we'll see. Okay, so let's connect more fragments, shall we? Also, apparently, if we're gonna be doing the secret ending, this is a different background. That's a different background. If we're gonna be doing the secret ending, we're gonna be seeing a little bit more of what's going on here. But yeah, this way, with us like going back to this so soon, we have more of what order we need to do things in our mind. My phone was delayed, or is chat not working? Chat is working now. And I know it. I see it's behind me, but maybe it's delayed. I don't know. Send a thing, and I will respond to it, and then we can see how delayed you are. But yes, hello Bailey. How was your birthday yesterday? Let's see. Okay, so detailed test results, live specimen. Yeah, howdy, or my howdy didn't come up. Oh no! Maybe Twitch ate it. Cause that's weird. Okay. This fragment can't be connected yet. What? But how? The construction site manager did die, and Satoko is in the hospital, I thought. Yeah. Fine, and I'll load again. Hello, Lisa. How you doing? Didn't do much for it. I did stuff over the weekend for it. Ah, that makes sense. Weekends are usually better for doing birthdays anyway. Yeah, I'm confused. I guess there would be a first sacrifice somewhere, right? 3rd year's curse. Would that have been the parents? No, it's not the parents. Okay. It's like I don't want any of these fragments broken. Fighting the evil sickness, but I'm doing well. That's good. Good that you're fighting it, but not good that you have it. Okay, an opportunist. Rika's mom isn't suspicious yet. The aunt isn't dead yet. I don't think that's... Repetitive apologies. Let's try that one? Okay. Early summer, 1979 AD. Damn it. Shit. Manager, come on, say something. Manager. Idiot, he's dead already. Clang. A loud noise snapped everyone out of it. Someone dropped the shovel he was holding. The shovel was smeared with reddish-black blood. No, not just the shovel. All 6 construction workers' clothes were blood-soaked too. One of them cried out to the silent dead body of the manager, which was drenched in blood. Manager. Oh, shut up! He's already dead! It was self-defense, right? Self-defense! The fight had started after the manager yelled at them for drinking beer inside the office. There were no drinking and no smoking signs everywhere. The manager harshly scolded at anyone who broke that rule. So it was the 6 workers' fault for disobeying. But they drank because they were stressed out by the anti-dam protesters. That's why they said things to provoke the manager. They told him to step out, and the others went along. The construction workers toiled hard and long hours. That's why they instigated the fight with the manager, to release their stress. They had expected to just curse at each other or to end up in a wrestling match, but things escalated. Or, to put it more accurately, the manager exploded all of a sudden. The manager had to deal with the residents' protests as well, so he was under just as much pressure, or maybe even more. But how he changed was not normal. The manager was calm at first, but he gradually became more aggressive. And it was like he transformed into someone completely different. No, it was like he was possessed by something evil. The men who instigated the fight sobered up when they saw his behavior. Then, the manager picked up a shovel that was nearby and tried to smash his opponent's head in with it. He managed to avoid the hit, but he didn't, and his head... Oh, but if he didn't, his head would have surely been split open. I was like, how did he avoid it but not? The manager kept pounding on him with the shovel, even as he frantically tried to avoid the hits. But this time, the workers had realized this was beyond a simple fight, so they tried to hold the manager down. But the manager turned on them with the shovel too. One of the men tried to protect himself by crossing his arms above his head, but there was no way that could have blocked a shovel swung with such force. Blood spurted out, and the man groaned in pain. By this time, the 6 men had realized the manager was not his usual self. This manager would try to bash in their brains without hesitation. Since their opponent was using a shovel as his weapon, they had to find some kind of weapon too. One of them grabbed a huge hammer. Then the others realized they needed to find something as well. To restrain the manager in that condition, it was better to arm themselves. It wasn't supposed to be this way. It didn't take too long for the madness to infect the 6 workers. It only took a matter of time before they went from restraining him to lynching him. By the time they realized what had happened, the manager was already a lump of meat. His face was swollen, shreds of skin had been torn off, and his muscle and skull were visible too. Obviously, he was quite dead. He almost killed us, remember? If he hadn't attacked us, we wouldn't have fought him, right? The leader of the 6, the one who instigated the fight, tried to bring the rest to his side, but nobody replied. And so, the leader became frustrated. He was the one who started the fight. The rest simply joined in. He was the main perpetrator. Maybe that was why he was feeling so exasperated. He sensed that he was the one at fault. Don't just stand there like a limp noodle. It's too late. We killed him and there's nothing we can do about it. We're all murderers now. Buck up. You ain't thinking about turning yourself in and doing time, are you? You. I can't go to the slammer at my age. We're hiding it. We're hiding this corpse and pretending nothing happened. Some of them knew he had a prohibition for an assault incident once before, so if he got into trouble with the law again, the punishment would be more severe than they could imagine. That was why he was trying desperately to find a way out. If he was alone with the manager's body, then he wouldn't have behaved this way. All he would have to do was hide the manager's body and pretend nothing happened. But there were 6 of them, including him. They were partners in crime and witnesses too. If even one of them turned himself in out of guilt, he'd be in big trouble. But even if we hide the body, they'll find out sooner or later. Instead, we should plead justifiable self-defense, and they might end up pardoning us. Don't be so stupid! Look at what we've done! Look at his face! Who would think this is the result of self-defense? His parents wouldn't even be able to identify him in this condition, you idiot! But even if we hide it, everyone's going to find out tomorrow morning when the manager doesn't show. It's hopeless. What's hopeless is your dumb brain, you... He slapped the other man in the face. The leader had such an evil look in his eyes. Listen well, dipshit. We're all murderers, okay? Keep griping now, and we'll get slammed with 5 or 6 years. Just one of you here try and blab. We'll all be locked up. Don't underestimate the pen. If you're prepared to get caught anyway, then run like your life depends on it. You can resign yourself to it later when it's time to pay the piper. His visions turned more and more demonic. It was the same expression the manager had just a few minutes before. Was he possessed by the same thing that possessed the manager? The 5 men started to think that way. Now that they considered it, all the villagers in the anti-dam protests had the same expression on their faces too. The real name of Hinamizawa was Onigafuchi Village. People said that wicked demons lived there, and sometimes they possessed people. The men couldn't help but to recall that exaggerated story often told by the demonstrators. The manager swung the shovel after his expression changed to that demonic one. There was no guarantee that this man wouldn't do the same. In fact, he was still squeezing the hammer in his hand, glaring at everyone and threatening them. If someone suggested surrendering, he'd probably smash their head in with it. I know. To make sure no one betrays the rest, I have an idea. I'll make it easier to hide the body, too. What is it? We're gonna cut up the body into 6 pieces. What? They all wanted to object to the idea. Killing him was a serious crime itself. Dismembering the body would be too much. But if anyone objected, he'd be killed on the spot. So no one said anything. We'll all cut him up together. Remember what the manager used to say? Teamwork. We're all in this together. We'll take each a body part and hide it responsibly. What do you think, huh? This way, we're all equally guilty, right? I won't let anyone give themselves up. Mitosis the manager. Yes. The 5 men were all taken in by his ghastly face, and they could even feel the fear of the Onigafuchi demons creep up their backs. Okay, so now we should be able to do this ethical thing, I think. I'll still save just in case. But now that we've seen the moida of the manager, that should be correct. But I will still save. Okay. Satoko. Okay, good. Satoshi-kun is a good brother who takes care of his sister. He went to visit Satoko-chan straight after school and kept encouraging her to get better every day. Without even hearing Satoshi-kun's stories, it's obvious to me that Satoko-chan never had a good relationship with her step-parents. She especially didn't get along with her stepfather. Satoko-chan even called a child abuse hotline once. Not only that, her parents ended up dying in an accident, so she just wasn't able to withstand all that damage. Satoko-chan is still very young, so everything must have been horrible for her to get through. Fortunately, she has a wonderful brother. Emotional wounds are hard to heal, but nothing heals those wounds better than love from family members. I'm sure that one day, Satoko-chan will be able to smile again. She's still in shock, but when she talks to Satoshi-kun, she smiles a little bit. Oishi from the police department keeps requesting to see her, but I think I need to protect her for just a little longer. While he's passionate about his job, I wish he'd be a touch more sensitive. If he reminds her of her parents' accident, her emotional wounds will start to open again. That's the one point I worry about with Satoko-chan. I heard someone knocking on the door. It was Takano-san. It doesn't look right, wearing a nurse's uniform like that. She's a licensed doctor, so she should wear a white coat and act like one. Maybe this is fun for her, but I think she might be insulting the real nurses. I didn't say anything, though. Dr. Iri, may I talk to you? Oh, yes. Well, Satoshi-kun, if you'll excuse me. Sure. Hello, Satoshi-kun. Please keep Satoko-chan company. She's always alone, so I bet she's lonely. Okay?
Oh no, that is not true.
Okay, Satoshi-kun, you're in charge. I got up and let Satoshi-kun take over. Did something happen? Not right here. Let's go in your office. Takano-san smiled meaningfully. Usually smiles bring happy feelings, but when it comes to Takano-san, it's rarely the case. Are you sure? Yes. The initial test results show there is a possibility she's at L3 or above. We need to keep her here and run some more tests. The results aren't in yet, but from what I can see, it's very possible that she's at L4. Takano-san's eyes sparked in a weird way. There's a reason for that. For us, finding patients in the terminal stage is a valuable boon to our research. In fact, as a result of dissecting the murder suspect from last year, we've made great progress in our research. In other words, we finally managed to isolate the pathogen. We also discovered that when the host dies, the pathogen melts away within a few hours. Once that happens, it's undetectable. That's why we never found the pathogen when we performed autopsies. Our research made a lot of progress after that. What we found in this past year has easily surpassed that of the late Dr. Takano found in decades. We're now studying the nature, the effect, and the symptoms of the pathogen, as well as treatments and vaccines. In other words, a living specimen who's at the terminal stage is a necessity for our research. However, we rarely find a patient who's gone that far, who's reached L5. Hinamizawa syndrome once created huge numbers of L5 patients, but today it doesn't have such potency. Because of that, we have to secure L5 patients, or patients who are close to reaching L5, as quickly as possible. Satoko-chan possibly qualifies to be that next sacrifice. To keep this strange disease a secret, we can't let patients who may be at L5 go. We have to run more tests first, and then we'll figure out what to do next. In any case, Satoko-chan seems so calm. Her behavior is nothing like that of the man from last year. Initial tests are in error sometimes. We'll have to wait for the results of more detailed tests to determine how serious her condition is. Okay, let's admit her for observation. Please let the staff know to get things ready. That sounds like a formal answer, but if the results come back positive, that will be the green light for her dissection. I don't know Satoko-chan that well, but I've known her brother, Satoshi-kun, through the baseball team for a long time. How could I dissect the apple of Satoshi-kun's eyes? I could feel scary images flashing in my head for the first time. Don't worry, everything is already taken care of. She smiled as if telling me that the dissection is already being prepared for too. Is it just her who's smiling? Am I smiling like her too? When I dissected that man last year, I did feel guilt beforehand, but once I started, it was like I was in paradise. All the pieces of the puzzle that were left by the late Dr. Takano fell into place, and at the same time, they didn't. How exciting it was, knowing that we were the first ones to take the first steps to solve a mystery that is... I don't even know how to explain this feeling to those who have never experienced it. There's no way to describe it with words. The only thing I can say is that even a year later, I still remember it vividly. So if the results show that Satoshi-kun's beloved sister is to be dissected, can I control myself? Can I stay calm? But that means I'm a failure of a human being. I know very well that the Hojo family was treated poorly by the villagers, and I know that Satoko-chan had to go through, or what she had to go through. Also, I know Satoshi-kun loves his sister, who is his one and only blood relative. How can I dissect Satoko-chan using my research as an excuse? I didn't feel much guilt for the man from last year, but I feel unbearable guilt towards Satoko-chan. That means what I did last year was very sinful. I don't care if a stranger dies, but I don't want Satoko-chan to die. That's not right. All lives are equally precious. I tried to convince myself that he was a violent murderer, but maybe he became that way because he was at that terminal stage. I don't know anything about him before he became deranged. Maybe he was a model citizen who was worthy of respect. Unfortunately, he became ill and ended up doing what he did. Maybe he was a victim himself, just like my father. I know more about Hinamizawa syndrome than anybody. This disease makes people act in bizarre ways, without those people realizing it. So when the people at terminal stage do such strange and violent things, one should be sympathetic. I already knew that back when I decided to go down this path. I should have remembered it sooner, but I only did just now. I finally realized what sinful research I'm working on. Satoko Hojo's detailed test results came back. The results say L5. She's at the terminal stage of the terminal stage. It's actually a surprising result. In last year's case, the patient was extremely deranged. According to Takano-san's records, he complained about itching coming from the lymph nodes all over his body and wanted to claw at his throat, just as the late Dr. Takano mentioned. But Satoko-chan isn't displaying any such symptoms. Even in the late Takano's data, throat clawing is said to be a characteristic symptom of the terminal stage patients. However, not all patients experience that symptom. Besides, emotional expression is very very different in each person. Even if it's the same emotion, one patient may express it rather violently and another may express it calmly. There's no way of knowing by just looking at a person. But Satoko-chan's detailed test results say that she's at the terminal stage of the terminal stage, L5. In other words, she may be feeling what the man from last year was feeling. It's just that she isn't expressing that feeling in the same way the man was. Hinamizawa syndrome affects the frontal lobes of the brain. It stimulates the most primitive of emotions, doubt, very strongly. As a result, terminal patients are trapped in delusions and paranoia and end up committing horrible crimes. Satoko-chan seems to show improvement when she's exchanging friendly words with Satoshi-kun, but there's a paranoia stirring inside her that may put her in a deranged stage at any moment. I can't let her leave the clinic like this. However, if things go according to the manual, I will have to make a decision on her dissection. My decision will only be a formality. I can't actually refuse. Takano-san appears to be already working on the dissection schedule. That plan will then come to me. Would I feel the same way while dissecting Satoko-chan? Would I be able to experience that trance once again? No. The question is, can I fight the temptation? As I pretend to question myself, I'm letting Takano-san prepare things on her own. By doing so, am I passively agreeing to Satoko-chan's dissection? If possible, I want to save Satoko-chan. I don't want her to be a sacrifice for this research. I don't want to dissect her. Then, what about the man from last year? Do I only care about the lives of the people I know? If I don't dissect her, do I let her live and leave the clinic? Do I simply wait for her to become deranged and commit a horrible crime? And then she'll end up here, just like the man from last year, and I'll end up dissecting her anyway. The man from last year was dissected alive, and kept that way for several months. With his skull left open, he wasn't allowed to die for several months. He was kept alive just for our cruel experiments. I don't want to do that to her. I don't know what to do. Even debating and agonizing over it is leading towards consent to her dissection by elimination. That is a hard decision to make. I feel like doctors' lives can be rough like that. It's like you have to decide between the greater good or the good of the patient, I think. It's kind of a trolley problem. Let's see, Rika's father, 30-year curse. That hasn't happened yet. Aunt hasn't died yet. Yeah, this is page 1. Let's see, Carrier Queen, not, yeah, it seems tough, yeah. Execution order, results, research. Let's see. Prior consent, collection of, no. Oh, there we go. The old guy. Ellipses. I don't know what to say. I want to say something, but I can't think of the right words. I can only sigh. Ah, Oishi-san. I've been looking for you. The section manager asked me about the wanted poster. Be quiet. This is a place of rest. As Kumagai barged into the room, the old coroner quickly snapped back at him. Sorry. The section manager asked me about the wanted poster for the suspect. Ah, can you talk to Komiyama-kun about that? I need to speak to the coroner here. Could you tell him I'll be right over? Okay. Kumagai ran out of the autopsy room with the same haste he entered in. Lively, isn't he? The old man would have slapped him for making such a fuss. You probably should go back too. The air in here isn't for people who aren't used to it. You're right. If I slack off too long, I might get slapped as well. Here in Chichibone, all the hoodlums cross to the street when you pass through. Yet he's the only one, past or future, who's ever punched you for splitting your sumo wrong. He really was a merciless man. I think he punched me more than my real father. Doesn't matter if he was your real one or not. If you looked up to him the same way, then he really was a father to you. My real father passed away in Nagoya. He was unlucky. If he wasn't given the order to move to a plant in Nagoya, he would have died in an air raid. If he could have rode it out another year or so, then the war would have been over. I was sad, of course, but I was grown up enough by then that I didn't cry on the ground like my mother did. But people feel sadness in different ways. For some people, it comes all at once as an overwhelming wave, but others feel sadness gradually, over a long period of time. I think I was the latter. When he was alive, I only thought of him as annoying. In my mind, I even cursed him with questions about why he avoided the draft, and I thought my feelings towards him would always be the same. Then the war ended. As I saw families and friends being reunited with joy as they came home from the front, it finally happened. I grieved for my father's death. Japan was filled with people who were sad and full of despair. I knew I wasn't the only one whose life ended up that way. But I remember I was very, very heartbroken. After the war, the nation completely changed. As a policeman, the environment I worked in went through sudden changes too. In order to forget my sorrow, the only thing I could do was devote myself to my work. At the time, I was in charge of busting people for buying rice illegally. I conducted spot checks on travelers at the major train stations, and boy, did I find a lot of them. There was a fairly big black market in Gogura, and a lot of people came from as far as Osaka to buy it. How do you... Sorry, my brain can't wrap around the concept of illegal rice. After the war, Japan faced a chronic shortage in food supply. To those ends, the nation instituted a food rationing program by signing the Food Control Act. Oh, I guess that makes sense. But the rations the government provided weren't even close to being enough to feed families. Therefore, people had no choice other than buying food and supplies on the black market. The government hardly had enough food for rations, but there was somehow plenty on the black market. The dealers were sold at outrageous prices, and some of them became quite wealthy. You know, like how people were taking toilet paper during the beginning of 2020. The Sonozaki family made their money through that black market. But there's another story. The government didn't bother arresting those dealers, for, with their money, they were able to buy off the top members of the police department. Instead, they decided to go after people buying the goods, and even confiscated the rice they bought by selling everything they owned. Yeah, I remember that. Wasn't there a prosecutor who starved himself to death? Yeah. Pardon me. There was. The prosecutor who vowed not to eat illegal rice starved to death. Wasn't it in 1947? That was horrible. He, a public prosecutor, proved it himself that people couldn't survive by adhering to the law. That prosecutor had grown tired of the government charging people with doing whatever they could do to survive, and he proclaimed that he was never going to buy black market rice again. In 1947, he starved to death when he was only in his mid-30s. The law prohibited people from buying black market rice, but that was the only way to survive. In that case, was the Food Control Act a bad law itself? The death of the prosecutor was seen as a desperate message to the government about the unjustness of that law. We rounded up people with bags of rice and lined them up at the temporary inspection point next to the station. It was like a military tribunal. We inspected their bags and confiscated everything that they bought at the black market. The women all cried. They sold everything they owned to buy the rice. They pleaded that if we confiscated the rice, how would they feed their starving children? Doesn't make sense, huh? Yet they forbade you from going after the sellers, so it was absolutely unfair from the point of the people. Everyone was on edge. If they heard a police inspection was set up in the next station, they'd jump off the train and run. We were aware of those people, and we set up several officers near jump-off spots in order to capture them. I remember chasing after women carrying several kilos of rice on them. That was when I first met the old man. Man, I was surprised. Remember my father? He looked exactly like him. I really thought that maybe my father had miraculously survived the air raid in Nagoya. I was chasing a man who was running away from the inspection point. There was no way for him to run with a heavy bag of rice on him, so either he'd get arrested with the illegal rice, or escape by ditching the rice that he bought by selling all of his belongings. In other words, if a person is being chased by the police, that person can't provide his family any rice to eat. Of course, I felt guilty about that. I knew people had to buy the rice to survive. So we had a tactic agreement to let those who ditched the rice and ran get away. So I always thought the same thing as I chased them. Please throw it away. I didn't want to catch him, because I didn't want to hear him crying and pleading in distress. It was then that the old man showed up. He looked exactly like my dead father. I was dumbfounded. Then, all of a sudden, he punched me in the head. If a father disciplines you as a child, you lower your head in apology. I was so happy to see my father alive that I couldn't hold my joy in. The old man said, "Let him go." Then I heard his voice. I realized he wasn't my father, so I thought I'd arrest him for assaulting a policeman. But a young man like me, who'd barely grown any hairs yet, was no match for an older man used to fighting. Yeah, he sure taught me a lesson. He gave me a good scolding in the middle of the street after I was all beat up. Wouldn't even listen to him, right? But something struck me then. I kept seeing my father in him. All I could do was listen. Yeah, he was a ruffian, but he showed his guts, like a real man. That's what made him a great guy. You don't see men like him nowadays. He was a true example of a man from the good old times. Despite my age, I still needed a father. I needed someone to look up to, and to show me what makes a man a man. When I think about it, I really did have two fathers. The old man was a father, a brother, and my best friend. But now, here he lies with his head, body, arms, and legs all dismembered, and his right arm hasn't been found. He taught me how to be a man, how to enjoy alcohol, how to play mahjong, and with that right arm, he gave me a good beating when I did something wrong. But that right arm is still missing. Do you have any suspects? Yeah, of course. I swear, I'll find the old man's right arm and pay them back for what they've done to him. They're running Hinamizawa from the shadows and inciting this collective crime they called the dam protests, the Sonozaki family. I declare war within myself. I already know who my enemy is. Man. That kind of just... that was kind of a leap in logic for Oishi. Just like, oh, well, we have Yakuza in here. They obviously took his arm. Let's see, prior consent. Okay. So, maybe next page. Bottle of wine, no. Shopping trip, we did. But the Shinto priest did not go to the institution. Satoshi doesn't have a job yet. I don't think that's there yet. Rock candy happened. Did we get the detailed test results? I think we did, but I'm gonna save just in case. Because I think Suffering of a Big Brother is next. Yeah, okay. A group of boys are playing baseball under the powerful sun. The sound of cicadas makes the heat stand out even more. But to those boys, it's just another kind of cheering from the crowds. Of course, they go through training exercises to build stamina, but the boys don't actually like such routine activities. What they look forward to the most is the free game after practice. The school in Hinamizawa actually borrowed from the forestry service. The schoolyard is made of gravel, so it's not very appropriate for playing sports on. Compared to that, the grounds at the school in Okinomiya are properly maintained for athletic activities, so the kids grow even more energized when they come here. Kids from Hinamizawa really don't care if the ground is made of gravel or not. The other instructor is watching the game, so I decided to go get some drinks for the team. Coach, where are you going? I thought I'd go get some drinks for everyone. Do you mind helping me, Satoshi-kun? Oh, no, not at all. Satoshi-kun decided to come along with me. Sometimes kids don't like what grown-ups choose, so I'm glad he agreed to help. Satoshi-kun and I got into the car and headed to the grocery store nearby. Manager, how is Satoko doing? Well, she's doing fine. Although it's an extremely slow process, her emotional wounds are healing. I think we should let her rest for a little longer. It's natural for Satoshi-kun to be worried. Satoko-chan has been in the hospital for over 2 weeks. Of course, he doesn't know his sister has Hinamizawa syndrome. Not only that, she's almost at L5. She could become deranged at any moment. He believes she's depressed because of the shock of their parents' incident. He came to the clinic every day to cheer his sister up. But Satoko-chan has become emotionally unstable and was showing some dangerous symptoms, so we called off the visits. In fact, Satoko-chan is not doing so well. L5, the stage Satoko-chan is at, is a very abnormal one. First 2 bunny outfits are made. Ooh, I'd love to see. If you're willing to share, but if you want to keep it a secret, that is totally good. A man from last year who was at the same stage was acting so abnormal that even a drug addict in his final stages would have turned and ran. There's no guarantee Satoko-chan won't fall into the same condition. When we performed the autopsy on that man last year, we learned that the true identity of the syndrome and gained a great understanding of its mechanics. We even discovered some important facts that may lead to a development of a cure. However, we have yet to find a method of actually curing the disease. So if Satoko-chan becomes unrecoverable, we may have to dissect her, just like we did that man from last year. How can I tell Satoshi-kun about his sister's situation? All I can do is make vague comments and lie to him that she's recovering. What if she becomes much worse? That would make me an unforgivable liar. The tiny bit of conscience that remains in me hurts. If it's okay with your clinic, can she stay there a little longer? Why are you saying that? I thought he wanted her to come home as soon as possible, so I was a little surprised. Well, actually, Satoko doesn't get along with our aunt. I heard she didn't get along with her parents, but she can't get along with your aunt and uncle either? Satoko doesn't open up to grown-ups. Satoshi-kun had told me about their family background. Their mother's constant remarriages wounded her children deeply. Satoshi-kun was able to overcome it, but Satoko-chan was too young to be able to do that. That left her traumatized, and she now has the tendency to distrust or dislike guardians who aren't related to her. Actually, nobody would like a guardian who isn't related to them. It's not just Satoko-chan. But usually people try to deal with that, even if they don't like it. I guess Satoko-chan's not capable of that. Our uncle isn't home much. Besides, even when he is, he's either sleeping or watching TV, so he's not the problem. But our aunt really goes after Satoko. Why doesn't she like her? I can guess why. Satoko-chan's parents are damn proponents, and because of that, the villagers considered the aunt and uncle part of the Hojo family and ostracized them as such. Moreover, they passed away suddenly in an accident and left 2 children behind, so I guess there would be more than hate than gratitude. If she had been obedient like Satoshi-kun, everything would have been fine. But Satoko-chan can't be that way. I'm willing to share them. Alright, how do you want me to send it? That is a good question. You can either send me a whisper message, I think. Or if you have a link that you're willing to share in the chat, I can permit you real quick. But I will leave that up to you. But Satoko-chan can't be that way. She shows that in her attitude and expressions, which leads to her and her aunt having a big fight. I've told my aunt about Satoko's situation, but she just can't understand. I think you're a great big brother, Satoshi-kun. You're the one and only relative Satoko-chan has left now. Right. I feel that way too. Satoshi-kun said with a slight hint of a sigh. He doesn't say it, but it seems Satoshi-kun has grown tired of having to cover for Satoko-chan every time she and her aunt fight. He's a good person, as well as a good big brother, so I'm sure he'll do anything to cover for his sister. But that's a very exhausting thing to keep doing forever. Satoshi-kun was already doing that when their parents were alive, and eventually his mental equilibrium couldn't handle the strain. He grew sick and he visited my clinic. I thought his circumstances might have improved after their initial cause. His parents were gone, but it seems things were even worse than before. I understand. I can't release Satoko-chan if things are like that. Her symptoms may return again. Don't worry about the hospital fees. I'll make sure Satoko-chan truly recovers. While trying to pretend I'm listening to his request, I feel a little disgusted at myself for making such selfish excuses. I'll make sure? Takano-san is working on her dissection plan as we speak. If it's possible, that'll help me too. What? I mean, if Satoko stays in the clinic a while longer, then I can relax as well. That's all. What do you mean? As soon as Satoko comes back, I know she'll get into fights with my aunt again. Then it's back to those days of constant fighting and screaming again, and I'll probably get dragged into it too. So if Satoko were hospitalized for a very long time, that would be the easiest on me. But when I think like that, I hate myself. Satoshi-kun. Satoshi-kun is a great big brother who always sticks up for his little sister. But that doesn't mean he doesn't feel burdened. To think things like that, what a terrible big brother I am. The more I think that way, the more I hate myself, Satoshi-kun said, sniffling once. His expression was one of anguish, as if truly feeling his own sin. His desire to be a model big brother is putting himself under great pressure. I feel bad for Satoko-chan, but I also feel bad for Satoshi-kun in a different way. As someone who knows the both of them well, I feel as if I must be their ally, since they don't have anyone else who cares about them. Satoshi-kun really did want to do his best. Okay, so... they haven't moved yet. Whisper sent? Okay, let me look real quick before we... Oh, why is it... I don't want it to be Yakuin at me. The bunny...
Ooh! I like it. Like the hoodie and the jacket and the... Oh, the striped thigh highs! Nice.
I'll be very excited to see that. See that in the full.
But thank you for sharing with me.
Red capsule... I don't think we did that one. No. We haven't moved. Ryugu hasn't moved. But they should've. Do I know it? Do I not have the red capsule? I don't remember one. But maybe I'm forgetting. Okay. Okay, we don't have a red capsule. So... awareness of his sins. Tea set on a veranda. Revenge of Mio Takano. Rossi urchin. Game board. I don't think we have anything for the fragments, so there's something that I'm not aware that we have. That one? No. Okay. There has to be somewhere.
Hello, Sinbad. How you doing?
Ooh, it's those first outfits ideas. Part of me wants a D&D themed outfit.
Yeah.
I need to think of like other outfits to do because I have like certain themes, but I want to like think if I want to like have a model that's just an updated version of this outfit or like maybe change this outfit around a little bit. I was thinking I might like change the sleeves a little bit, like just a smidge if anything else.
You doing good? That's good.
Let's see, where do we go from here? Live specimen for research. Is that Satoko? Oh, okay. I was half asleep, so I didn't even hear the phone ringing nearby. After a while, I finally realized that the phone was ringing, and a ringing phone means that there's some kind of emergency. It's 2 in the morning. Who would even call me at this time of night? Hello, this is Iri. I'm sorry to bother you, Dr. Iri. It's Takano-san. She never called me for a personal reason. At the Institute, she's ranked just below me, so she's basically responsible for running it. So for her to call me this late at night, it must be an emergency. Yes, science time. Just like, hey, Dr. Iri, we're gonna dissect Sataka! Sorry it took me so long. Is it true that we have another terminal patient? Yes. I was hoping to find a living specimen, so this is perfect. I initially thought that she'd abducted someone. So wait, is this not Satoko? Oh, this is the first man's, I think. The man had already been moved to the research area in the clinic's basement. Having been tied down to the examination table, he's struggling against his restraints, but more as though he's deranged than actually resisting. I can't even understand what he's saying. He sounds angry, sorrowful, and like a child throwing a tantrum all at once. It's obvious that he's not in the right state of mind. Anyway, let's put him under anesthesia. He might kill himself otherwise. I wanted to observe him a little longer, but I guess I have no other choice. One of the staff with a white gown got the anesthesia ready. Even a normal person would struggle to escape a restraining table in this suspicious room. But this man's behavior is at an abnormal level. I'm sure Okunogi-san and his friends from the Mountain Dogs are the ones who captured him. Capturing a man in this state of mind couldn't have been an easy task. According to Takano, she ran into this patient on her way home from the clinic by accident. She brought him back here, tested him, and the results came back positive. Of course, I have no intention of just believing what she's telling me, but there is no question that this man is at the terminal stage, and a live specimen is exactly what we need to research the syndrome. Who is this man anyway? He had something wrapped in newspaper. What do you think it was in it? What is this? There's something wrapped in a bloody newspaper on the tray nearby. Looking at the blood-drenched paper, I can only imagine there is something gruesome inside of it. Yet Takano-san looked like she wanted to surprise me with something interesting. Oh, God, this is awful! It's a bloody right arm. The man on the table still has his. This right arm doesn't belong to him. So who does it belong to? I am used to looking at things like this as a doctor, but the horrible cross-section makes me want to look away. It wasn't done according to the medically acceptable method, that's for sure. It was obviously done out of cruelty. Judging by the situation, we can assume this man cut off this arm. Cut off this arm. So he's the culprit behind the body dumping that's been occurring in the neighborhood? At that point, there was no way of knowing who the right arm belonged to. But the next morning, the dismemberment murder of the dam construction site director was reported, and they mentioned that his right arm was still missing, so we learned who the arm belonged to. This man has a criminal record and he's on probation, yet he committed another crime. I bet he dismantled the body in order to hide it. I'm sure it depends on the circumstances, but he'll get more than just a few years in prison. So you won't hesitate to dissect a scumbag like him, right? Who knows? Maybe he was a scumbag before and became violent due to the syndrome. Or maybe he had gone straight, but became violent again due to the syndrome. The former is one thing, but if it's the latter case, it's not his fault. That's why Hinamizawa syndrome is so terrifying. We can't tell if the syndrome is the cause of the crime or if it's simply a problem of human nature. But what causes a defect of human nature in the first place? That was precisely Iri's area of research. Hate the crime, not the criminal. Can criminals only be corrected by punishing them with imprisonment? If a person commits a crime because of a mental disorder, then gets a treatment, he is corrected. In other words, there is no crimes in this world, only patients awaiting treatment without anyone else being able to understand them. In medieval times, patients with mental disorders were said to be possessed by demons, and they were either confined or killed. Centuries after, they were finally acknowledged as mentally ill people who needed treatment. Perception can change with time. Even if they are called criminals now, maybe after several centuries, these criminals will be acknowledged as patients who are entitled to appropriate treatment, explaining crimes through illnesses instead of malice. That's my life's work. Hinamizawa syndrome is a strange disease that can support my theory. Solving its mysteries is extremely important to me. To solve these mysteries, I need a medical sacrifice. It's an extremely sinful thing to do, but there's no way to unravel this without it. The 80 Institute was authorized to take such drastic measures if necessary. That's why I asked about it so many times when I accepted the position of director. And finally, the opportunity is here. This will be the first step in our research on this strange disease. But even now, I'm still a little hesitant. I've opened up human bodies in many surgeries. What I'll be doing on this man is something very similar. But there's also something that's very different. What I did before was part of treatment. I did it to save patients' lives. I did it with the patients, so the patients could have a better future. But what I'm trying to do here isn't treatment. He will die by the end of it. His death will be far from humane. I'm going to violate nature and force him to stay alive while I open up his living brain. Director Erie, for some reason I'm invisible. Are you listening? Sorry. Could you repeat that? I believe it's just that we submit the dissection proposal to Tokyo and request their assistance. He's not only alive, he's also in a terminal stage, so he's an extremely important specimen. We must conduct the dissection very carefully. That's true. You're right. Let's do as you say. I think we'll have a few days before the dissection, so I want to run some reaction tests once he's off the anesthetic. Do you think that's safe? Even if he's restrained, we don't know what'll happen. We finally have the opportunity to test a live specimen. We can only look into his brain. Or we can't only look into his brain. Takano's unusual cheerfulness made me feel odd. Maybe her reaction is normal. Maybe I am the one who's not reacting normally in the situation. I am here only for the research. So I should be excited to have the opportunity to perform our first live dissection. But I'm still hesitant. How can I call myself a researcher? Researchers of the past were brave enough to cross the line, and that's how they accomplished many things. I've seen many brains, I've operated on them, I've lost some patients too, but I never thought anything of it, because I knew I did the right thing, even when my hard work was denied afterwards. If it pained me to think of it, then I needed to advance the field of medicine to ensure their deaths weren't wasted. That's the true form of those advancing the field of medicine. Yet, why was my heart tormented so much just by changing the name from treatment to dissection? Does that mean I'm not man enough to emulate those great men of the past who opened the doors to new medicine? That I don't have the power to develop new advances myself? Hey, what's the matter, Director? Are you feeling okay? Takano is pretending to be concerned about me, but she knows. She knows I'm still hesitating, and she's telling me that I should be ashamed as a researcher for feeling that way. I shook my head to clear it of sleepiness. Remember, the resolve brought me here to this day. I already have blood on my hands. But if I stop now, their lives will be wasted. Those men who shed their blood can only rest in peace once they've become the cornerstones of great research. I shook my head once more and reminded myself that I'm a researcher. No, I was just thinking. Takano-san, please make some arrangements with Tokyo, and let me know when it's done. Okay, understood. This is really exciting. The least I can do is my best, so my life won't be wasted. If he bleeds, I can't waste even a drop of his blood. After scolding my staff for this indiscretion of discussing the dissection with such excitement, I returned to my office.
Aw man, we don't get to even witness them dissecting his brains.
Brains, mama, brains. Okay, let's get that saved, so that way we don't break any fragments on accident. Detailed test. Man, they weren't kidding when they were saying this is gonna take a while. We don't have the queen carrier thing yet. I doubt this is right. Yeah, okay. I was like, I don't think so. But yeah, we are in here for the long haul. Just a lot of back and forth of like, okay, what do we do? Declaration of war from Kurado Oishi. We got the execution order for the curse, I don't think? Results from... no. Yeah, because that happens over here. Research needs to be stagnated. Instructions for the kidnapping. Prior consent. Yeah, because we haven't gotten the priest yet, I don't think. I don't... oh wait, this requires that. Okay. So we need to have a board game set up before we get a majority of these fragments. I don't even know which one to go to right now. Cause I think... I believe we tried this one already and it didn't work? Yeah. Depending on how many fragments we can't go to, I might have to open up a guide. Who'd have thought that we would need a guide for Higurashi? Let's see, discontinuation of the plan. 3rd year. No, that would have to be later, right? Yeah. I mean, it would be really nice if we had this red capsule. It's weird how this game got so complicated, right? Like, the previous ones are just like, yeah, it's a kinetic novel, you just read through, and then this one is just like, okay, so you have like 7 pages worth of things and you have to click them in the right order. Because... yeah, we haven't really dealt with anything for Rika's family yet. And we also haven't gotten help from the Queen Carrier. I don't even know where that is. Because which one did we do? We have the first sacrifice and the second sacrifice, so maybe if we... but that's the one that has the parents, and we haven't even seen them yet. Yeah, requesting assistance from a queen, so we would need that, but for this, we need the research to have stagnated, and instructions for kidnapping operation of the minister's grandson. So we don't have either of those. Mysterious deaths of the execution order for the 3rd year's curse. Like, I didn't miss that we have that, right? Because that one's, Yeah, I don't think... Footsteps of the 4th year, roll on die. Formation of the club. Like, a lot of these don't happen until later. I don't even know where to go. I'm seeing things in the middle of the path, but I'm not seeing the ones for what we need right now, so, Aw, man. I thought I still had it up. No, I guess not. Let's see. Matsuri, Bayashi, fragments. Okay. So we got the order. We did the first things. Let's see. Order presented here is just a general guide of which fragments. So it has requesting assistance from a queen really early here, but I don't think... Apparently we already had the... Apparently we already had the thing of kidnapping the grandson. I don't even remember going over that. They blame the disease on Ziblas for the deaths in this game. Yeah. That very night, the head of the Furude family and the priest gathered his wife and Rika together for a family meeting. In Hinamizawa, it was tradition for the three families to gather and discuss the village's issues, so it was hardly unusual for big families like the Sonozaki family and the Kimiyoshi family to have meetings beforehand to sort out opinions among themselves. However, the Furude family had lost its branch families, so there were only 3 of them left. So until that day, they never had a family meeting at all. What is it? You're being so formal. Is it about the dam construction? The dam was the most important issue in the village at the moment. The wife naturally assumed that the priest wanted to talk about the dam. For him to gather all of them together like that, it must be a huge decision he had to make. Perhaps he was going to talk about joining the pro-evacuation camp. No, it's not about the dam, but it's about something extremely important which concerns this village, and perhaps all the ancestors in the village too. The Furude family had served in the priesthood of Uyashiro-sama, the guardian deity of the village, for generations. So for him, the head of the family, to start out that way. Yeah, must be something extremely important. Yet he said it wasn't about the dam, so what could he want to talk about? I married into this family, so I want you and Rika, who carry the true blood of the Furude family, to listen very carefully. You two aren't normal human beings.
I'm the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama, right?
Rika, you shouldn't say such things. Dear, let's talk about things like that without her. She's heard enough nonsense from the elderly people at the village hall already. What she just said about her being the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama, that appears to be true. What? It's a rather long story. Please, just sit tight and listen to me. The wife had a dumbfounded expression on her face, not knowing what he was going to say, but Rika was completely relaxed, wearing her usual carefree expression. The priest started to talk about his wife after his wife calmed down. There is a disease in this village that has been here for many years. It's a special disease which only exists here in this area. Everyone who lives in this village has the disease. Not only the people who live here now, but all the people who ever lived here had the disease. What? But we're all perfectly healthy. I've never heard of a disease exclusive to this village. Calm down. As long as we are here in this village, the disease won't cause any problems. But once you move away from this village, that's when it starts to act out. Do you understand? How can you expect me to understand such a thing? I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's the same as the curse of Oyashiro-sama.
Rika said it so calmly while her mother became frustrated. That's right. They say that when you leave this village, you're cursed. It's just like that. In other words, the curse of Oyashiro-sama, which our ancestors have feared for generations, is actually a disease that only exists in this village. How can that be possible? We've left the village before. Other villagers too. Some have gone on business trips and some even traveled to foreign countries. True, but that's probably because the disease has weakened over a long time, so it was going to disappear eventually. But the business with the dam disrupted that process. Everyone knew that during the dam war, the entire village was aflame with agitation. Such excitement and emotional instability makes the disease stronger. I still don't know what you're trying to say. What we thought was a curse all this time was actually caused by the disease? That's right. All the rules Oyashida-sama came up with here were to protect the villagers from the disease. No way. Then Oyashida-sama is actually a disease, not a god? How can that be? How can I explain that to the Furude family ancestors? Calm down. The faith in Oyashida-sama won't change. The fact that Oyashida-sama is watching over Hinamizawa will remain the same. It just means that the disease producing Oyashida-sama's curse was in this village since long ago. That's all. I won't accept that. How can I explain that to our ancestors? This is a desecration of the Furude family's age-old traditions. No, this is a desecration of Oyashida-sama. How could you say such a thing? Or who told you such a thing? This isn't acceptable. In the first place, can you prove such a disease actually exists? I can. What kind of proof? Who gave it to you? The people from the Ministry of Health and National Institute of Infectious Diseases Preservation. They already found the pathogen, and they are researching for a cure right now. I saw the documents and the samples last week. The people at the Ministry of Health call it Hinamizawa syndrome. No way. As long as you lead a normal life, the syndrome is harmless. But once you go far from Hinamizawa, or if you become emotionally unstable, it's easy for the disease to manifest itself. When the disease acts out, you can be possessed by your own delusions, and, in the worst-case scenario, you can go mad. They discovered this disease during the war. A distinguished scholar noticed that only the soldiers from Hinamizawa came down with a normal disease, and he's been researching it all these years. They explained some details of this research, but I'm sorry. They are too complicated for me to explain. If you don't believe what I'm saying, why don't you go listen to them yourself? At first I was indignant too, wondering how they dared to blaspheme Urashiro-sama and spout such nonsense. The Ieri Clinic was built to study the syndrome. It appears to be just a clinic on the outside, but it's actually a secret research center for studying the syndrome. Secret research? That's ridiculous! It's actually backed by the Ministry of Health. Why aren't they doing it out in the open? Well, I guess they can't. For example, think about leprosy victims who were misunderstood and exiled. They are still misunderstood and discriminated against even today, in fact. If the whole country finds out about this and thinks that everyone in Hinamizawa who has contacted this weird disease can go mad at any moment, it'll turn into chaos. The Ministry of Health was taken into consideration in working on developing a cure while keeping the disease a secret. Don't get me wrong, though. They aren't trying to put us on display or anything. They're trying to eliminate this disease and free this village from it. It was a different story long ago when we supported ourselves, but nowadays it's impossible not to leave the village. If a simple act of leaving the village can trigger the disease, you realize how dangerous it is for the villagers, right? I'm repeating myself now, but in the recent dam protests, the whole village entered a strong, excited state, which is very bad for the Hinamizawa syndrome.
If some villagers go crazy and do something horrible, it'll be all over the media.
That's right. If that happens, it'll be too late. But how can I believe this? Are you sure we're dealing with people from the government? Are you sure we aren't being tricked? I don't blame you for not being able to believe it. They said we can come take a look at their facility anytime. I've seen it before, and I know that mere fraud can have set up something like that. Even the big hospitals in Goguda don't have such large-scale equipment. If you can't believe what I just told you can go to the research center yourself and ask questions. They can explain it better than I can. They said if their explanations isn't good enough, they can explain it to you at the National Research Institute in Tokyo, or even at the Ministry of Health's main office. Whether I believe it or not, how are we related to that? It is said that the Furude family inherited the blood of Oyashida-sama, and it also said that if a girl was born for 8 continuous generations, that 8th generation girl will be the reincarnation of Oyashida-sama.
Meep.
That's right. I'm the 7th, and Erika is the 8th generation. But what does that have to do with the disease? This Hinamizawa syndrome is caused by a type of parasite. Although they're very tiny, you can't even see them with the naked eye. They say that there's a sort of leader among these parasites. Are you saying that's the Furude family? It appears that the leader of the parasites is passed down through the generations only by people with direct bloodline to the Furude family. In other words, in the previous generation, it was you, and now it's Rika.
Meep.
That's ridiculous! It's absolutely ridiculous! Why would it be something as disgusting as parasites in the first place? Calm down. I'm not good at explaining things. Please have the experts explain it to you. According to them, studying this parasite leader is necessary in order to research the disease. No! I won't have anything to do with such suspicious research, and Rika won't either! I'm telling you to calm down. They think that Hinamizawa syndrome acts out when separated from the parasite leader, not the village itself. When you were little, do you remember villagers telling you that you had psychic powers? You were able to cure elderly people who got migraines after taking a long trip. That's the proof that you were carrying the parasite leader. The Furude bloodline has the power to cure people with the disease. To discover a cure, it's extremely important that we participate in this research.
I'm invisible too. Nipa! If they study me, will the villagers be saved?
That's what they said.
And all the villagers are infected? Me? Everyone else? Satoko too?
Yes. Not only people who live in the village, but their relatives in Okinomiya too. We're talking thousands of people. That's why the Ministry of Health spent so much money to build a specialized research center. I object! How could you let Rika be a sacrifice for something that suspicious?
I don't mind. If Satoko can be saved, I don't mind being a sacrifice. I really don't.
You be quiet, Rika. I absolutely refuse. I'll go talk with them and refuse them directly. I won't let them kill Rika in some crazy experiment. Besides, Rika is the one and only heir to the Furude family. What if something happens to her? The Furude family will die right there. Don't you see that? You need to think more about our family. That's why the villagers call you an opportunist. After all, don't you think it's odd? The Ministry of Construction is trying to submerge the village, and the Ministry of Health is trying to cure a disease. What in the world is going on? The Ministry of Health has warned that this disease can be triggered by a change in environment, so they're actually trying to have the Ministry of Construction stop the dam construction plan. You really should go to the research center. Why would they build such a huge facility in a location that can be submerged? Rika let out a big yawn. It was long past bedtime for a little girl like her.
I'm going to bed now. Dad, please let them know I'm willing to participate, okay?
Rika! You can't make a decision without consulting me. Rika! Wait! Rika! She's just like,
I heard this like 20 times already. Let's just do it. I ain't talking to you anymore, Mom.
Okay. So I think that opens a few things, if I remember right. Let me see, I'm looking specifically for help from Queen Carrier. Okay. When researching Hinamizawa syndrome, there's something very important that needs to be discussed first. If something happens to the Queen Carrier, the village will collapse. In his article, my grandfather called it the most dangerous situation. According to my grandfather, if the Queen Carrier dies, all the infected persons will go terminal within 48 hours. This may sound unbelievable at first, but research on the collapse of past local religions and group suicides around the world would indicate that there is some truth to it. Among all the mysterious incidents around the world, there are some that are caused by parasites controlling entire communities, very similar to Hinamizawa syndrome. Grandfather picked a few cases that are very similar to the syndrome and investigated them. As a result, he confirmed multiple cases of entire communities losing their minds after the death of the religious leader or founder and finally annihilating themselves. He stated that, on average, it happened within 48 hours. It's clear that infected people are affected by the Queen Carrier, and the condition of the Queen Carrier is, in fact, affecting the entire village. Our statistics already proved that on weeks Rika felt sick and visited the clinic, we saw an exceptionally high number of visitors. Rika being sick with a simple cold had a massive impact. If something particularly bad happened to her, we'd be facing a serious situation within 48 hours. That's why the Iri Institute has to protect Rika Furude, the Queen Carrier, and it's the most important mission of the Hinamizawa Syndrome research project. She's already agreed to help us in our research, but we have to be very careful not to put her in any danger. Also, we have to protect her from anyone who would try to harm her. Her life is equal to the lives of 2,000 villagers. But what if something happens to her by accident? The Iri Institute must prepare for that situation. That's why I worked on the draft of an emergency manual when the Iri Institute was first established. It's a precaution in case the Queen Carrier dies, or if infected people show acute symptoms due to the death of the Queen Carrier. This is an emergency procedure that must be followed within 48 hours of the mass occurrence of acute symptoms. The final measure is to prevent the damage from the spreading to nearby areas. The plan uses gas, making it look like a natural disaster. My client, the Alphabet Project, took the responsibility of working on the details of the plan. If they are used to dealing with things like nuclear biological weapons, so they ended up being such a big help. There's no way I could come up with a plan on my own to execute 2,000 villagers. Through a dummy company, the ground SDF was secured a closed quarry in the Yagoichi region, upstream of Hinamizawa. It has to be a secret storage base for the equipment we'd used in that operation. Equipment that sprays deadly gas that kills people as if they're falling asleep is stored here. In the case of an emergency, a special unit on the ground SDF is to use this equipment to destroy the village. However, preparing for the execution of the villagers itself is politically dangerous. So if I'm going to insist on them getting the equipment ready, I have to make them understand how dangerous Hinamizawa syndrome is, and also how urgent the need is to have a contingency plan. I have to prove the need of the plan by showing them enough data. So the files my grandfather kept intact came in quite handy. When the clients read my grandfather's articles about the syndrome, they were surprised to see how catastrophic things can be in the worst case scenario. I really wanted to read that as claustrophobic, but it's just like, no, that's not it. In other words, if something happens to this girl, the queen carrier, all 2,000 of the villagers will become deranged. Is that what you're saying? Yes. There have been several cases similar to the Hinamizawa syndrome where group suicides took place. In the case of the syndrome, we can easily expect extreme defensive behavior which results from deep paranoia. The result may affect all 2,000 plus carriers. From there on, we may force abnormal situations involving lawless violence and bizarre religious despondence. We must be ready to face such a situation by having a contingency plan, otherwise we'll draw attention to the rest of the world. We have to remember that we only have 48 hours to respond once it happens. Are you saying that if it happens, there's nothing anyone can do? Can't you treat everyone within 48 hours? That'd be impossible. We don't even have a cure, and all the research center isn't capable of taking in all the villagers. How frightening to realize such a disease actually exists. The world is full of mysteries. Constant vigilance against worst-case scenarios supports our national defense, and in one of the ideas behind the Alphabet Project. Besides, our goal is to not use the plan, but it's vital to be prepared. Indeed, precisely as you say. I'd still like to look into strengthening the rules of approval authority behind applying the plan, but I understand the necessity to prepare their response for a worst-case scenario. Let's have the Urban Suppression Research Team run a simulation on the Hinamizawa suppression operation in the region. I think we should get it going as soon as possible. It's possible that the Queen Carrier girl may be hit by a car and be killed at any moment. Thank you, Major Takano. We have further questions, so you can sit down. Thanks to a push from one of my backers, things were decided without too much of a problem. It took me almost all day to explain it to them, but it took only a short time to come to a decision. Nobody criticized, ridiculed, or tried to reject my grandfather's articles out of hand. In the files they're all reading today are the very same shameful articles those haughty authorities left their footprints on as they trampled them in my grandfather's heart. But they aren't ridiculing the articles. They are reading what was once rejected. It's nothing big at a glance, but in this moment my grandfather's research is being recognized for the first time. My heart is filled with satisfaction to see people discussing amongst each other while pointing to my grandfather's files and raising them as proof. I've worked so hard for this day. Grandpa in heaven, can you see this? Okay, and I think there was like at least one other that just needed queen. At least I thought. I could be wrong. Okay. So let's save. Oh wait. Perhaps? No. I was thinking like maybe it was a 2-for-1 thing, but it would make sense if it was from 2 different fragments that we needed. Because I think we have the first one, but we don't have the second. Okay, let's see. Looking at the guide again. Murder with a dismembered body. I think we did that one already. Yeah. The Hojo siblings, I think we did that like a while back, right? Yeah. First sacrifice and the second sacrifice. Research is going well, apparently, is the next one. Oh, right, that was the other one that had the Queen Carrier. Furude-san, thank you for waiting. We just finished the last test. She'll be back soon.
I hope she is able to help.
Of course. Rika-san will help the whole village. I think we'll be able to come up with a treatment soon. We're still looking into the structure, but we're finding out how important Rika-san is to the villagers. People with more serious conditions can't stabilize themselves. But we found out that if they can get close to the Queen Carrier, they generate some kind of substance in their brain. The substance has a calming effect, and it seems to have the power to bring their symptoms down. If we can produce this substance, it'll end up making for a powerful treatment. I see. Rika has that kind of power. You should be surprised. People say that maidens of the Furude shrine have the psychic power to calm down both souls and demons, don't they? Even before we discovered it, it was already recorded in the history of the last few hundred years. That's true. I'm impressed with how wise people were back then.
Me, the tests are all done.
Rika, good work. You must be getting tired. Why don't you take this and go get something to drink?
Me, I took a lot of my blood, so I need to replenish.
Rika took the 100 yen coin that was offered to her and ran into the hallway. I appreciate Rika-san's help. If she hadn't offered her assistance, our research wouldn't have progressed this far. Rika is very concerned about her friend with the syndrome. She says she wants to help because of her. Doctor, please take Rika's feelings into account. Of course. We're taking up her precious time every Sunday, so we'll make sure to get to the bottom of this. We may have to put her through some rather rough experiments, but I hope you'll understand. We never harm her in any way, though. She's such an important person. She's the reincarnation of a Yashiro-sama, after all. I wonder how people back then found out about the syndrome, and how they knew the Furude family were the descendants of the queen. I'm truly impressed. By the way, there's something I have to ask you. I would like to ask for your permission to collect her cerebral fluid. Also, there's a chance that we'll have to drill a hole into her skull to examine the inside of her head. A hole in her skull? Of course, we'll take every precaution. Rika-san is the one and only Queen Carrier. We'll make sure that she's safe. Her safety is our priority. Of course, since Rika-chan is a girl, we won't shave her entire head. However, we have to ask her to stay at the clinic a little longer so we can keep our eyes on her. She can still receive visitors, of course. You're more than welcome to attend the examination. I'm sure she'll be more relaxed to have someone she knows nearby. Do you really need to perform this examination? Is it really safe? I can't absolutely guarantee her safety for either collecting cerebral fluid or drilling a hole in her skull. There's always an off chance something might go wrong. Also, Rika-san may suffer from some physical and emotional discomfort. Even if this is important, we can't perform it without the parents' consent. Actually, I've already talked to Rika-chan about it. What did she say? She said that it's fine. I've explained to her the possibility of the danger, but she still needs your consent. Or we still need your consent. Sometimes Rika truly believes that she's the reincarnation of a Yashiro-sama, so maybe she feels obligated to sacrifice herself for the villagers. What an impressive kid. Could you please let me talk to my wife? I thought I was the wife, but apparently I'm the father. She understands the situation, but I still need to explain it to her. Sure, of course. Please talk it over with her. Wait, is this why Rika is on the council with all the older people who hated the... Damn. Possibly? I feel like her parents were probably part of the council, but they're part of the council because she's, you know, the Furude family has the blood of Oyashiro-sama and, you know, all that important stuff. I think anyway. So this examination is an extremely important step in the process of stamping out the syndrome, right? Yes, it will solve the mysteries of Hinamizawa syndrome for sure. At least it will be the first step. As I already explained, if something happens to the Queen Carrier, the whole community here may be in danger. In other words, it's possible the whole village could end up with terminal symptoms. And that's right. According to the studies, within 48 hours of the death of the Queen Carrier, I keep wanting to say character, everyone with the disease will become extremely sick. We must prevent that from happening no matter what. If something happens to Rika, the whole village will go insane. Yes, it's our job to prevent that. It might seem ironic that we have to put your daughter in danger, but this is the only way to stamp out the syndrome. Dr. Edie, I hope you'll succeed in that examination. As I said, there's no guarantees in medicine. Sure. Edie answered with a nod, interrupting Takano's vague response. I will succeed. I'll save Rika-san and the villagers too. I promise. Okay, I'll talk to my wife. I'll let you know our decision. Yes, thank you.
Ba-da-da, ba-ba.
After Rika and her father left, Takano started to laugh. What is it? What's so funny? Oh, nothing. I just thought it was amusing to get permission from both the patient and her parents beforehand. Rika-chan is going through something she doesn't have to. I thought I should, as a courtesy, I would have gotten consent from the man last year, had we been in a normal condition. Are you being tormented with guilt ever since you started your research here? What do you mean? This type of teasing was normal from Takano, but maybe she had gone a little too far. Edie made it clear how displeased he was to hear that. You can only research Hinamizawa syndrome by using living beings. You feel guilty continuing work because of that. Those guilty feelings are a necessity. Whether it's a murder or a dissection, the fact that you're taking someone's life is the same. We have to accept that, and at the same time devote ourselves to our research. That's an extremely impressive theory you have there. Then, Dr. Edie, how many times have you gotten consent before you cut into people's brains? Edie didn't think Takano knew about that. How many brains have you cut up without consent, using your selfish theory that people commit crimes due to their mental disorders as your excuse? That is... Common sense changes with time. Back then, doctors didn't need to explain anything or get consent beforehand, so I don't think you have to be concerned about the past. It'll be a problem now, but it was okay back then, so it's fine. But you feel guilty, and that's why you want to get consent from Rika-chan beforehand, and why you wanted to get it from him, right? That's not true. In the first place, the treatment and dissection are... Listen, boy. What you want is the stamp of forgiveness known as prior consent, right? What you want is some stamp of forgiveness, some deception to fill your heart with so you can atone for your past sins. If you regretted what you've done, then you'd never get involved with brains again. Yet you're dragging regrets behind you as you continue to deal with brains, guilty all the while. If you truly acknowledged your actions as a sin, then you would have refused to accept the appointment as a director. Isn't that right, boy? I don't need to listen to this. Excuse me. You must listen. The field of medicine is constantly won in battles against the era's ethics and social values. When Dr. Takano discovered the existence of the syndrome, the people in power at the time just disregarded with their own ignorance and scoffed at his foresight. But he can't stop researching until he collapsed. He believed that someday he'd be acknowledged. Even if it was after he died, he'd still believed in it. He could do that only because of how strong his conviction was. If it wasn't for that, he would have given up. A strong will is what keeps research going. Only the most determined can achieve that result, but you don't have that. You're a coward who still can't decide if he should be proud or ashamed of his achievements. How can you accept that position of director with such half-hearted determination? You knew that from the beginning of this research couldn't be brought to fruition without adding another blood to your already stained hands. I don't know what to say. Maybe I am half-hearted. Then why don't you resign? You'll still have the obligation to keep things secret, but at least you won't have to feel guilty anymore. You may be my partner, but you're also simply a person who has requested by my client. Now that this research institute is fully developed, you aren't needed. If you don't even have the necessary determination to research to begin with, you're an especially useless partner. I'll never quit researching. I'm not afraid of guilt or regret. My conviction is what will take me to the future. Just like Dr. Takano succeeded, I'll succeed alone. That's impressive. However, though my determination may not come close to yours, I too have a will, and that's why I'm here. As you said, I already have the blood on my hands. After I arrived in Hinamizawa, they got even bloodier, so I can't just run from my responsibilities. I'll probably continue to be tormented by my unatoned sins. But I won't run. I'll get to the bottom of Hinamizawa syndrome. That's the least I can do for all the people who gave their lives for this research, and also for those who will give their lives from now on. Edie wore a determined look on his face. He appeared different from even a moment before, when he was baffled by Takano having brought up those painful memories. For a short while, Edie's eyes displayed his strong will, and he then turned around. We'll probably get consent from Nika-chan's examination, so please start preparing for it. Yes, I understand. Director. They got their consent the following week.
I mixed it up at the end there, but that's okay. That's okay. It's not the first and it won't be the last.
Okay. So let's go ahead and save that, because I'm not 100% sure for what to do next. And really quick, I'm going to be back for a second. It's not going to be that long. I just need to check something real fast, but I should be like maybe a minute, maybe 2.
But yeah, let me, I'm not going to the BRB screen. I'm just gonna go turn invisible for a second. See? Told you it'll only take a minute. Okay, so we are back.
And then let's see. What do we do now? Wait, there was like a specific one where it said something about the fluids. I think this one? Okay. I was worried for a second it wasn't going to be the right fluid. The lights came on in the meeting room as the slideshow ended, and all the auditors began to applaud, praising the ED institution's dramatic accomplishments. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. To be honest with you, I wasn't expecting too much from this Hinamizawa syndrome research. I figured that even if there was progress, it would be 3 steps forward and 2 steps back every decade. Oh my, how impressive it is to achieve so much in such a short period of time. This is all thanks to you, Director Edie. Oh, no. This is all because of the staff that supported me, and Takano-san too. Don't be so humble. Director Edie is a genius in the field of neurology. After all, he's also produced greater achievements than any other doctor when it comes to the brain. That's true. Not many doctors as young as you have nearly as much experience operating on brains. Congratulations, Lieutenant Colonel Edie. Now I can go back to Tokyo with my head held high. I'm honored we gave you something good to take back with you, Tomitake-san. By the way, could you please stop calling me Lieutenant Colonel? I just can't get used to that. I also prefer Risa-san at this point. I bet you do, huh? You sure were a huge help. You're the one who secured funding for our research. Even if we can't produce feasible results, we couldn't have done this without you. It wasn't any trouble. But really, the results you presented today are just brilliant. Not only have you found the cause of the syndrome, but you've also provided a clear path towards future research. We're looking forward to hearing more progress when you come again next time. I'm sure the Tokyo office will quit bothering us about cutting your budget with these sorts of results. After all, we nearly lost our budget for the canned coffee we provided to all of you, didn't we? Tomitaka-kun, please make sure you report your progress to Tokyo well enough that they give you enough funding to hold the party. We'll be getting nothing but the stick. It's time for the carrot. We'll be the happiest if the carrot comes back in the shape of funding. And with that congenial atmosphere, our routine audit was over. Edie was surrounded and being questioned by National Institute Infectious Diseases workers who had joined the auditors. Takano-san, congratulations! I can't really say this out loud, but all the progress I've seen tonight is thanks to your hard work. Thank you, Jiro-san. Jiro-san and I are the only ones here who know the strings are pulled in order to create the Edie Institute. So only Jiro-san can understand what I had to go through. But I've only just risen to the stage for my research. My opponent and I are finally in the same arena, that's all. The critical fight comes after this. And that should be getting even more exciting in the future. By the way, Manager Nakagawa told me to tell you that he wants you to hold a presentation in Tokyo. That suit makes him look smaller, right? Like it's really form-fitting. Like it's very interesting. Because in his casual outfit, he looks kind of like he has a little bit of chub. But it doesn't really show that in this outfit. When the alphabet board wants you to come meet with him, I guess they all want to hear this directly from you. Also, it's very interesting because in his regular outfit, he looks like slightly chunky, but in any other form, he's like kind of buff. So it's very interesting. Oh my, isn't having you explain enough? I don't think that's what they mean. I bet they want to meet such a pretty researcher in person, maybe. Don't pay attention to the flashing letters and numbers that keep happening. We don't know what that is. My, aren't you being silly, Jiro-san? Excuse me, Major Takano, there's a phone call for you from Tokyo. Thank you for holding. This is Takano. Hey, how you doing? Koizumi-sensei, thank you for taking time to call me. You know, I heard you made a significant breakthrough, Mio-chan, so I had to call to congratulate you. Thank you very much. Yes, thanks to your support, we've been able to accomplish this first step in identifying the microbe that causes Hinamizawa syndrome. I see. Great job, Mio-chan. I'm sure Takano-kun is very happy in heaven right now. That's a little too early to say. My grandfather was attempting to go beyond merely identifying the cause of the syndrome. His work is about showing the possibility of human thoughts actually being controlled by parasitic agents in our bodies. Only when that is proven with his research be recognized for the great achievement it is. When we're able to explain all thoughts and religions with parasites, this world is going to be tossed into chaos. How interesting! I can just imagine how these religious big shots will react once they find out that their leaders are parasites. How interesting! I would love to see that. I won't die until you show me that to me, Mio-chan. Please don't say that. I look forward to it, though. I'll make sure that this research will spread shock throughout the whole world. Then the whole world will finally realize how great my grandfather was, and they'll be fighting each other to read over the documents he left behind. Only then can I say that I've repaid my debt to him. I'm a little envious of Takano-kun. I don't want money, you know. I don't mind getting rid of half of what I have. I just wish I had a grandchild who would carry on my legacy. Oh, thank you so much. Those words mean so much to me. By the way, I sent you a present. It's a nice bottle of wine for you to celebrate with. I don't know your address, so I sent it to the clinic. However, they told me they're having a difficult time importing it, so it may take a little while. But when it comes, please have a party with the people who helped you. Celebratory wine? Well then, I wonder what expensive sort of drink Koizumi-sensei will be sending us. Oh, it's not that kind of expensive. Don't you remember, Mio-chan? Takano-kun used to keep a particular bottle of wine. I remember. That's right, my grandfather kept a certain bottle of wine. I don't know if he bought it himself or if someone gave it to him, but he treasured it, and he always said he'd open it when his research finally gained recognition. I was a child then, so I don't even remember what brand it was, but Mr. Koizumi would know. He went through all the trouble to find the same bottle of wine for this special occasion. For the first time in a while, Takano felt the same stunning warmth she experienced during her time with her grandfather. Pardon me. Thank you very much, Uncle Koizumi. I like it when you call me that, Mio-chan. I don't feel like you're speaking to me when you say Koizumi-sensei. I can't help but smile along with him, because I think Tomitaka and Iri were just having a similar exchange. If you like it that way, then I'll be happy to call you that when there's nobody around. I'd be happier if you called me that even in front of people. I don't know exactly how old he is, but if he can laugh so energetically, he'll live for many more years to come. I guess that saying about living a long life is true after all. Takano-kun and I both wished you were truly part of our family. We really did. My grandfather had his own family, of course, but because he was so into his research, he became estranged from his wife. They were legally married, but they lived separately. Oh, that is a weird situation. I never met his family when I was a child. I only met them after my grandfather committed suicide. During his latter years, my grandfather went into psychological despair and began to look at his life with cynicism. His condition became worse over time, and he was shocked at his own dementia. He was afraid of living while his consciousness degraded, so he jumped off the rooftop of the hospital. Only my name was in his suicide note. None of his family members' names were in it. That's when all his relatives showed up and took everything my grandfather left behind. They were afraid I was going to get his estate. They had lawyers and all that, so I backed down. I asked for everything in his study in return. Those idiots didn't understand the value of my grandfather's research. They were actually happy to strike a deal out of court, and they could also get rid of the piles of papers and jars with human organs in them. They never even showed up once when he was alive, yet, like hyenas, they appeared after his death. I never let them put their hands all over my grandfather's research. Fortunately, I was able to protect my grandfather's soul from their tainted hands. Okay, I'll get going here. If there's anything you need, be sure to call Uncle Koizumi, okay? I'll do anything for my granddaughter. Thank you, Uncle Koizumi. I'll work even harder. Just cut to him dying. Because it's like, oh yeah, he's gonna live a happy, long life. I'm actually, after I save, I'm gonna see if I can actually go to the one where it's like, death of the uncle is required. And see if it'll actually, let me in. Okay, he's not dead yet. He's probably close, but he's not dead yet.
Let's see. Where do we go now?
Is this acceptable? It is, okay. Plans for Satoko-chan's dissection are moving right along. I don't want Satoshi-kun to be sad. I feel pity for Satoko-chan and her harsh circumstances. I'm still struggling with how much I have to sacrifice for the sake of research. Man, there's a lot of like coding issues in this one, I will say. Because like I feel like half of these little fragments, like the character shows up before the scene transitions, so they're just invisible. And there was also that one scene where there were like 2 Takanos.
Iri.
Eh? Sorry. What is it, Ika-chan?
One of my friends has been in the clinic for a long time. Do you think she has Hinamizawa syndrome?
Who told you that?
No one. I just thought about it. So, what do you think, Iri? Does Satoko have Hinamizawa syndrome?
Ika-chan is on our side. There's nothing I have to hide from her. Actually, I probably shouldn't keep anything from her. Yes, the problems with her parents and then their sudden deaths, it was all too much for her to bear. Maybe that's what triggered it.
What did the test results say?
L5. She seems perfectly fine on the surface, but her emotions are extremely unstable. Since the other day, she's been even refusing to meet with Satoshi-kun.
Satoshi told me. He's worried that it's taking a very long time for Satoko to get better. Iri, what will happen to Satoko?
Satoko-chan is Rika-chan's best friend. How can I tell her that we're planning to dissect Satoko-chan? However, even if I don't say anything, she already knows that Satoko-chan's situation is extremely poor.
Didn't you find a lot of things when you examined me?
Sure, of course. We're even testing medicine which might be able to control the symptoms.
Can't you give the medicine to Satoko?
I thought about it, but it's too dangerous. We're still in the trial stages and trying to gather more data. We can't use it on someone who's in a delicate situation like Satoko-chan.
Then, if you don't try that medicine, what will happen to Satoko?
She spoke as if aware of our plans for Satoko-chan. No, she must actually know. I've told her about most of my research. She's more mature than she looks, so it'd be easy for her to figure out.
If there's even a 1% chance of Satoko getting better, then I think we should take that chance.
It's extremely risky. Worst case, she could immediately display terminal symptoms and hallucinate, or potentially lose her consciousness and spend the rest of her life just staring blankly at a wall. Either one would be too cruel of a fate for her.
So are you saying it's better to have her die in her sleep? Iri, just like Takano says, there are no guarantees in medicine. But if we don't do anything, Satoko will die for sure. I think it's clear what we should do.
That's true. You're right. But I know too well. C-103, the medicine that's being tested, may not be something that can be used. It may not even have a 1% chance of success. Worse, I can't even imagine what kind of tragic end she'd meet if her body rejects the medicine. That's why I'm tempted to believe that would be far more merciful to feed her favorite food, let her gently fall asleep, and after that dissect her while she dreams. I don't want to admit it, but Takano-san is right. I'm being indecisive and showing a lack of resolve. How effective could the medicine made by someone like that really be? So, because it was medicine I created myself, I couldn't even believe there might be 0.1% chance of success.
I think we can believe in it.
She spoke as if she read my mind. Surprised, I raised my head up to look at her, and found her giving me a reassuring look I never would have imagined someone her age capable of.
People's lives depend on your job. It's almost absurd that a human being can control life and death like that. I can't even imagine the pressure.
Her voice hasn't changed, but I feel like Rika-chan is admonishing me, almost as if she knows what it's like to be responsible for human lives.
Guilt and regret are part of that. That's why you can't use the medicine on Satoko. Isn't that right?
Takano-san said the same thing when she criticized me earlier. I'm being criticized again.
But that's why I can trust you with Satoko.
What?
Human lives are precious. You understand that very well, and that's why you do what you do. Without knowing that, how can you heal people? Do you think I'd trust medicine created by Takano, who thinks humans are just her guinea pigs?
I shouldn't have laughed, but I couldn't help it. I felt like I should laugh.
If both you and Takano each produced different medicine, I think yours may be the one to cure her, because your medicine comes from your heart. Your will to heal people is what cures them.
You're absolutely right. I can't believe you're admonishing me about medicine.
I let you use my body for Satoko. Everything you took out from me is for her. If you created that medicine with the knowledge of how precious human lives are, then of course it'll work on Satoko.
Do shrine maidens take confessions? If they do, she's doing a great job being a shrine maiden at this age.
This will be a gamble. The question is whether Satoko-chan will accept it.
We don't need to tell her. Learning of the Hinamizawa syndrome will only begrudge up the deep scar in her heart again. What did she mean by those words? I swapped around the voices, but it's okay. When I realized it later, I was surprised by how thoughtful and perceptive she was. Let's top plans for the dissection. We're going to give Hojo Satoko C-103. I'll do my best to increase the chance by even 1%.
Don't worry, Yuri. It'll work.
You shouldn't be so optimistic.
I know it'll work. It's already decided.
That's a very reassuring prophecy from the Furude Shrine's Shrine Maiden.
You can do it. Yeah. Nipa. Nipa. Taito da yo.
Okay. So I think... Oh, the background gradually changes. I see. Okay, discontinuation of the dissection. I don't think it's that. I feel like, maybe? Oh, it is. Okay. C-103's implementation on Satoko is going well so far. It wouldn't make any difference to me if the experiment failed. However, Edie's extraordinary focus and attention to the experiment had avoided Satoko Hojo hallucinating or turning into a vegetable during the experiment, and surprisingly, we see prospects of her returning to normal life despite reaching L5. C-103 still has many issues, but this experiment proved that even a person who has reached L5 can be cured. I didn't believe it at first, but I guess I would have to acknowledge Edie's hard work. Oh my gosh, my water bottle isn't screaming today. Only Edie could have done this. He was tormented by naive humanism and didn't want to make mistakes, and that is why we felt obligated to cure Satoko Hojo. The reason why I dislike Edie isn't because of his achievements or abilities, but because of that weakness. But this time I had to praise him for it. I saw your report. I must tip my hat to you. No. I only did my job as a researcher. If that means fulfilling my duty as a doctor as well, then nothing could please me more. It's hardly an exaggeration to say that Satoko is now our most valuable specimen. After all, she's the first human to reach L5 and live. That's true. We'll let her go back to her life and keep our eyes on her. I'm going to tell her to come here every Sunday for a checkup. But how are you going to explain to her that she has to give herself an L103 or a C103 shot 3 times a day, and also that she has to come here every Sunday? She has no subjective symptoms. I'm still trying to come up with a good excuse. I think I'll tell her that I want her to help me with my research. She has to give herself shots daily and to come here every Sunday for a checkup. I'll pay her for helping me, or something like that. I guess Edie is determined to cure Satoko Hojo no matter what. He seems determined to keep her off the dissection table. He and I are in different positions, but I don't have any complaints about his naive ideals so long as they translate correctly into passion for our research. If his plans can be put into effect and produce a different result than the dissection would, then they'd still be useful in the overall understanding of the Hinamizawa syndrome. I have nothing against Satoko Hojo. It's only that I see her as a research specimen. If she can be useful in that capacity without being dissected, that's perfectly fine with me. We have to get permission from her guardian to give her shots 3 times a day. After her parents died, her aunt and uncle have been taking care of her, right? Maybe I'll go talk to them. I hope they agree with her involvement in such suspicious research. Oh, don't worry. I'm sure they'll be happy to once they realize they'll receive 100,000 to 200,000 yen every month for it. Do you have enough money? Sure. As long as we can produce documents that'll convince Jiro-san. Okay, then I'll work on that. Also, we need to take action to prevent stressing Satoko-chan. We don't want her to return to L5. I hear her aunt and uncle are very mercenary. Perhaps we can handle them with cash. I plan to provide my help with their guidance, too. I've heard Satoko-chan isn't getting along with her aunt and uncle. I never thought that'd affect us in any way, but now Edie has to deal with them. Maybe he's developed some kind of sense of responsibility or duty as her guardian. I don't really care. The more responsible he feels, the more progress our research makes. That'll be a plus for me. By the way, I saw the report on H170. Oh, compared to his success, it's nothing, but I guess it was some kind of accomplishment. It's honestly ironic. The same research center that's produced the remedy to save her from derangement has developed a dangerous drug that can instantly induce it. Edie wasn't involved in the H170 research. That was my work. In fact, even if I asked him, he wouldn't have agreed to be involved. This dangerous reagent was developed during the process of uncovering the mechanisms behind how the pathogens controlling Satoko Hojo's brain could induce derangement or paranoia in their host. To put it bluntly, injecting 170 into a patient with Hinamizawa syndrome forced them to express terminal symptoms. It blew the brain into a simulated state of agitation, intentionally forcing the pathogen to grow unstable. If we continue researching this, it'll be possible to drive anyone with Hinamizawa syndrome violently insane at any moment. Studying the mechanism behind that will help to solve the syndrome's mysteries. So this study on H170 will be extremely important to future research. Also, this medicine has military applications, as the client requested. At this point, there's absolutely no use for it. But once our research progresses a bit further, this H170 will be spread at the right moment to cause a certain type of reaction. Compared to a killer virus, it seems like a useless pathogen, but there's no way to detect it in a dead body, and it makes it look as though the person just went insane spontaneously, so it must have some useful applications. The Marco Polo Bridge incident threatened to end the research on Hinamizawa syndrome before. A historically important incident like that couldn't have been created by a killer virus, but it's possible with Hinamizawa syndrome. The elders of the Alphabet Project, the sponsor for our research, can think whatever they want about that. I don't care how they use what I have learned. My purpose is to solve the mysteries of Hinamizawa syndrome and to make people realize how important this research is. Also, to make people acknowledge my father's accomplishments and achievements, grandfather rather. Any military applications were just byproducts of the process that I didn't care about. The clients will appreciate your accomplishments. Maybe our budget will increase for next term. Passion alone can't help research going. We need money. We must thank the sponsor for giving us so much funding. For this much money to come from public expenses, maybe Japan is richer than I thought. They're public expenses, but they're expenses that can't be made public. Edie had no idea what I had to go through to get the money. Anyway, our research is going extremely well. We don't know what we'll find out about Hinamizawa syndrome, but I'm sure every mystery will eventually be solved. I can hardly wait. What the syndrome indicates is that humans are simply empty containers, and what we believe to be our will is simply the actions of parasites that live in our brains. If that mystery was solved, it could have a greater impact on anything else in history. That is a truth that nobody wants to believe. This is an achievement my grandfather predicted back during his time. Ah, I know now. I know the reason why my grandfather was so fascinated by his work. Okay, and then I think I remember there was one route where it's like we needed both of the I don't want to call them drugs, but I don't want to call them medicines. Okay. The truth of the... Oh man, we need the park incident! But I don't think we have this yet. I don't think. Execution order for the third year's core... Maybe? Oh, okay, we do have that. Satoko-chan's dissection plan has been scrubbed, and we are getting ready to administer an almost totally untested medicine, C103. It's not a drug, it's a funny pill. Well, I think it's a liquid. This experimental medicine suppresses the production of a certain type of hormone and, in doing so, it will stop the transmission of the syndrome, triggering Satoko-chan's condition. The mechanism of Hinamizawa syndrome is as follows. The pathogen takes over the frontal lobe of the patient's brain and then induces increased responsiveness to paranoia. As a result, a patient voluntarily carries out excessively defensive behaviors to a problematic extent. If this condition can be cut off, then it will be possible to save terminal patients from becoming deranged. But it only cuts off an induction, so it's not really a cure. Ironically, the brain is an organ that learns. Once the brain has learned to be excessively paranoid due to the Hinamizawa syndrome, even after the pathogen is eliminated, the brain doesn't simply unlearn that paranoia. In short, even if the pathogen doesn't induce derangement, the patient will be directed to such emotions of their own volition. Thus, it is impossible to completely escape the nearly deranged L5 state. The proverb, "a burnt child dreads the fire," is a good example of this. Even after the burn on your tongue heals, the fear of being burned by food again remains. When it ends up being a good thing, we call it learning a lesson, and we call it trauma when it doesn't. We predict Satoko-chan's treatment will take a significantly long time, requiring both medication, such as administering psychotropics, and mental care, such like counseling. We have to slowly unravel her mind's solidified paranoia while also suppressing the syndrome's indication of derangement. This is the treatment plan for terminal patients like Satoko-chan. However, as we are going to simulate the parts of her brain that affect her emotions while they are being stimulated by a pathogen at the same time, it's possible that there could be unexpected side effects. Both her mental and physical strength hold the key to our success. We are going to begin the experiment once she regains her emotional stability and physical strength, but someone who threatens to disturb her emotional stability has been coming here every day. Oishi, the sly old detective from the Okinomiya Police Department. He thinks everything, from the dam protest to the dismemberment murder of the consultation member, or construction manager, I can read, is an organized effort secretly conducted by the three families of the village. He even thinks the accident involving Satoko-chan's parents wasn't an accident. That's why he keeps coming back so he can talk to Satoko-chan. No matter how many times you come, I won't let you see her. She's still crippled by the shock of her parents' deaths. Can't you understand what she's been going through? I understand. I only need a few minutes with her, really. It won't take long at all. If you want me to get a warrant, I will, but it's pretty serious, you know? I'm being considerate of Hojo-san, and that's why I haven't gotten a warrant. What are you trying to ask her anyway? I don't really understand. Well, actually, it's possible that the fall was not an accident. I know the Hojo couple were hated by the whole village after the business with the dam. But who would actually follow them on their trip and push them off? Don't you think that's absurd? Well, we could call it an accident. But if that was the case, there are some things which just don't make sense. Why lie? With those lies, I don't think it was an accident. What lies? Well, Satoko Hojo said that she was asleep in the car at the time of the accident. I think that story sounds a little off, doesn't it? Satoko-chan claims she was asleep in the back seat when the accident took place. She didn't get out of the car at the viewing platform. When she woke up, she didn't see her parents. Then she found out they had fallen off the cliff. Where is the lie exactly? You aren't saying Satoko-chan wasn't really asleep and she went over to the viewing platform with her parents, are you? That's right. Satoko Hojo-san was never asleep. She got out of the car with her parents and went to the viewing platform. I'm suddenly hit by a terrible possibility. What if Oishi says is true? Or if what Oishi-san says is true, and Satoko-chan is saying that she didn't go to the viewing platform even though she actually did. It's terrible to even imagine. Why are you saying such a thing? Besides, why would Satoko-chan lie? And that's just it. Why would Satoko Hojo-san lie? That's what I need to talk to her about. Otherwise, this won't end as just a simple accident. Why are you convinced that Satoko-chan is lying? This accident took place in a different jurisdiction. The guys from the Shirakawa station conducted the interviews with the parties involved. There are things that bother me in their report. Bother you? Like what? According to Satoko Hojo-san's statement, her parents asked her to come with them to the viewing platform, but she was sleepy, so she didn't get out of the car. Then she fell asleep and woke up after a while. She became concerned because her parents hadn't come back and started to cry. One of the park workers on patrol noticed her crying and talked to her, and that's how the accident was discovered. And at the time, guess what? According to the park worker's testimony, she was the one who first said her parents had fallen off the cliff. But you see, it's hard to see the accident site in question from where the car is parked. If you look very carefully, you might be able to notice the broken fence. But still, you know. I think it's odd to say your parents had fallen off a cliff just because you didn't see them when you woke up. Normally, most people would say something like their parents went for a walk and didn't come back. Just because it just doesn't make sense to me that she told a stranger that her parents had fallen off of a cliff without even being at the site of the accident. I want to ask her why she was so certain that her parents had fallen off of a cliff. That's why I keep coming back here. I asked her many times before she was admitted here, but all she said was that she didn't remember or that she was confused at the time. Sounds like a politician, huh? That's why I think it's worth taking the time to talk to her. That terrifying possibility has turned to certainty in my head. I had assumed that her parents' accident triggered her terminal symptoms. But no, Satoko-chan had already gone terminal, and just before the accident, her heart was filled with paranoia that drove her mad. She was under a lot of stress because of her bad relationship with her stepfather. She was also being scolded by her mother for not being able to get along with them. That made her paranoid, made her think her parents considered her to be a bother and were going to kill her. When they went to the viewing platform, she must have thought that they were going to push her off at the cliff. Then the tragedy took place, and she pushed her parents off instead, although she considered it to be self-defense. I'm certain of that, because I know Hinamizawa syndrome better than anybody.
Have fun lurking, Nikas Lisa.
This accident isn't an accident. It isn't a crime either, like Oishi is thinking. It is simply a tragedy. When I talked to Satoshi-kun about the family, I was even more convinced. He told me even though Satoko-chan refused to open up to her stepfather, he had tried to communicate with her. It's true that their relationship didn't go well in the beginning. Satoko-chan caused trouble repeatedly and even called the city's child abuse hotline. At that point, they received a guidance from the Child Consultation Center, and they pointed out that the problem lay in lack of communication between daughter and stepfather. So the stepfather took a parenting course under the social worker's guidance, and awkward though it was, he made efforts to communicate with her. Satoshi-kun noticed his efforts, so he tried to talk with Satoko-chan about it. But Satoko-chan didn't notice them at all. The excessive stress she was under triggered terminal symptoms, and she couldn't understand her stepfather's remorse. On the contrary, her stepfather's change created even more mistrust within her. As a result, they went to enjoy the beautiful view on the Shirakawa Nature Park as a family and to share in that joy. Yet in that humble, ordinary family's wish, couldn't even get through to Satoko-chan. What a tragic misunderstanding. Satoko-chan stayed in the car telling her parents that she wanted to sleep, but then she got out and snuck up behind them. I bet he heard her footsteps. He pretended not to notice her, thinking that she was doing that to surprise him. It's sad just thinking about what must have ran through his mind. While he thought he had finally gotten through to her, she was actually approaching him with the intent to kill. But that's not Satoko-chan's true nature. It's the disease. Satoko-chan isn't the only one who is to be pitied. Her parents are the victims too. And now, Oishi thinks she's a criminal. Judgment and punishment are required for crimes with a malice and malicious intent. But what she really needs is understanding and sympathy. And no one has that understanding, except for me, because I know about Hinamizawa syndrome. I am the director of the Iri Institute, but I've never behaved as such or exercised that authority. But I'm going to do so for the first time since taking the position. I'm not doing it as the head of the Iri Institute, the secret research organization. I'm doing it as a doctor, so I can protect Satoko-chan. It's about the Hojo family's accident in the Shirakawa Nature Park. Do you think you can ask Okinogi from the Mountain Dogs to make it out to be an accident? Sure, of course. That's no problem. The Mountain Dogs are a unit specialized in concealment and manipulation, after all. We have to put an end to it quickly, otherwise the police will end up getting closer to finding out about our research. That's right. Please make especially sure Oishi-san is drawn away from this case. We're at a delicate stage of the drug administration test. She doesn't need any more unnecessary stress. You're absolutely right. I'll let the Mountain Dogs know. I've heard that they even have connections within the police, so I'll give the order to put pressure on them, too. I'll make the accident in Shirakawa be concluded as exactly within a few days. With that, it was declared an accident. Only if it really was one, it would have erased Satoko-san's soul. Getting rid of the pathogen can't heal that wounded soul, nor can it erase the tragedy that already taken place. All I can do is my best, so the day she regains her smile comes closer. Aside from his, maid fetish, he's a really good guy. Let's see. Results, and then truth about the park. Yeah. So this one, yeah? Yeah. Rika had developed a high fever. A very high fever. It's not flu season, nor a season for that type of contagious disease. I could only think of the suspicious experiment Rika had gone through. Maybe the fever is being caused by those. Her growth is rather slow compared to the other children her age. Receiving mysterious shots and going through experiments every week, I'm sure her body is exhausted. I've asked the staff to go easy on her, but Rika is Rika herself is fearless and is willing to go through anything. My husband, who should be admonishing her for that, truly believes that that it's crucial to the lives of over 2,000 villagers and takes our own daughter to that clinic every week. I'm the only one who's sincerely worried about her health. That's why I want to talk to Dr. Iri to be a little more considerate towards Rika. Anyway, I have to talk to them about taking responsibility for this. Right after I called, a staff member came to pick up Rika to admit her to the clinic. As her guardian, I came with them. Please, calm down. We'll make sure she'll be okay, so please wait for a while. How can I calm down? Why did she come down with such a high fever? Isn't this caused by the experiment you performed last week? Rika's just a little girl, you know. She cares about her friends, so she's doing what she can for that sick girl. I understand. There's no way our research would affect Rika-san negatively. Besides, we're being extremely careful so that something like this won't happen. Then explain this high fever! It's probably due to the change of seasons, and how could this be a simple cold? This is because of the weird shot you gave her. Dr. Iri only told me to calm down and refuse to accept responsibility. Wow. I'm sorry, I was just sitting here as like, wow, Rika's mom is a Karen. My husband told me that this is all for the sake of the village, and that's why I've held my doubts until now, but I'm at my limit. Their existence has been suspicious from the beginning. They're conducting their research in secret and using a privacy policy as an excuse. That was shady enough on its own. It's just impossible. In fact, I called the Ministry of Health and was told that it wasn't true at all, even after I told them that I'm Rika Furude's mother. The clinic even came up with stupid excuses, saying normal workers often don't know of a special institute like theirs. That doesn't make sense at all. It's much, much too suspicious. Also, there are people who don't appear to be researchers working at the institute. They look like security guards, but they seem so different from normal guards at a normal hospital. In fact, one time I accidentally saw that they were armed with guns. That is, well, are they policemen? I don't think so. Who are they all, anyway? I refuse to believe you're from the Ministry of Health. Dr. Iri seems taken aback by my intensity and can't even answer properly. They're still hiding a lot more from us. That tells me the research they're working on with Rika isn't anything proper. Anyway, I'm Rika's guardian. Rika is still a child. It doesn't matter what she says. I won't let her participate in this research anymore. My. It's Rika-chan's mother. Hello. Oh, what's the matter? Is everything okay? Well, Rika-chan's mother says she won't let Rika-chan participate in the research any longer. Why is that? Because she's not your guinea pig. We've never treated her that way. You're misunderstanding us. I'm a little startled. Dr. Iri is a weak person who backs down under pressure. Takano-san is different. I'm yelling at her, but she's not afraid at all. On the contrary, she's glaring daggers and looks as if she's about to jump on me. Rika-chan's fever is caused by a cold. We didn't cause that. When it comes to safety and sanitation, we pay the same level of attention as the National Research Center. I don't mean to be rude, but considering you walk around while holding Rika-chan's hands without disinfecting yours with alcohol first, we are far more sanitary. We're not talking about that. Anyhow, Rika isn't your toy. We'll never come back here again. You can't decide that by yourself. You and your husband both signed the statement of consent, didn't you? We have been depositing money that's by no means a small amount into your account every single month for her cooperation in the research. What? I know nothing about any money. I've never heard about that before. Rika receiving money for participating in their research really is news to me. Knowing my husband's character, he wouldn't have used it as spending money behind my back. I bet he thought of it as free service for villagers and completely forgot about the money being deposited to our account. There haven't been any strange deposits into the regular account, so it may be in our savings. Anyway, I really don't care about that. If you want to breach our contract, we'll have to ask you to return the full amount of deposits we made up until this point. Also, if one party is at fault for the breach of contract... Takano-san, please calm down. Mrs. Furude, you too. Just as I explained to you before, we must find a cure for Hinamizawa syndrome so the villagers can continue to live without worries. For that reason, we need to have Rika-san continue to participate. Then tell me, when are you going to find a cure? It doesn't make sense. At first you said that this was for Rika's friend, Satoko-chan, but Satoko-chan has been released from the clinic and is now carrying on happily. You even told my husband 2 weeks ago that you found a cure already, didn't you? Yes, I think I told him something like that, but... You see, to solve the mysteries of the syndrome... You didn't mention anything about solving mysteries at the beginning, because it was to participate to find a cure for the villagers. So now her job is done. All the research and experiments you're performing on Rika has nothing to do with the cure. You're doing them out of your own self-interest. Aren't I right? That's not true. It really isn't. Anyway, this matter of Rika's son's cold is just a misunderstanding. If you still don't trust us, then... That's enough! Since money is involved here, I'll have to discuss it with my husband. Excuse me! They were just too shady from the very start. Because of their exaggerated story, Rika and my husband took their side, but it won't work on me. Anyhow, I must settle things with them right away, because Rika isn't their toy. I especially don't trust that woman called Takano. Dr. Iri seems to me like he's still a doctor, but she doesn't. How can I describe her? I guess I can say that the glow in her eyes is just unpleasant. She only sees Rika as a guinea pig. I can feel cruelty emitting from her. Neither my husband nor Rika have noticed that. I must protect her. As a mother, I must protect Rika. Oh no, now Iri's invisible. That's not like you, Takano-san. Getting into an argument with her only makes things more complicated. It's so unlike you. I know. I'm sorry for losing my cool. Did something happen to her to put her into a bad mood, Iri wondered. The heated conversation she just had didn't involve Takano, he knew. I mean, you know, sometimes you have a breaking point when you deal with a Karen like that. My breaking point is crying. Okay. So we got a good chunk so far. So we should be getting close to getting some of the actual fragments towards the end. So let's see. Don't have the third curse yet. Rika's father... Is it at this point yet? No, it's not. Okay. So I guess he hasn't been marked as an opportunist quite yet. Her mother is definitely experiencing the suspicions. So the aunt hasn't died yet. Execution order of the 3rd year's curse. Maybe? No. Okay. So yeah, that was the one that I tried. We don't have the bat. No, we don't have that medicine. The medicine we have is yeah, it has the zeros in it. So we don't have deja vu yet. Tomitaka is not sick yet, but Rika is, so we're close to this one, I think. The guy hasn't died yet. Bottle of wine hasn't happened yet. We haven't had the Shinto priest, I don't think. Part-time job. Oh, that's Renarigu, so we don't have that for a while. Okay, there's something that we have that I'm just not aware of. Because I would think it would be the 3rd sacrifice, but I guess not. Well, back to the map again. Because anything on like the last page or two is not ready yet. So which one did we just do? I think... Let's see, Richards is going well. Edie's background, the dose, accident, Rika. Oh. Depression of the priest? That was over here. Did a Shinto priest contact them? I don't remember that happening. Oh well. The gathering place inside the Furuta Shrine is in fact the headquarters of the Onigafuchi Guardians. Normally a shrine should be a calm and quiet place, but there are anti-dam signs everywhere, making it very obvious that what this location has become. There are over 30 members of the Guardians here at the moment, and they are having a heated conversation about their plans for the future. Although this meeting place is in the Furude family's property, it's a community facility, so it closes at 9 p.m. Of course, sometimes the discussion gets so heated that it goes on past closing time, but meetings are supposed to end by 9. If a discussion ends early, they usually chit-chat until that time. That's what usually happens. Of course, they mostly talk about the dam even when they chit-chat. They talk about someone's mistreatment at the government office, or someone gets arrested unjustly, or complain that people at the dam construction site are too violent. Since it's idle chatter, the topics are slightly emotional, and because of that, there was a good deal of bad-mouthing the Hojos. Then she threw the circulation notes away. Can you believe that? That woman is crazy. Just the other day she got into a huge argument with Makino-san's grandmother at the trash pickup. You know, the husband is rude too. He's so irrational. Ah, did you see him at the explanatory meeting? That was bad, huh? I can't believe they're still here. I wish they'd just leave. He said something about money. He has absolutely no shame. No. If you talk about being irrational, his wife is the same or even worse. That must be hereditary. I see their daughter shopping quite often, so I used to say hello to her, but she never replied. Can you believe that? So I got tired of it, and I don't say anything to her anymore. Hey, their son always looks so depressed, doesn't he? By now, the Hojo family has become the enemy of the whole village. Bad-mouthing the Hojo family was the greatest shared topic that anyone could easily contribute to. If he had known how powerful the three families were, especially the Sonozaki family, if he had known Orio's son's character, he wouldn't have said the things he did. The Hojo couple are residents here. Well, not anymore. Though they are never very enthusiastic about the council activities, they should have known what kind of person Orio-san is. He could have imagined just what would happen to him if he talked to her that way. Yet he let his anger take over and voiced his unpleasant feelings. So most people think the Hojo family brought their isolation upon themselves. If they wanted to negotiate with the government regarding a move, they should have done so privately. Yet he was foolish to express himself at the public gathering like that. So not too many sympathized with the Hojo family. Ever since the big fight of the explanatory meeting, the Sonozaki family had looked at the Hojo family as their enemy, and started to go after them. That caused the other pro-dam families to go quiet, fearing that they'd be made into scapegoats too, and those who wanted to leave were bitterly forced to give up. Even those people started criticizing the Hojo couple, saying that they could have given their compensation to leave if the two hadn't picked up that reckless fight. Both the anti-dam and pro-dam people hate the Hojos now, and the family has become even more isolated. Moreover, the Hojos are both very aggressive. They should have stayed quiet at least until things settled down, but they didn't. That alienated the handful of people who took pity on them as well, so now nobody even says anything to them. All of that was immediately obvious by listening to the foul talk here and there at the gathering place. Rika always helps out by putting the teacups away, so I'm sure she hears what they have to say as well. One of the Hojo family members, their bad-mouthing, is Rika's friend, Satoko-chan. It hurts to think about what Rika feels while hearing that. As priest of the Furude shrine, should I let this continue? Oyashiro-sama is a god that makes peace between enemies. When the humans and demons fought, Oyashiro-sama descended from heaven and mediated between both sides. I think I'm just realizing that the requirement for the priest was actually Rika. But as the caretaker of the shrine, I must do something before it gets too far. I'm sitting next to Oryo-san, who is spitefully disparaging the Hojo family. So that was talking shit to me. Who the hell cares? He'll be cursed by Oyashiro-sama, that's for sure. The elderly people cheer her on as they listen to her speak. If I barge in now, I have a feeling it won't be a peaceful conversation, but I have to make up my mind. As the priest of the Furude shrine, also for the sake of Rika's friend, Satoko-chan.
Oreo-san, don't you think you've said enough by now?
Huh? What the hell are you trying to tell me?
Well, I'm sure Hojo-san really didn't mean what he said. Isn't it a bit much for this kind of treatment to go on for so long?
Shut up! You heard what he said, didn't you? Weren't you pissed? He pissed me off. Stitch it! Oryo-san is the head of the Sonozaki family, the heir to the demons. She never forgives anyone who stands against her, so there's no way that she would even listen to what I'm trying to say. Oryo-san and the others became furious and refused to listen to me. I also mentioned that the dam construction plan will be cancelled soon, so they should calm down already. I said that because of the staff in the Iri clinic told me that the government is putting some kind of pressure on the Ministry of Construction, but thinking that I'm being thinking that I'm being an opportunist, soon criticism of me began to circulate around the room. After that, I realized that I have become branded as a fence sitter. If the demons are willing to listen, then there's a chance to make peace. But how can I make peace with people who refuse to listen? I destroyed their mood, so I just have to give up and shut my mouth. Then I felt a little hand on my back. Rika, it's getting late. Why don't you go home?
No matter how hard we try, we can't reach them.
Rika looked into the distance while she spoke.
The evil of this corrupted village is probably beyond the means of those of us living in the muck. But I won't lose hope. Surely, someone who will destroy this stagnation will arrive. Very soon, I know.
Her eyes shone as if seeing a future that only the maiden of the Furude shrine could see.
Wow. Doing a little stretchy. Don't mind me.
Okay. So now that should open up a few more opportunities. I think anyway. Let's see. I don't think it would be this far down, because this is mostly Rena, so we need the red thing. Okay, so now he's been marked as an opportunist. Yes. The situation has changed. Rika's father suddenly changed his mind about having her help out with the research. When Rika came down with a high fever the other day, her mother, who wasn't happy about her daughter helping in the first place, finally blew up. I was hoping the father would convince her somehow. But now, he seems to be on her side. Rika's father didn't get emotional like her mother, but he demanded that we make our research plans for Rika clear, and that we finish our research within 3 months at most, which was completely unrealistic. Research can't have a deadline. That's all out of the question. We cultivate results by grinding down our knowledge, skills, and time. To take time away from us is like taking away what's vital to live. How could he say such a thing? Curses, 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 curses. Rika's parents are only saying that because they don't know anything about scientific research. However, as they are the parents of the Queen Carrier, we are completely lost about what to do. Tests and experiments on the Queen Carrier are an essential part of our research into Hinamizawa syndrome. Her existence is on the focal point of our work. To lose her would be like losing our sense of direction out in open water. Rika is providing her cooperation with our research, but the withdrawal her parents' consent could be a setback. The situation is extremely dire. Rika's parents are only interested in finding a cure, but to me, the cure is only a small part of solving the mystery. I can't let her go. Are our differences causing this predicament? And it's not only them. The same thing is happening between Iri and me. He thinks it's inevitable that we need to stop the research if Rika's parents refuse to consent. That's understandable. From the beginning, Iri never had the determination to solve the mysteries of Hinamizawa syndrome. He won't back down from the research assertively, but he will passively by agreeing with Rika's parents. Is that the attitude of a researcher who's trying to unravel mysteries? He's the type of man who would step on my grandfather's research with his dirty feet. He is nothing but a coward who's in this half-heartedly. He started to feel guilty over his past the moment he saw blood. He isn't qualified to even be involved in researching Hinamizawa syndrome. He's simply an outsider who joined in because of the client's demands. If I were a man, he wouldn't be here in the first place. While it's true he produced wonderful results with his development of a cure, he seems to think it's all right to close up shop with that. Is he planning to waste everything by being satisfied with just that tiny result? That man doesn't have any right to discard my grandfather's research. I can feel my guts boiling. No. Iri isn't the main person at fault. The one to blame here is that woman, Rika's mother. If she wasn't so selfish, this wouldn't have been a problem. Maybe it's partially my fault. I maintained trust through relationships and obligations all the time, but somehow Rika's mother and I didn't get along, so I didn't try to socialize with her. I thought it was fine because I got along with Rika and her father, but now the mother has influenced the father and changed his decision. What negligence! What a reversal! What a blunder! Iri is saying that we should talk to the office in Tokyo about what to do next. But I know once the Tokyo office finds out about this, they'll order us to shut the research down. I've worked so hard to even get things started. If they hear anything negative, they'll put a stop to it. I've come too far to complete my grandfather's research. I can't let it be stopped. I still have a little time to think about this. I need to calm down and analyze this carefully. I've always come up with a great plan when I drink my favorite tea and bite my nails like this. I looked up at the ceiling and closed my eyes, as tenderly as possible. There are times where I can't find a solution, but someone else came up with a simple one. I've been able to overcome everything that's been thrown at me. I even endured the hell at that orphanage, so I will never let that woman get in the way. Settle your thoughts now. Think about this clearly. Be calm, Mio Takano. Someone else may come up with a better idea, but who? It's not me. It can't be Iri. Of course, nobody from the village will do. Do I talk to someone in Tokyo? No, I can't. I don't want to owe anyone a favor. Even Koizumi-sensei will be disgusted if he finds out I can't solve such a simple matter by myself. Ah, I know. There's someone I can talk to nearby. They are supposed to be my subordinates after all, so it's worth a try. I called the leader of the mountain dogs, Okanogi. The mountain dogs are my subordinates, but they're part of the self-defense force, and I'm just a researcher. So we never really had a chance to interact. He did what he was supposed to, and I did what I was supposed to. So I never even thought of discussing anything with him. But the mountain dogs are there to protect and support our research. Why didn't I think of talking to him before? I don't like your face. I don't like your face. What a different situation. He used to speak standard Japanese, but now he has the Hinamizawa accent. I guess fitting into the region is the first thing they need to do. We may lose the Queen Carrier, but not only that, but her mother might end up exposing our secrets. Can you do something about it? I asked Okanogi rather directly. I'm not really expecting an answer, but... Understood. The mountain dogs will take care of it. Just give us a little time and we'll do a clean job. Take care of it? We'll make sure the police won't get involved. We need a little time to prep, but it won't be difficult. I'm startled. Because Mother is my enemy, but I was thinking about how I could convince her. But the leader of the mountain dogs, the counterintelligence unit whose duty is to protect this secret research, came up with a much simpler plan. Do you mean to kill her? To preserve the secret, I was told to do whatever is necessary. Of course, we won't do anything until we get an order. Right. This is a very simple problem to him. Rika's mother has started to interfere with our research. Not only that, there's a chance she might talk to people about the Institute, so they will eliminate her. Ah, that sounds like a good idea. Can you do a good job of it? That's why we're here. This will be our biggest job since kidnapping the minister's grandson. Ah, I remember now. The mountain dogs are the one who kidnapped the grandson of the Minister of Construction and used that to blackmail him. It has been a few years, so I completely forgot about that. They did such a marvelous job then. That's right. I have the mountain dogs on my side. Can you get on with it right away? We could easily kill her even tonight, but that'd create too much of a fuss. We'll make it look like she disappeared, so give us a little time to make the arrangements. Just like a cat's eye under a bright light, I can feel something in the back of my eyes open up. Up until now, I'd been racking my brain trying to figure out how to make her my ally, or at least make her surrender or pacify her. Yet, one order to this man and the problem's easily solved. I feel like a bird taking its first flight. How easily I can get rid of that annoying mother. All I have to do is give an order. I feel grateful to Koizumi-sensei for giving me such terrific subordinates. What a wonderful power he's given me. I was taught that all people are equal. But if I have the power to control people's lives, then that means I'm more important than they are. What a feeling it is to be above others. So, did you want Rika Furude's mother to disappear? Eh? Well, wait a minute. Does he mean only Rika Furude's mother? I can feel chills over my body. If possible, maybe I should have her father disappear too. Rika is willing to help. She has no other relatives in the Furude family. If both parents die, she has to depend on someone. The Iri Institute can support her. We can give her status, money, and protection. We can give her everything. By doing so, maybe it's possible to make her one of us, rather than just having her as a helper. All my worries are melting away. Everything I was just concerned about seems like a joke now. I had such powerful subordinates all this time, yet I never realized. All of my tension is being released, and I'm starting to feel relaxed. I can feel myself regaining my cool head. I'm going to get rid of them. Rika's parents, that is. The Queen Carrier is my guinea pig. A guinea pig doesn't need parents. That's right. It's almost time for the Watanagashi festival. If they die on that day, people will call it the curse of Yashido-sama. The murder case from 2 years ago and the accident from last year are 2 separate incidents, yet they happened on the day of Watanagashi. They're being called the curse of Yashido-sama. Then, if her parents' deaths occur on this year's Watanagashi, it'll be Oyashido-sama's curse 3 years in a row. The miracle of Oyashido-sama. Also the curse. I'm going to create them. This is a chance for me to ascend to godhood and toy with human fate. The incidents that occurred 2 years in a row are said to be a curse, but not everyone believes that. However, if it happens 3 years in a row, then everyone has to believe, because it'll be a true curse that's created by me. I'll become Oyashido-sama. My desire for revenge against God is coming together. Making her merely disappear isn't that fun, is it? When I started to laugh, Okinogi grinned to show his interest. We're going to create the curse of Yashido-sama. I can't just let her die. She'll be demoned away, and I'm going to enjoy dissecting her alive. Of course, I won't just have fun. This will be extremely useful for our research. After all, she's the previous queen carrier. Slowly revealing that every single bad thing was because of Takano. Okay, so... I'm gonna save. I think we can do red capsule now, but just in case there's something else that's required. Because it's either red capsule or another one that is like, Urika's parents are dead. Okay. So we have to look for the one that is, Urika's parents are dead. Because yeah, other than this, it's Satogo's aunt is killed, which doesn't happen. Execution order... Oh, okay, so it would be this one, and then we can go to the other one. Deep down, I was prepared for something to happen tonight, once again. The first year, the workers were stirred into a frenzy, killing and dismembering the old man, and the second year, the Hojo couple were killed through a fake accident. Since the dam protests, only people who have been hated by the villagers died on the day of Watanagashi. Some people in the village were calling the incidents the curse of Yashido-sama. Now that the dam protests are over, there would be no meaning in the village's enemies being killed on the night of the festival, I thought. If that was true, then there were still some enemies left over. I thought that perhaps that would happen again on the night of the festival 3 years in a row. My hunch was right. At first, however, it looked so natural that I didn't think anything of it. The festival was nearing its end, and the village officials were gathered under the main tent. They opened their beers and enjoyed the leftover corn and braised cow tripe from the refreshment stand. I was in the main tent too, being entertained by the villagers. So I was actually there at the scene of the 3rd year's incident when it happened. Yet I didn't notice anything at the beginning. Hey, Furude-san, what's the matter? Are you feeling sick? Most of the older folks in the village were heavy drinkers, but a few were lightweights too. The priest was one of the latter. The priest was a representative as well as a host during the Watanagashi festival. So every time visitors and guests arrived, he greeted them, and each time he was offered a drink. So by the night's end, he was pretty worn out. That's why I didn't think anything of it to see the priest sitting by himself in a folding chair. The mayor, Kimiyoshi, was the one to tap his shoulder and ask him if he was all right. Are you okay? You drank too much, didn't you? Huh? Does your chest hurt? Sorry, I think I'm a little tired. Huh? Didn't you have heart trouble before? Getting sudden pains isn't a good sign. Dr. Edie! Dr. Edie! What's wrong? Is it your chest? That's not good. When I saw what was going on, I noticed he was covered in a terrible sweat, and definitely not relaxing in his chair and enjoying the cool evening breeze. His face had a sickly pallor, and I thought he should lay down immediately. I should probably take you to the clinic. Are you okay? Can you hold on to my shoulder? Hey, somebody help! The priest doesn't feel well. What's wrong with my husband? Dear, are you all right? Takano-san, perfect timing. The priest doesn't feel well, so I'm going to take him to the clinic. Could you please have the car come around for me? Sure, no problem. So the priest and his wife headed to the clinic with Dr. Edie. I don't know about young people, but the elderly know their own bodies well. They almost never push themselves to the point where they start feeling ill, especially someone like the priest. It was hard to imagine him drinking himself sick. The cumulative experience of my years was telling me something. I headed to the EOD clinic just in case. I tried to follow their car, but because the festival was almost over and all the stands were closing up, there was a lot of traffic going in and out, making it almost impossible for me to leave the temporary parking lot. More than 20 minutes had passed since the priest was carried in by the time I arrived at the clinic. 20 minutes. If it had taken me 20 minutes, my involvement in this year's incident would have been quite different. I regretted not leaving on foot the moment I realized how hard it was to get my car out. All I get to do now is jot down the facts, because between the time the priest left the festival and the time I arrived at the clinic, during those 20 minutes, this year's curse had taken place. The priest's condition changed for the worst right after he arrived at the clinic. He died. The autopsy results say that it was heart failure, but how can I accept that? I don't think the priest was having heart health problems, and everyone was taken by surprise by the sudden event. Moreover, the wife of the priest disappeared too. According to the clinic staff, she was with him right after he died, but she's nowhere to be seen now. Of course, she's not at home either. Maybe someone poisoned the priest. During the dam conflict, the priest was frowned upon for his remarks. He said that there was no need to make a big fuss, because the dam project would be cancelled anyway. The older villagers like to hold grudges and hadn't forgotten that. But even I had heard word of them talking about how the priest wasn't fit for the shrine to Oyashiro-sama. I called for backup and had them go search for the missing wife. With last year's falling couple incident as a precedent, it was easy to believe both wife and husband could become victims. The village's youth group got organized and searched for the village on the mountains, and as a result, we found a set of sandals and a will by the edge of the Onigafuchi swamp. The will said something about how her husband's death was the curse of Oyashiro-sama, and she was throwing herself in the swamp to calm the god's anger. In other words, she committed suicide by jumping into the swamp. Legends say that the swamp is bottomless and is connected directly to hell. Once you sink, you'll never come back. Divers from the police department searched the swamp, but her body was nowhere to be found. The past two mysterious incidents were solved individually, just as the higher-ups say, but something odd is about this year's mysterious death. The ill priest was carried to the clinic. His wife accompanied him. Within 20 minutes, the priest died of a heart failure, and the wife either committed suicide or disappeared. The death of the priest may really have been a fatal heart attack. But for his wife to assume that it was the curse and to commit suicide by jumping into the swamp, for all that to happen within 20 minutes just doesn't seem natural. The Furude family has no relatives. Even if she was a true believer in Oyashiro-sama, how could she commit suicide while leaving behind her one and only daughter? Iri is hiding something too, but he's just a village doctor, which means he's nothing more than their pawn. If this is all a conspiracy to assassinate the priest, then there is someone who's pulling the strings. I had been starting to think that trying to tie the past two incidents to the village so forcefully was a bit overbearing of me, but this incident was enough to convince me that the series of cases involving mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa were all grounded in one intention. This incident has countless numbers of discrepancies, but someone from the village seems to be putting pressure on high command. And just like the past incidents, this one will be treated as an individual case and end up being forgotten. Since it happened 3 years in a row, everyone in the village will say that it's the curse of Oyashiro-sama. I think that's the culprit's goal. After the war, belief in Oyashiro-sama became antiquated. Is someone committing these murders as a ritual to restore that god's dignity? The one pulling the strings must be the Sonozaki family. A few months passed. Orio Sonozaki said something like it was natural for the priest to be cursed by Oyashiro-sama, and so the priest's case was lumped together with the mysterious Hinamizawa deaths, otherwise known as Oyashiro-sama's curse. At first, I simply wanted to avenge the old man, but now that case had grown into an abnormal one, centered on the village's faith. Damn it, the old man's killer is human. I won't let it be pushed off onto some nonsense curse. And poor Oishi being like, yeah, the Sonozakis did it. Okay. So, after we save, it is a little early, but I feel like taking a break. So we will take our quick 10-minute break, and then we'll be back.
Because apparently, my body says that it's a low energy day today. So we're just gonna go ahead and take our break early, and then we'll continue on this. I think we should be able to finish the fragments soon. We're about there. But yeah, it's about time for our break. It's a little early, but it's okay. So everybody get up and get a snack, do a little stretch, get hydrated, and we'll be back in 10 minutes.
They have to come on Fridays after 5 p.m. Why do they have to?
You are?
A skeleton. Ma'am? Ma'am? Ma'am?
Where do I even start?
Don't make us go. Ah! Ah! Oh no! I'm being. Ah! Oh, yes. Right, the chaos. The complete and utter chaos. Right. I'm glad I was. Oh. Wait, there wasn't even an what? Oh, Bailey snuck it in. But yeah, that was. I'm glad I'm not the only one who thought that. Warned you about the stairs, bro. I warned you, dog.
Talking about the vines or that beard?
Who's this?
Helmet. So this is where you ran off to. Figures.
What?
It's me, Bobby. It's your Psy King.
But how? Where's your body?
I was lost for a long time, until this one found me. Body's on loan from the mailroom. Hang on, borrowed lips. Wouldn't be right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And he's not as cute as you either.
Neither are you right now. Come on, let's at least wash that beard. What's that smell? Mushrooms? You know I hate mushrooms.
I know.
Now I just need some help with those killer bees.
Yeah. So, what you gonna do, Ukyo? Are you gonna do something about it, Ukyo? You got your hand right there. Okay, I'll go back in my little corner.
Scene change. I get to sip my cold tea. Oh no, the cinnamon! All the flavors settled at the bottom of the cup.
Okay. Oh gosh, I need to wash that down. That's way too much cinnamon. How dare you, Kate? How dare you wait for my pain?
Virgin happy show. 나는 너의 히터투 나는 morning 나의 히터투 한지 너의 머리 come and left side right side 하루도 멋있대 then I can sign it left side right side 하루도 멋있대 you are king
I'm doing my best. And twice in 3 they were like, yeah, we're gonna like go and do this thing, and then Goofy and Donald were like, you're dumb, Sora, and he's like, what? and like I remember it showed up and I was like, wait, didn't we see this before? Like, I swear they like played a similar scene before that. They like played 2 similar scenes when they were like in Master Yen Sid's Okay. Okay, time.
Hello!
I am afraid. I'm very nervous. Oh, I need to start. Not only is he bigger, but he has a little mustache now. Ooh, Leon! Leon! Lewd! Why is the word engorged there? Being so engorged with energy every morning is quite the problem, though. I'll introduce you next time, so be sure to greet him properly. Keiichi.
I think you'll need one of these.
A gun?
Now we're talking.
It's fake. It will help you fit in around the other assassins.
Assassins? Wait a second.
Beware the cows! Not all milk is enriched.
But I need a plunger. I need a plunger to get past the sermon.
Then, are you Mom?
What? I am sick of seeing spoilers. I want to play.
Veronica, can we not fight anymore? Please, can we not fight anymore? Veronica, sure you're scared, I've been there. I can set you free. Veronica, don't make me come in there. I'm gonna count to 3. 1, 2. Oh my God. No. Veronica. Please don't leave me alone. You were all I could trust. I can't do this alone. Still, I will if I must.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to give you anxiety. And then I blacked out. Quack, 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 quack. That was the chirping of the Higurashi telling me it was evening. I see when it's another time of day, it's quack, 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 quack. Now it's quack, 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 quack.
Trickster, where are you, my love? Come to me, K-pop murder. Oh my God, I swore it.
And we have that on stream.
Oh no! If it gets clipped, I'm gonna be the new DLC murderer.
You know what to do, Crimson.
Crimson, I swear to heaven. Ugh.
Did you just puke? There they go.
Hello!
I am afraid. I'm very nervous. Oh, I need to start twice in 3. They were like, yeah, we're gonna like go and do this thing. And then Goofy and Donald were like, you're dumb, Sora. And he's like, what? and like, I remember it showed up and I was like, wait, didn't we see this before? Like, I swear they like played a similar scene before that. They like played 2 similar scenes when they were like in Master Yen Sid's. You taste it with your eyes too. Where's the waitress with the big heavy pair of melons? I don't see her today. You need to check the shift roster. If you like girls with big tits, you have to come on Tuesdays and Thursdays after 5 p.m. If you like girls with small tits, you have to come on Fridays after 5 p.m. Why do they have not only is he bigger, but he has a little mustache now. Ooh, Leon! Leon! Loud!
And we are back, everybody. Okay, so hopefully that break will make me be feeling better. Okay,
So now I think we have a red capsule now, right? Yeah, okay. The strange medicine that I can hardly remember was a capsule. Or maybe it was an oval tablet. It was so red. It must have been a capsule. I can't imagine a tablet in that color. It must have been a capsule. I think it was a little bigger than a normal one. I think. I can't remember. Although I can hardly remember. If I see that medicine again, it'll refresh my memory. That medicine strips away humanity. It takes away human soul, memory, emotion, and it numbs the human body. There are no thoughts, no interest, no will to stay awake or asleep. There's no sense of time. Sometimes a second can feel like an eternity, and other times I can almost see an hour hand move. Either way, there's no emotion involved. I can't feel any emotion. The medicine only lets me stay in bed and look at the ceiling. Only the people who have taken it can understand this misery. What's more scary is that, while I'm on the medication, I don't realize how scary it is. I've been given the medication daily and I keep losing all my senses. So when the medicine wore off by accident, I realized I should never take it again. And that's right. This isn't medicine that will heal me. It's just going to kill me slowly. If I continued to take this medicine, I probably wouldn't be able to tell if I was alive or dead, and I would end up losing myself forever. I'll keep looking up at the ceiling without any emotion and keep watching the clock tick forever. If I take the medicine again, I'll lose all the senses I finally regained. I may never be able to bring myself back again. Since the day I realized that, I've been pretending to take the medicine, but throwing it away instead. If your doctor prescribes medication, you have to finish taking it, even if your symptoms are gone. I can hear my mother's voice. Anytime I went to the doctor's office when I was a child, my mother said that to me. I usually got well before I finished all the medicine, so I didn't finish taking the rest. That's why my mother said that. But this is a different type of medicine. I don't even remember how old I was when my mother said that, but with this strange capsule in front of me, I have to try and get rid of my mother's voice from inside my head. I pressed down on my head with my elbows until it hurt, trying to get rid of what my mother kept telling me. Right. As my head clears, I start to remember the ugly side of my mother. Also, I'm trying to be like, how do you have your elbows against your head? Like you can have it near your forehead, but like... What? My mother betrayed her family. She betrayed me and my father, who waited for her at home at the dinner table. She told us that she was busy with work, but she was having an affair. That was bad enough, but she asked my father for a divorce after he took good care of her for so many years. But there's something else I can't forgive her for. She invited only me to meet up with her new family. Not my mother. Or not my father, just me. My father and I are family. Family means being together. Family means nobody gets left behind or forgotten. Yet my mother tried to destroy the bond between my father and me. Not only had she destroyed her bond with him, she tried to destroy my bond with him too. When I remember, it makes me feel angry and hateful, and I can't forgive her. The back of my eyes started to hurt so I could feel the hatred on my face. That overflowing animosity is aimed not only at my mother, but also the man she had an affair with. The man she had an affair with, Uncle Akihito. I don't like him teasing me, but he gave me an allowance and tried to have fun with me. I liked him very much, but his niceness was all calculated. He wanted to destroy the family bonds between my mother, my father, and me. That's why I shouldn't have said I liked him very much. That's right. I'm starting to remember and understand. I now know my true enemy. It was his fault that my mother started to have an affair, because my mother was a very good mother. He was the one who made her a bad one, so he's the one who deserves the blame. When was the first time I met him? I think it was the time when my mother and I went out and had lunch at a restaurant. She introduced him as one of the colleagues from work. At that time, if I think about that first meeting, I think I felt something wasn't right in the way my mother acted around him. That's right, I did. I did think something was wrong. It didn't feel right. I wish I'd trusted my instincts then. I was a fool to think he was a nice person just because he gave me a strawberry from his piece of cake. It was not my father's fault. because I bet he never met Uncle Akihito. But I have. I met him many times, and there were a lot of chances to realize he was my enemy. If I had a strong enough will to protect my happiness, I could have noticed that. I can't forget how my father looked on that day. My father, who was so nice and gentle, grabbed his knees so tightly and cried so hard. He asked me if I knew Uncle Akihito. I answered yes. Then he slapped me in the face. When he slapped me, I finally realized how stupid I was for being taken in by him. That's right. It was my fault. I destroyed the happiness I had hoped to last forever with my own hands. If I hadn't been that stupid, my father wouldn't have had to cry like that, and my mother would have stayed good. If I wasn't that stupid. It was my fault. I can't forgive my mother and Uncle Akihito. Even when I hate him this much, I still call him uncle, and I can't forgive myself for that. It was my fault. Everything was my fault. I was so stupid and foolish, and that's why this happened. I hate her. I'm sad. I'm frustrated. I can't stop being angry. If my mother ever came back to this house, I would rip her apart with my hands. But she never came back. My anger turned towards everything that my mother left in the house. I destroyed every relic my mother left behind, one after another. I threw and smashed everything, but that still didn't calm me down. Even after I turned the whole house upside down, I still couldn't calm my anger. Where does my anger gather? It starts from inside of me, goes through my arms, to my fingertips, and spurts from my nails. Where else can it go? So my nails aim at my own body. My body is the filthiest and most disgusting thing of all. I am the one to be blamed. No, I'm not to blame. My mother is most at fault. My mother is the most corrupt. My body and soul feel filthy. I wanted to stain myself black and slice the remaining flesh into pieces. And one day, I finally realized. There are tons of maggots in my blood. I am rotten. I am rotten from the inside. Come on, rot more. But it is indescribably itchy. It is itchy, 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 itchy. I stabbed my thigh with a razor blade in the bathroom. The blood flowed out. Reddish-black maggots spilled out. I forced myself to open my blood vessels with my thumbs. The maggots spilled out. Squirm, 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 squirm. So many maggots spilled out of my left thigh. My right thigh must have had the same amount of maggots in its blood vessels. Maybe my calves too. My arms, abdomen, chest. No. How many maggots are there in the blood vessels in my neck? Strangely, although I've become rather insane, there is still a part of me that is calm. If I keep ripping myself apart like this, I'll end up dead. But everything is my fault, and I'm the one to be blamed. If I blame my mother, the only way I can disgrace her is with my own body. Oh, I get it now. That's the best means for quelling my anger. I feel like I'm thinking incredibly rationally now. In order to forgive myself, I need someone else to blame. It has to be someone else's fault, but no such person exists. No matter how much I think about it or how I twist the logic, my own body is my only outlet to vent this anger. So long as there is no one else to blame, I'll be forced to rip open every blood vessel in my body. Just like no matter how much I scratch, it still itches. No matter how much I rip apart my own body, it's not enough. The blood is all over the bathroom, and I'm sure it makes for quite the gruesome scene. Although I'm still trying to stay calm, I can't ignore the sharp pain that runs through my body. Maybe because I've lost so much blood, or maybe because I'm naked in the bathroom, I feel freezing cold. My whole body is throbbing and my heart is beating so fast. I'm cold and hot at the same time, and I'm also sad, angry, and in pain. I want to find something that lets me forgive myself. My eyes. Then, it came. It came in a heavenly light. It was mysterious and unreal, like something out of this world. It apologized. It kept apologizing. Why is it apologizing? You apologize when you're at fault. So this thing was meant for the first time that I just met for the first time was admitting to wronging me. That means I'm not at fault. It's at fault, not me. I dropped the razor blade. It fell into a puddle of blood. The pain is taking over my body. The pain of ripping apart my own body is taking over me. I've been telling myself this pain is the punishment for what I've done, but I'm not at fault. That it is. So I don't need to accept this pain as a punishment. So I don't need to defile my body anymore. She continued apologizing to me over and over as I stood there covered in fresh blood. She apologized every time I wanted to blame myself, constantly whispering that it wasn't my fault. Pardon. Oyashido-sama exists. She is always following me. Slap, 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 slap. And every time I can't endure the guilt, she apologizes and tells me I'm not at fault. Everything is caused by the curse of Oyashido-sama. Things started to go wrong when I broke the rule that I wasn't supposed to leave Hinamizawa. I finally remember. When I moved from Hinamizawa, one of my neighbors gave me a charm. She said that if I left Hinamizawa, I'd be cursed, so I had to take the charm. That's right. She gave me a charm. It had some complicated writing on it, but I hadn't seen it since I moved here. I may have lost it. There is nothing I can do about that. If Hinamizawa residents leave Hinamizawa, they'll be cursed. My mother and I, and even Uncle Akihito too, may have gone insane because of the curse of Oyashido-sama. Nobody was at fault from the beginning. Because everything is caused by the curse of Oyashido-sama, nobody is at fault. Nobody! I am finally able to forgive everything. The anger that I can't get rid of, even after I destroyed everything, including my body and soul, is finally gone. Father, now I know. The curse of Oyashido-sama is what caused my mother to leave, and for you to be sad. You remember Oyashido-sama, don't you? The guardian deity of Hinamizawa. That's right. People of Hinamizawa aren't supposed to go to the outside world. That's why Mother went insane. It's all because of the curse of Oyashido-sama. If we had stayed in Hinamizawa, we would have been happy. Oyashido-sama came to me and told me that. Come to think of it, Oyashido-sama has been trying to tell me that for a long time. After Mother left, I didn't know why she left or how to express my anger. Oyashido-sama had kept following me ever since then, to let me know that. She followed me everywhere, the sound of her footsteps echoing behind me, but I pretended I didn't notice her. I was so stupid. I didn't hear her voice until I slashed my body all over. If only I had listened to Oyashido-sama's voice. I bet she started warning me once Uncle Akihito came into my life. If the whole family had come back to Hinamizawa, my mother wouldn't have had an affair. We would have been happy there. I bet Oyashido-sama has been trying to tell me that. That's right. She must have been trying to warn me, ever since we left Hinamizawa. She has always been with me. She followed me everywhere. I was stupid trying to pretend I didn't notice. Everything was because of that stupidity. If I had noticed Oyashido-sama's voice, my family wouldn't have suffered from the curse. It's all my fault. Oyashido-sama's apologizing. She keeps apologizing, which means this is all her fault. So this isn't my fault, is it? Because this is the curse of Oyashido-sama, right? She's apologizing, saying, I'm sorry. Oyashido-sama's apologizing repeatedly, so I'm sorry too. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I didn't hear your voice. I'm sorry. We are from Hinamizawa, so we have to keep hearing your voice. Oyashido-sama definitely exists. Exists! Can't you hear, Father? Don't you see it? Oyashido-sama's right there apologizing, saying, I'm sorry. I'm sorry too. Come on, Father. Let's apologize too. Mother, you don't have to apologize. You should die because of the curse. I hate you, Mother. I hate you. I hate myself for being your daughter. These maggots are your fault. They make me itch everywhere. I'm sorry. No, I don't want that medicine. My mother got it to kill me, so I don't want it. I won't take it. I told you I won't take it. Stop! This is a curse, so you can't fix it with medicine. It won't get rid of the maggots because this is a curse. No, I don't want this shot either. Stop! It hurts! Everything is falling into a gray world. The voices of my father and the doctor sound so far away. Even what just happened seemed like it happened a long time ago. Again, I'm given the capsule, and even my memory from a minute ago is gone. I'm back in my bed, staring at the ceiling. In what I can see, the only thing that interests me is the hands on the clock. Tick, tock, tick, tock. I follow the minute hand as it goes around quickly, and the hour hand as it goes around slowly. I see other things too, but they keep going through the same motions, just like the hands on the clock. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I'm sorry. Oyashido-sama keeps apologizing. Tick, tock, tick, tock. I'm sorry. Tick, tock, tock. I'm sorry. Repeating over and over, constantly, and nothing else. The chorus of Higurashi coming in through the window during the night seems louder than usual.
Poor Hanyu.
He didn't want anything like this to happen. Okay, but now we have more things unlocked. We actually have looked at most of these, I think. Yeah, Jiro Tometake doesn't have a fever, we don't have that medicine, the doctor hasn't died. Okay, I think it is all over here. Yeah.
Hello? Hello, good afternoon. Oh, who are you?
Sorry, we just moved in next door. We're here to introduce ourselves. Pleased to meet you.
Oh my. Someone as young as you moved here? I see. Welcome. Mom, our new neighbor is here to say hello.
Don't yell like that. Thank you for taking time to come over. They're the Ryugu family. They just moved into the empty house next door. Ah, you're Reina-chan, aren't you? My, have you grown.
Yes, I'm Reina. Thank you for remembering. How?
Mom, do you know her? Of course I do. You were living in Okinamiya then, so you probably don't remember, but they used to live next door. So you came back, huh? This village is better than the big city, isn't it? I don't remember much because I was so small when we lived here, but I felt this was where we belong. Then you'll fit right in. If there's anything we could do for you, let us know. There's no need to hesitate. Being unreserved is the rule here, after all.
Ah, yes. Thank you very much.
I thought I'd remembered things if I walked around the village, but I still don't remember much. I do recall, however, the vivid breeze, as well as the brilliant greenery. I don't remember the village, but I remember that this is my hometown. Red scars still remain on my body. They're hardly visible, and I can't even feel them. I'm sure they'll disappear soon. Now that I'm back in Hinamizawa, sometimes I wonder who I was back in Ibaraki. In fact, I think I wasn't myself from the moment I left. And now, by coming back here, I finally regained my true self. I can hardly remember what I was like back in Ibaraki. Well, that's probably because of the red medicine. The medicine erased all of my painful memories. Maybe that was for the best. I just wanted to be forgiven back then. I couldn't forgive my mother. I couldn't forgive Uncle Akihito. And more than anybody, I couldn't forgive myself. I wanted someone to acknowledge that I wasn't at fault. I wanted to be forgiven. So Oyashiro-sama apologized. She told me I wasn't at fault because it was the curse of Oyashiro-sama. That's how I was able to forgive myself. I didn't have to die by tearing my blood vessels out of my body. To think people have to die because they become corrupted. That's why people try their hardest not to dirty themselves all their lives. But I'm still living, despite how dirty I am. I've been allowed to live. Is there still some filth left on me? Or am I clean? I don't know. The only thing I know is that the me who lived in Ibaraki and the me who are here now, right now, are two different people. I no longer feel the need to take responsibility by ripping myself apart because of the filth. After arranging some furniture and unpacking some boxes, we finally had dinner. Although I hardly remember Hinamizawa, my father remembers things very clearly. Although it was right around when we lived here before, the Watanagashi festival has grown huge these days. It's held at the end of June.
Watanagashi?
I've never seen it myself, so I don't know too much about it, but supposedly people let cotton absorb the filth on their bodies and drift it down the stream. Absorb the filth? You can wash your filth down the stream, huh? Of course! Humans are sinners. As we live every day, filth piles on our bodies, supposedly, and once a year we get rid of the filth by letting the cotton absorb it. People become burdened with filth and sin by doing something bad. Court sentences can settle your crimes legally, but that doesn't mean the burden of sin, of the filth, will just go away. In other words, human hands can't erase human filth in this human world. The filth is something humans can't get rid of, and that's why we need a god from a different world to do that. That's what I thought. But I'm surprised to learn about Watanagashi. Human hands erasing human filth in the human world, letting the cotton absorb the filth and drifting down the stream. That means it's okay to live in the world. I tried to commit suicide because I couldn't forgive myself. Oyashiro-sama apologized to me and told me to come back to Hinamizawa. And now, here in Hinamizawa, there's this Watanagashi, a ceremony to get rid of filth. This isn't just a coincidence. Hinamizawa is a place to wash away your filth. It forgives your sins. It is a place of forgiveness. It's called a purification ceremony.
Oh, I've heard of those before.
Japanese culture is very strict about filth. You aren't allowed to remain in the spotlight if you accumulate too much. See? That's the reason why politicians and company presidents resign immediately once people find out about their dirty deeds. You must leave the spotlight if you're filthy. To put it in a bad way, the filth is basically pushed onto someone else, and they are held responsible for it. Sins and filth must be removed. That's why people push them onto someone else and then try to get rid of the filth by sacrificing that person. But if that's the case, every time that filth is created, people will try to pass around responsibility for it. That's awfully hideous. It's almost like seeing demons in the human world. That's why they came up with the idea of letting the cotton absorb all the filth. By doing so, people will live without making someone else take on the responsibility, sins, and filth. Putting everyone's sins into someone and then killing that person makes that person a sacrifice. Who wants to be a sacrifice? That's why they desperately push their sins around. A purification ceremony is about replacing the human sacrifice with a non-human one. The purification ceremony dramatically changed Japanese culture. Before then, people always believed someone had to become a sacrifice. In other words, even with filth, everyone can live without blaming someone else. Filth can be forgiven by a method other than death. Only an existence higher than humans can forgive them. I was forgiven by Oyashiro-sama and came back to this place. The Wata Nagashi, the purification ceremony that exists here. Letting cotton absorb the filth and drifting it away. There's no need for this sacrifice. That's why I've been allowed to live. The filthy me is drifted away, so the me that remains is no longer Reina Ryugu. If I'm not Reina, then who am I? If I'm not without filth, without all the icky things, who am I? A name vaguely appeared in my head. My new name, that only removes one of the letters from Reina, but I think it's a cute name. All the icky things are erased and forgiven with the removal of that one letter. So my name is no longer Reina. My name is...
Rena.
Woo!
Woo!
Just doing little stretches in between. Okay, so... We're close to this. I don't think we had the fourth curse happen. Because I think the fourth curse is the ant. So... yeah, a new wind. Okay, I'll get going. Thank you. Don't mention it. Come back anytime, okay? Hi, I'm home. Hey, Uncle Hiroshi. Long time no see. Hey, Mion-chan. Are you going home? I have to give my clients a ride. A ride? Ah, you're talking about your realtor business, huh? The Sonosaki family is one of the largest landowners here in the Hinamizawa area. However, since all of the land is out here in the countryside, it just ends up sitting there. Recently, the land owned by the Sonosaki family was put on sale in lots. At the family meeting, some of our relatives opposed the idea by saying that we shouldn't sell off land that was handed down from our ancestors, but Granny snapped and shut them right up. Some of the unused fields were made into vacant lots and released for public sale. Actually, I had some questions about it too. The Sonosaki family is very wealthy. We have plenty of land as well as money. So why did we have to sell it off? What's more surprising to me is that Granny was the one who came up with the idea. I would have thought that she'd get furious if someone even mentioned something like that. Okay, if you're ever near the station, please be sure to stop by. I'll treat you to the cup of barley tea. Sure, thank you very much. So, how's your business going? I was surprised there were actually city folks who are interested. They must be those Nouveau rich types who live in the big city, yet also want a house in the countryside. Well, I guess some people are curious. There's one family seeking to move here, not purchase a villa. He said he wants to build a studio, so he must be an artist of some sort. Oh, that's great. Oh gosh, I better go now. Supposedly he planned a tour to show them the lots, and he's the one driving the bus. It should be about time for the tour and explanations to end. He left in a hurry. Hey, can I ask you something? Why did you want to sell our land? You don't like newcomers. I don't like newcomers and I don't like big city people either, but the village needs them. It's like ventilating a room. Is it good for the village to have new people move in? This is a wonderful village, but the world is changing quickly. In the past, a very small change took 10 or 20 years to happen. It would be such a quiet and unchanging village. Well, that's real life. In this village, nothing is different from yesterday or today. It's too boring for me, though. But you made a friend, didn't you? Then then Ryugo-chan moved here and you got along great. You told me you were happy that you had a friend your age. Yeah, making friends unexpectedly is fun. I remember you saying that school is boring when Lena-chan is absent. Do you remember that? Are you saying that that's a good thing about letting new people move here? No matter how cold it gets, you still have to ventilate your living space. Otherwise, it gets filled with bad air and you'll suffocate to death. You open the window and even knowing the freezing air will come in. Letting outsiders move here is like ventilating the village? Sure. Lets fresh air in and gets rid of the bad air like us. If I bring up the Hojo family, I know Granny will explode, so I won't. But I think that Granny is trying to say includes things like this ongoing isolation. Even now, when she remembered about what happened at the explanatory meeting, she gets really upset. But I guess even she feels that needs to come to an end. But of course, she can't just say that she'll forgive them. Not when she's at the stubborn age. She can't lose face by openly saying that they need to be forgiven. Honestly, I think she's behaving like a little schoolgirl who actually likes a person but treats them rudely when they're around. Maybe people really do go back to being childish when they get old enough. I'm not just talking about Granny. The same can be said about all the old people in the village. No, maybe I should say the evil around here. That must be what she meant by bad air. There's no use circulating the air in a closed room. Unless you open the windows and let fresh air in, the air in the room won't be purified. We don't know if there's actually going to be people moving here. But don't you think you're expecting too much from whoever does? Just an out of 10 moving here changed you, Mion. Whoever moves here will change this village. If possible. I hope some young and energetic people who have the charisma will appear. They need to be the ones to put us old people away into heaven. Are you thinking about Gramps? Damn you, nobody's thinking about him. Here, have the housekeeper put away the tea set on the veranda. Okay, I will. Mion. The day the Hojo Satoshi disappeared. You came to me, huh? Yes, I did. That is what woke me up. This problem with the Hojo family. We can't just let time take care of it. We have to take care of it ourselves as soon as possible. But you can't do it yourself. So you're going to have an outsider take care of it? That's the best I can do. No matter how bad your hand is, the next card can change the flow of the game. So maybe it's a good idea to draw cards from the stack. Generation will be a new wind. Let that new wind come from the outside, and you'll be the wind from the inside. When both winds create a gale, the gusts will blow away the stale air from the village. That's the epitome of leaving your problems to others. You're the one who started the fire, and you're trying to have your grandchild take care of it? Oh, don't say that. As the new leader of the Sonozaki family, bring the new wind into the village. If you're say that's my job as their successor, please. Mion, I'm too old. The only thing I can do now is be despised by people. The wind chime sounded quietly. Maybe it's a sign to let us know the cool breeze is on the way. Okay, so we got a tea set. So that opens a thing. But it's already talking about Satoshi disappearing. So I think we were able to do that kind of line of stuff. Let's see. Because I don't think he's aware of his sins. Let's go ahead and save. Because we're not quite sure where to go from here. Let's go to the first page. Because the ant hasn't died yet, I don't think. We probably could have done this earlier because it's probably related to... No? Okay. I was thinking I was being silly. It's like, oh, he's in the baseball team, so he already has the bat. But nope, it's not that simple. Not that simple. Oh, right, because he needs to get the part-time job thing. Where do we even get that? Because we don't have the bottle of wine. Awareness of his sins, forgiveness, Uranoryu's sins. Because Urana's been forgiven, but Satoshi hasn't done his thing yet. Juno Maiba, inspecting a vacant lot is required. He hasn't... So where do we go from here? Because we need to do something for killing Satoshi's aunt, because, like, this is what we do after this. But what do we do before? Oh, I guess Tomitake was sick. Takano always comes along with me whenever I go to take pictures on a stroll. She might have discovered the joy of cameras, and I'm happy to gain a friend who shares the same hobby. However, there's actually something else she's more interested in. That would be the history of Hinamizawa. She frequently visited libraries and local archives to read through various documents and books, and when it comes to Hinamizawa, she's gained quite extensive knowledge on the local history. When she's in a good mood, she tells me about things like how Hinamizawa used to be called Onegafuchi Village, and how the villagers there used to perform various cruel ceremonies based around the worship of Yashiro-sama. It seemed she loved tales of violence, and that actually gave her a mysterious charm. On the other hand, I don't do well with grotesque things, so I can hardly say anything in response. The stories of cruel ceremonies that she gets all excited about, I don't really get them all that well. However, with the way her eyes light up when she talks, I don't mind spending time with her even if I have to hear about cruel things. You sure like talking about, or looking into that stuff, don't you?
Sure, it's fun. It's thrilling to unravel a dark past that has been sealed away. Don't you think so?
Takano-san smiled in a way that almost made it sound like a dark past of something fun. But of course it isn't. The dark history of Hinamizawa that she loves is something cruel and atrocious, like the witch hunts in the Middle Ages.
Besides, they helped me in researching Hinamizawa syndrome. You don't have to always look through microscopes to research things. Sometimes the traditions of this village that have spent so long with the parasite can teach us things that are far more valuable.
That's true. Boy, you sure are passionate about this.
Pardon me. That's because research gives my life meaning. To step into the unknown and uncover a secret that nobody else knows. Don't you think it's wonderful? It tickles my intellectual curiosity. That's probably the greatest achievement available to humans, who can feel joy just from thinking. The first person to work on this, Dr. Takano, must have discovered something fascinating enough to make him devote his entire life into researching of the syndrome too. I think I'm probably the only one who can understand his feelings. I suppose it would be difficult for you, Jiro-san, since you're not a researcher.
She always seems so enthusiastic every time she talks about the late Dr. Takano, an independent researcher who was the first person to discover the existence of the syndrome. There has to have been something more there than just her admiration as a researcher. Come to think of it, Dr. Takano's full name was Hifumi Takano. Takano-san's full name is Mio Takano. Not only are the last names pronounced the same, but their first names follow a similar pattern. They must be connected somehow. I don't know anything about Takano-san's personal history, but there's a good chance that her name is an alias. So it's very possible that she chose a name to reflect the researcher she admires. I see. So is that why you chose that name?
What?
Well, the name of the researcher you look up to is Hifumi Takano, right? And your name is Mio. In Japanese, it's like you're counting upwards. You're continuing the research he wasn't able to complete, so I thought maybe that's why you have that name.
Who told you that?
No, I just thought of that now. I didn't hear it from anybody.
You're correct. I'm surprised you figured it out, since you're so dense.
I know you admire Dr. Takano, and sometimes you've spoken as if you were his daughter or granddaughter who inherited his research legitimately. That's why I said that. Even authors like Rampo Edogawa used their pen name as homages towards authors that they admired as well. So I thought maybe the name that you use is like your pen name, you know?
No, that's not so. Mio Takano is my real name. You write my family name differently, though.
Then it really is the exact same family name as Dr. Takano? That's even more of a surprise. And Mio is your real name too? Mio Takano continuing Hifumi Takano's life work. What a fateful coincidence.
You're overstating it, Jiro-san. This isn't fate of any kind. He's my grandfather.
What? This is news to me. I heard Takano-san discovered documents about the Hinamizawa syndrome left by Dr. Takano after his death, and decided to continue his research. I've never heard of them being related before. Someone told me I'd leave a bad impression if I asked for money to continue my grandfather's research, that people may think I'm trying to pull funds from a family matter. That's why I changed one of the characters in my last name. So, other than Uncle Koizumi, you're the first person I've told this to. I see. I didn't know. So that's why you're so passionate about all this. I understand very clearly now. She really did inherit the work her grandfather was unable to complete. My grandfather researched Hinamizawa syndrome not only from a medical point of view, but through old documents and literature as well. Looking through the old stories of the villages have been living through the syndrome for hundreds of years can be far more valuable than looking through microscopes that magnify things hundreds of times. My grandfather taught me that. I see. I'm sure your grandfather is happy that you're finishing the work he couldn't. I bet he's really proud of you. I hope so. I said something Takano-san would normally tease me about, but she didn't. She nodded and smiled. There's no mistake. She is indeed the granddaughter of Dr. Takano. My grandfather is Hifumi, which means 1, 2, 3, and I'm Mio, which means 3, 4. Following my grandfather, we have only counted the 3 together, and counted the 4 after my grandfather. We must reach the 5 that neither me nor my grandfather has seen yet. That is my duty and the reason I was born. So, that's why your name is Mio, huh? I think that's a beautiful name. Thank you, but please keep the granddaughter issue to yourself. My clients don't even know, and I don't want any unnecessary problems from them finding out about it. Sure. Okay. This is the secret between you and me, huh? Although it's only a small secret, it feels good to think that I'm the only one who knows about it. I've only counted to 3. I haven't even reached 4 yet. The path before me is long and rough, but I think I will do it. I will expose the secrets of Hinamizawa syndrome. I'll support you. That's my job in the first place, isn't it? Jeez, you'd sound pretty cool if you didn't tack on things like that. You only needed to say that you'll support me, you know? Okay, I'll support you. It's too late. You're not cool if you can't get it right the first time. We laughed cheerfully together, and after we finished laughing, she became serious again and spoke as if to drive the point home. So remember, Jiro-san, don't tell anybody that I'm his granddaughter, okay? Okay, I promise. It's not a bad thing, but I don't want the clients to cut our fundings because of that. I don't think they will. Besides, I won't tell a soul. Are you sure? Are you really, really sure? This research is the entire purpose of my life. My mission is to complete my grandfather's work, to prove that his trampled research is actually something amazing that will shock the world and to make everyone praise my grandfather who is perishing away under the earth, eventually having him ascend as a god. That's the meaning and purpose of my life. Jiro-san, if you say something that creates problems for my research, don't worry. I'll forget everything you told me here. Really, I mean it. I won't say anything. I promise. I won't say anything. Are you sure, Jiro-san? I sensed something frightening within her for a moment. Afraid that she would end up possessed by it, I swore to keep the promise. Her intellectual curiosity as a researcher and her conviction to complete her grandfather's work are what stirs her passion for researching Hinamizawa syndrome. I think there is one more reason, but it's far too deep, and it's within a wound in her heart that someone like me should never touch. But earlier, she said, if you create problems for my research, I wonder what she wanted to say after that. I can't help thinking she wanted to say something terrifyingly merciless. I kept my promise with her, and we never talked about the issue again after that. I wonder if word got out, and that's why she chose him. Because she probably could have easily chose Edie. Okay, let's save there. Okay, so what else is on this page? Completion of nope. Death of nope. Unless it has happened, but I doubt it. Bottle of wine, nope. Part-time job, nope. Sins, nope. Man. Okay. So we don't have the bat. The ant is still alive. That's not the medicine that we've done. I don't think he's dead yet? No. Okay. Getting a PS5 tomorrow? Yo! That's awesome! You getting games with it too? I'm still at the point where it's like I don't have anything to like play with it yet. Got invited to the direct. Got invited to a direct? Yo! That's why. Oh right, because that direct's happening like soon, yeah? I think I remember seeing a thing of like they're doing, if you wait on their store, it's tomorrow. Oh. It should happen probably before our collab, I think. Huh. Well, hopefully you have fun. And I have to take a trip, so I don't have any money to spend on a... I won't have money to spend on heckin' PlayStation. But I will at least watch the direct as long as it happens before 3. If you wait in their store, you have a chance to be invited directly to one. Oh! Oh, okay. Interesting. I wonder, PlayStation Store. Let me just I want to be invited and get a thing. There we go. That's just gonna sit there. Yeah, the PlayStation Direct. Did I accidentally say Nintendo Direct? Okay, let's see. So, got the capsule. The roll of a 1. Didn't we just do that one? Bottle of wine. Can we do that one? Oh, I am so sorry. I just saw the email and was like, heck, my money, I guess, oh no. Oh, I also accidentally summoned the table while opening the PlayStation Store. It happened so suddenly. Uncle Koizumi passed away. I never heard he was ill and wasn't feeling well. His chest started to hurt suddenly, and he couldn't sleep. He called an ambulance for the first time in his life because he didn't think he could endure the pain. He was taken into emergency care, but he didn't live to see morning. It was an acute myocardial infraction. Okay, for a second I was like, is my mic buzzing? I can stream Persona 5 Riles. Nice! It was an acute, okay. But maybe it was the best possible way to go. Instead of being in bed for many years, slowly dilapidating and withering away, he was healthy until his death. So I think he must have lived a wonderful life. But still, it was too sudden. I wish I could call him Uncle more. It was too late, though. Uncle Koizumi would never smile at me again with his wrinkly old face, no matter how many times I called for him. He was my guardian until now. He also looked after me, making sure my efforts received proper recognition. Maybe he only did that because he couldn't help my grandfather when he was alive. But still, he was an important person to me. He wasn't just my political backing. But I didn't realize that when he was alive. I only thought of using his power for my own agenda. But after he died, I realized Uncle Koizumi was my grandpa too. He provided the warmth and protection that I longed for from my own grandfather. At his funeral, I shed tears that I thought that I had forgotten how to. Uncle, thank you for everything. I should have called you Uncle more, huh? Oh. No matter how many times I called to him, he would never reply. What I can do for him at this point is complete my research. I must accomplish my goal for his sake. When my grandfather's research is finally acknowledged, Uncle Koizumi's name will be known once again for being the sole supporter of this endeavor. I believe that's the best way to repay him for everything he has done. I vow to devote myself to my work even more from this day on. But, unfortunately, hardships and sadness tend to come together. It was like the tailwind that blew steadily until today suddenly became a headwind. The winds shifted far too suddenly. So strong, so cold, so sad. What? What are you talking about, Jiro-san? Well, you know that Koizumi-sensei was the main political sponsor of the Iri Institute, right? He had trouble getting approval from the related agencies, but Koizumi-sensei used his political weight to force it through. After all, he was one of the key figures in the post-war restoration, accomplishing tremendous deeds in the medical industry. He held a huge influence in politics and industry. So now that Koizumi-sensei is gone, the way he did things won't work any longer? So far. It's only a rumor, so I don't know for sure. But I heard they're going to reconsider the budget allocated to the project. Are you saying that the Iri Institute will be closed down? No, I haven't heard anything about them reconsidering the institute. But since Koizumi-sensei's death, the rumors say that there's a great deal of confusion among the old guard and their factions, as well as the civil strife within the party around fighting his successor. It seems the opposing factions are gaining influence in the human resources of our client, so they may begin to dig deep into the holy treasure chest that the Koizumi faction held to fund their project. Of course, this is all too complicated for me to explain that well, and besides, these might just be rumors. Jiro-san kept saying they were rumors, but that told me that the wind's direction has changed. Or maybe Jiro-san already knows everything and is simply trying to warn me about it. And then, at our next routine audit, Jiro-san made it clear with his own mouth. High-ranking government officials, who had never came here before, attended the routine audit along with Jiro-san. Just by seeing those faces, I could tell the turning point is approaching. As you know, the Alphabet Project was created to strengthen post-war Japan's presence in the world with the view of developing deterrent weaponry. However, the 21st century is now just around the corner. In this day and age, we must put the past behind us and start looking forward towards the new world. He meant exactly what he said. Japan has already put the past behind, and it's cutting off its ties to the ghosts that wished to resurrect the militaristic might of the pre-war era. It's been 40 years since the end of the war, and we've contributed to the world in various peaceful ways. We have a strong alliance with the United States, and our nation has established its position in the world affairs well enough. We have kept our promise to forever renounce war and nuclear weapons, and we are known as a nation of peace. In this coming century, our presence and influence will grow even larger. The Alphabet Project and the main sponsor of the Iri Institute are a group of people who want to develop a weapon that would act as deterrent to the nuclear weapons which Japan is forbidden to own. So they've come to the Iri Institute, one of its branch organizations, to tell us Japan has now renounced nuclear arms. So the Iri Institute will be facing a strong, cold headwind from now on. The roll of the die that came up with one on that stormy day had reappeared. I won't let the result of a die affect me. The power of my will won't be beaten by some god's roll of the dice. Therefore, we are going to restructure the Alphabet Project to one that is more suitable for this day and age. This new Alphabet Project will be tasked with figuring out the best way for this country to achieve a larger presence in world affairs, not through materialistic means, but through peaceful measures like international trade and economic developments. All of the people who hold tremendous influence in the politics and economy of Japan were born before the war, so naturally they want to regain the glory of pre-war Japan. The very idea that we can win next time if we research the new bomb that defeated us in itself is a specter of the war. No, everyone already realized that. It was just that no one could speak out against the grandstanding elders that owned their gratitude towards. Soon, the old will wither away, and the new generation will take control. Uncle Koizumi was, in a way, the last remaining pillar for the old generation. His death has a chance for the new generation to step in. The things they couldn't argue openly are now being discussed. They've pointed out that, from the beginning, the Alphabet Project was created for the personal satisfaction of a small group of people, and it sucked money out of the treasury. And so, the new generation of politicians have taken over the old. Therefore, everything the Alphabet Project was sponsoring will have to be re-revised. Of course, the Iri Institute is one of those subsidiaries. We hope that you'll understand and respond amicably. I understand. We can't do research without our sponsors, after all. We'll give you our full cooperation. Iri responded appropriately, but he's obviously bewildered. The best equipment and staff are being provided to the Iri Institute. In other words, our research requires a huge amount of money. For those with no interest in Hinamizawa syndrome, they probably won't be able to understand why that much money is being put into the research of disgusting parasites. If they're simply going to revise our budget, that would be fine. We were receiving more than enough money. That would naturally be adjusted. It hurts, but we can endure. That's what I thought. But if just enduring it was enough, it wouldn't be a 1 on the die. So, even in that sense, this is definitely a roll on the die coming up as a 1. Anyway, the new board of directors was inaugurated back in April, and they are outlined in the new policies on all projects. For more details, please look at the papers I'll be handing out. His papers were then passed around. He started to go over the details, but I read through quickly so I could learn about their stupid decisions first. The Edie Institute has made a great headway in uncovering the mystery of the Hinamizawa syndrome, as well as creating a cure for the disease. The board of directors is extremely pleased. We recognize this is due to the unceasing efforts of Dr. Edie and all the staff at the Edie Institute. Thank you. Even while he received their congratulations, a tense atmosphere surrounded me and Edie. It's customary to start the conversation in the opposite way you're planning to take it before delving into your main point to convey. If the main issue is something good, then start with something bad, or vice versa. The Edie Institute had 2 main intentions. One was to study the disease and hopefully find a cure. The other is to research the possibility of utilizing the disease for military applications. The new board of directors has decided to put a stop on the latter immediately. In this day and age, researching biological weapons is an Achilles heel for Japan. The Edie Institution must cease all related research and destroy any results. I understand. I will comply. Edie replied with that immediately. Edie was assertive about finding a cure, but was never even remotely interested in researching the disease's use for military purposes, so I'm sure he has no qualms about concurring with such demands. But I don't agree. Because our research will be more limited if we're just trying to find a cure. To me, finding the cure is simply a byproduct of my larger goal of discovering everything about the syndrome. Also, regarding the Erie Institution, we have decided to have you wrap up your work within the next 3 years. Your budget will decrease gradually as well. Oh, wait, please! We've only recently figured out anything about this syndrome, and there's more we have to learn in order to create a better cure. We're making progress, but I can't guarantee that we'll come up with a complete cure within 3 years. That's the understanding of the board that the Erie Institute has already completed enough research to develop a cure. The Erie Institute has already completed the C117 vaccine and has a great deal of clinical data. No, it's not even close to being completed. It's still only a prototype, and we are far from being able to see a cure for all the villagers. Debating the end of our research at this stage can only be described as absolutely positively reckless. I'm surprised that Edie objected. I thought that was Takano. Thanks to him, I didn't have to say anything. But if Edie hadn't objected, I'm sure I would have shrieked in protest. In other words, the Edie Institute is not yet capable of curing all the people who are infected or to fully eradicate the syndrome. Is that correct? Yes. Of course, curing all the villagers and eradicating the syndrome will be possible in the future, and that's our ultimate goal. But I need more time, and of course funding to do that. Our goal is to investigate, find a practice that works, and establish it as a product. This isn't a job where you can follow a blueprint to create something with certainty in a set time frame, so we hope that you'll avoid following this misconception. Please, we killed people to be able to do this research. I guess Edie speaks out when he needs to, and what he's saying is absolutely right. Research isn't something guaranteed to produce results with money and time, but I disagree with some of the things he said. He's objecting about the time and the money, and he's basically agreeing to limit our research only towards finding a cure for— there we go! For Hinamizawa syndrome. I was like, okay, I see the bonks. Where is the bonks?
Hello, Hina. How you doing today?
That won't do. We won't unravel any mysteries that way. At that rate, the discovery of Hinamizawa syndrome won't be recognized as my grandfather's achievement! Bye! See you guys! I'll take some water up here. There we go. I'm now covered in cherry blossoms. Very bonked. We won't... at this rate, the discovery of Hinamizawa syndrome won't be recognized as my grandfather's great achievement. Yeah, the huge heckin' throw. It used to be much smaller, and it's like, no, you need to make this huge. I see. I think I see your point. Our main purpose here is to dispose of the fact that this research was conducted for military purposes, so we must forever hide the fact that research was conducted on the strange disease called Hinamizawa syndrome, as well as hide its existence. If you eradicate the disease without anyone ever learning about it, then we will give you the time and funding you require. But we'll discuss more about that later. Is that acceptable? Yes, I have no problem with that. Then, please submit a plan and budget proposal for eradicating the syndrome in secrecy. We'll do our best on our part to approve your proposal. Thank you. I'll work on it immediately. Please don't misunderstand that this is our intention to halt the research immediately. We want to see the best possible outcome for your work. Please understand that. Yes, of course. I skipped that. I don't know why. Of course, I understand. Okay. While I was listening to their conversation, I was still dumbfounded with something they said. Eradicating the syndrome in secrecy. In other words, it would have to be as tough as Hinamizawa syndrome never existed, or as though, not tough. So my grandfather's name will never be revered by anyone. The sound of rustling papers and hushed proceedings filled the meeting room, but I only heard the ticking clock as I clutched my sweating palms. So they also mentioned the C-117, so we should be able to go to, I think Deja Vu is what it was called? Which was, yeah. Hey, Nakagawa-kun. Long time no see. Still at it lately? You know that. Or, you know, that. No, not at all. It's no fun getting old. You've got to concentrate when you work with clay. If you put it off for a long time, your senses get dull, and there's no point. I don't know who's talking. Sensei, allow me to introduce someone. This is Major Takano. Very nice to meet you. Thank you for taking your time to meet with me today. I truly appreciate it. Oh, I really didn't make time for you, actually. I was told that I could have some good raw sea urchins. Sea urchins are good for you, don't you know? Rich in vitamin A, and they are good for your skin. Women like sea urchins, right? It is true that sea urchins are rich in vitamin A, but compared to spinach, it's not anything that's worth making a fuss about. Well, none of that matters right now. He just seems like an unpleasant man, so I wanted to criticize him. These men are the directors of the Alphabet Project who control the funding of the Edie Institute. They are also people who are in the position of being able to offer their opinions to these directors. To put it in a simpler way, they are the new owners of the Edie Institute. Although not as much as Uncle Koizumi was, they are also leaders and influencers in various fields. I have to be careful not to upset them, and therefore there's no way I would have the ability to call them in. By using the influence that the Koizumi faction once had, I finally managed to get this chance. Uncle Koizumi, who gave me his full support and made everything go on his way, is not here anymore. I'm on my own from this point on, and I will open up a path. But this stage doesn't belong to me today. I can't let people who offered me this chance lose faith, and so I have to wait patiently until it's my turn. My primary objective today is to explain what a prominent research subject the Hinamizawa syndrome is, and acquire an indefinite extension for our research. They only ever think about money, so they aren't even realizing the hidden potential of Hinamizawa syndrome. They don't recognize that it's worth spending a lot of money on. This is not mere research on the existence of unknown parasite, but something that may overthrow the basic foundations of anthropology. A Nobel Prize wouldn't even be enough. It won't be easy trying to explain all that to men who don't know anything about any of it, but I have to. That's why I spent many hours making this straightforward support documents. Sometimes we make documents confusing on purpose because we don't like dealing with uneducated people, but this time it's different. I can't look down at them. I must sincerely try to make them understand. And the accessible support documents are there in a huge pile. It feels like we're wasting time eating traditional Japanese food in such a relaxed mood. I want to get to the point and explain to them in detail so they can understand. But there is the saying, luck lies in the last helping. I have to be patient right now. And now I want a dish with rice. To be frank, I thought the Alphabet Project we've seen wasn't that good. In the end, it's been nothing but a sandbox for the old men with their heads still stuck in the Pacific War. Nothing but a sandbox for those old men to craft their dreams of Imperial Japan's revival with money that isn't theirs. Do you know how much public funding was wasted on those delusions? From what I've heard, there are already prosecutors poking people like Okuno-sensei and trying to pin embezzlement on the old board of directors. That's what you get for trying to suck up to those old men. Of course, none of it can be made public, so I guess they'll be held responsible or demoted in another form. This is what the country gets for letting those ghosts of the war run around freely all this time. Boy, these grilled sea urchins are fantastic! Well, this is harsh. I realize it's extremely difficult to ask this of you all when you feel this way, but might I have a moment of your time? You're from the Iridi Institute, aren't you? You're researching some kind of local disease in Nago or Gifu, right? What's going on down there? The board has decided to halt the research for military application. The research projects itself to wrap up within 3 years as well. Oh, no, sorry. That's still being discussed. Anyhow, our work is scheduled to be shut down within a few years. Ah, yes, I remember now. The Iridi Institute had a bad reputation even among the old board of directors. After all, it sucked up huge funds with barely any inspections. I don't know why, but someone high up kept pushing for it for some reason. Because of that, nobody could really say anything about it and was left alone. But you know, that guy loved to flirt around with women, so maybe that had something to do with it. Is he implying that I slept with Uncle Koizumi? He's insulting both of us, but I held my anger in. I can't let myself be bothered by something like this. Anyway, today I would like to explain to you the details of our Institute's research and ask you to consider your decision. I truly appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedule to attend this meeting today. Well, I guess they don't give out free sea urchins for nothing, huh? I explained to them how much the Hinamizawa syndrome mattered while being very careful not to go too fast. I tried to let them know that the syndrome's potential is not limited to small things like military applications, but is much more meaningful than that. It may explain ideology and religion. It may even shake the very definition of a human being. I took my time to explain as slowly and clearly as possible. I'm not confident that all of that had gotten through these boorish men, but I'm happy if they understood even just a part of it. As long as they understand how much of a magnificent discovery Hinamizawa syndrome really is. Thank you, Major. I see. We would like to discuss amongst ourselves, so could you please excuse yourself? Yes, thank you. Obviously, they can't discuss in front of me. I left all the documents with them. All I could do now was hope that they viewed them favorably. I left the room and closed the sliding door. The room next is a preparation room, so I was to head there. But I stopped. I shouldn't have done it, but I tried to listen through the sliding door. Well, I don't know what to say. I feel sorry for everyone on the previous board of directors. I know how you feel. Koizumi-sensei pushed this so strongly. I met him once before, when he was founding director of Paramaceuticals. He seemed like a very intelligent person to me. I guess you just can't win against age. It makes you realize how important it is for humans to know when to pull out. But it is a fact that this very rare disease called Hinamizawa syndrome really exists, so not everything is a delusion. I hear the Iridi Institute has already succeeded in identifying the disease and developing a treatment. Isn't that enough? In modern Japan, we have to be careful with things that might make neighboring countries nervous, and military-related issues are the most sensitive ones. So at the very least, we must erase the fact that research for military purposes has been going on for the past few years immediately. Is that separate from simply discontinuing the military research then? Yes. Even if we stopped it immediately, the fact that this Hinamizawa syndrome was being researched in order to create a biological weapon remains. We should hide that fact no matter what purpose the research ends up being used for. If possible, it would be best if Hinamizawa syndrome just disappears. That's true. If the disease remains, then sooner or later someone will become curious about it and dig up the hole we filled. I think we should follow the decision of the board of the directors, and as soon as the Iridi Institute eradicates the disease, we should have them destroy all evidence of their work before disbanding. I guess that's for the best. It's not even a matter of a Nobel Prize. It's just useless for post-war Japan. Besides, this disease has existed for hundreds of years, right? We've made it this far without any problems. From the start, I thought this amounted to a little more than just poking around in the bushes. Me too. I don't doubt the existence of the syndrome, but Dr. Takano, who discovered the disease, is exaggerating more than a little. He had quite a unique interpretation of things. First of all, I'd never heard of a parasite that's capable of controlling someone's thoughts. It's just too much. If we tried to explain religions with this, then Buddha, Christ, all those people would be... what was it again? Queen carriers? If we tried exposing something like this, we'd be attacked by every nation on the planet. Religion is pretty scary nowadays. If there are parasites that live in human brain, or in animal brains, then I guess we can say that there are parasites that live in human brains too, but for them to control human thoughts? That's a bit too unique, no? As I peeked in through the gap in the sliding door, I became trapped with an unbelievable sense of déjà vu. This was my first time experiencing this, but it doesn't feel that way. I don't know why, but the memory is sad and so painful. Huh? Huh? Why? Tears? Before I realized it, I saw a very nostalgic carpeted room on the other side of the sliding door instead of the room coated in tatami mats. The room was filled with the smell of dust, mixed with the smell of some evaporated medicine, but it's very soothing to me just the same. And there is my grandfather. His article that he poured his heart into was made a mockery of, yet he wasn't even allowed to cry. This isn't a delusion, because within the documents I left with these men, there are a lot of references to the article my grandfather wrote. I'm not surprised for my grandfather to be standing right there, explaining it to them himself. Together with my tears from seeing the sight of my beloved grandfather, I watched these men insult and belittle his masterpiece. I've seen this sight before, and this sight should have ended there. But why is it repeating before my eyes? I could only blankly peek through the sliding door at this strange world where reality and illusion overlap. The Major is a little strange, and Koizumi-sensei, who believed in something as ridiculous as this, is a little strange too. But the strangest one out of all is the person who wrote this article in the first place. It blends together expectations and delusions, and looks more like fiction than a thesis. I think this will be a big hit once it gets published, you know? You're absolutely right. I have a friend who's in the head of the publishing company. I bet he'll love this. This is not a laughing matter, gentlemen. A huge amount of money was poured into this over the past few years. The worst thing is the equipment used to gas the villagers in case of an emergency has already been procured. Our people must never learn about this. For such a plan to exist is scary enough, but if people find out about this equipment, the whole country will turn against us. On top of that, the cost to maintain this equipment is enormous. You don't really think it's being maintained, do you? Surely this whole project is some kind of money laundering scheme. What did they say anyway? If one girl dies, the whole village will go crazy at once? What comic book is this? Exactly. Someone actually believed such a childish story and put a huge amount of money into it. Now that's crazy. What's truly ridiculous is that someone actually took these documents seriously. As he said that, he placed the documents down with an exaggerated gesture. Actually, I could say he slammed them down, because the papers ended up scattered all over the floor. You're too right! Excuse me. I need to use the bathroom. One of the men stood up and stepped on the papers. And they weren't the papers on the tatami mats, but the ones on the carpet. Right there, I can see my grandfather filled with heart-rending sadness. Yet he can't let it show in his face. Grandfather's expression didn't change, yet it seemed distorted to me. I could see the walls of my grandfather's study crumpling and twisting behind him. I jumped into the room. I grabbed onto the man's legs. I don't hate him. No, it's not whether I hate him or not. Sure, I hate him, but that's not it. I just can't forgive the feet stepping on my grandfather's article. Don't! Don't step on them! My grandpa wrote these. Please don't step on them! Sorry. These feet are still stepping on the papers. I tried to make them move, but they won't even budge, as though they've grown roots. So I begged as I grabbed onto his legs. I tried to pull the papers from under his feet, but I can't move his feet. I can't pull the papers. Don't step on them. Don't step on them. My grandpa's... Don't step on them. My sobbing echoed in the silent room, just like I did back then. They really wanting us to take pity on Takano-san. Okay, so let's see. The ant hasn't died yet. He hasn't found the bat yet. Oh, we haven't done that one yet. I thought we did. I guess not.
Oh, I'm a diva.
Maybe we should wrap up for now. I don't think you're in the mood today. Eh? That's not true. Sorry if I gave you that impression. Takano-san has been looking through the viewfinder, but I haven't seen her push the shutter at all. While she came along, I didn't think she was in the mood for bird watching. Takano-san has been depressed ever since the announcement of the new policies at the board meeting the other day. That's understandable. The Idi Institute was created by her in the first place. It was created so that she could devote her life to researching Hinamizawa syndrome. For all that to be tossed aside while being asked to wrap up work within a few years. Of course she's just depressed. I hope the bat shows up in this one, because after this one I don't know where I would go. Besides, she can't even fully spend the rest of the time left on research. Their funding has been cut in stages, and by the end they'll barely be able to finish closing up, let alone research anything. I heard that she's the granddaughter of the late Dr. Takano. Her determination is to finish her grandfather's research is what kept her going until today. Since everything has been going so smoothly until recently, the sudden change in the wind's direction must have been a total shock. The shift in people pulling the strings must be pretty serious. The board of directors was completely changed out, and she heard that the people in the projects influenced by the Koizumi faction were being restructured to set an example. The wind's new direction seems likely to remain for a long time. It's highly unlikely that the Koizumi faction will come back into the powder. Powder? Hello? So no matter what we say, it's almost impossible to expect the same type of support from them. Isn't there something we can do? Takano muttered. Unfortunately, there isn't. There's nothing anybody can do. At first, the board talked about halting the research immediately, but after lots of convincing, they finally agreed to make it a gradual suspension over a few years. The people who helped us when the Iri Institute was first created are the ones who managed that. I see. While it looks like the worst-case scenario, it's actually somebody else's hard-earned victory, huh? 3 years was the best they could do. I tried too, you know. I used your data to try to explain to the board how important this research is. Only 3 more years, huh? Maybe Takano-san didn't understand how hard I tried to convince them, because what she said just tells me the length of time left only really didn't matter to her. The important thing is that her research is being stopped. The fact that I couldn't meet her expectations and made her feel disappointed. As a man, it kinda hurts. The best I can do at this point is route as much funding as possible towards the research so that you can work to your heart's content for the few years we have left. Sorry, I can't do anything else. That's okay. If it's the best you can do, then I'm very happy. Her words hurt me. I wish she'd chosen different ones, but I think that would be asking too much for someone so heartbroken. I must be understanding her pain at a time like this. Besides, I know how close she was to the deceased Koizumi-sensei. She even called him uncle. To her, his death was not just the start of a coup, but a change in direction. She lost a person that who was always looking after her. I'm going to take a sip because I am tripping over my words. Not that it helps that much, but you know. No matter how hard she pushed herself to act villainous, she wasn't supposed to be part of this world. She was just an ordinary woman. But she was intrigued by Hinamizawa syndrome, and she had to find help from someone who had more power than her to be able to continue research on it. The dark side of the world she should have never gotten involved in, extended its hands out to her. She was left all by herself in that world, and she's still trying to put on a brave face. I'm sure Takano-san thinks I'm unreliable. Realistically, I'm not the kind of person who can meet her expectations, nor do I have the power to. The least I can do for her is stay sincere and remain her ally until the very end. Since she had so much room to act, it's harder for her to determine what actions to take when she's cornered. I wanted to believe she wouldn't, but I'm concerned that she might do something drastic eventually. I hope I can help her in that very final moment before she makes her move. But I can't even gain enough trust for her to do that. How pitiful and pathetic. Of course, part of it is, as a man, I want her to rely on me. But that's not really it. She's been abandoned in this world and is all alone. So maybe someone has to be her ally. Oh my gosh. Why does water make me burp? Angie. And if she's the only one who knows about that, then being her ally is my job. I know her too well, so I know that she'll never ask for help. Even if she says it's not unnecessary, someone has to be with her. I know that. I don't really think I'm suited for that job. I'm sure that there are many reliable people out there who are more appropriate for the position than me, but I can't let her be alone until that person appears. Takano-san, I know I'm pathetic and unreliable. What's this all of a sudden? What is it, Jiro-san? But I think I can be of help to you. So... Thank you, but I don't believe that talking to people helps you feel better. Sorry. Though I'm happy to hear that you're concerned. I really am. Oh, okay. That's fine. I'll always be on your side. Please believe that, okay? Of course I will. If you think of a good idea to convince the board, please let me know, okay? Sure. I'll do my best. Why is it? I know she's such a strong person and there's nothing someone like me can do for her. But somehow, I feel like she needs help and support right now. She looks as tough as ever, but only I, who has been taking pictures of her all this time, can tell. A viewfinder, after all, is a window to look into someone's heart. But if I say something like that, she'll tease me again, so I won't. Anyway, I never thought she needed support more strongly than I do right now. She really betrayed him. I think... Although I am excited for later in this chapter, because I remember there was something that happened in the anime that I was like, yo! Because I think since they're all like kind of preparing with me gathering the fragments, it's gonna have him be so where he doesn't die. I'm excited for a specific scene. Okay. So now what? I was thinking like, oh yeah, raw urchin. They were joking about that and it's like big teddy bear required and it's like, that's like so late. Because she's not dead because we don't have the bat. I'm just gonna guess. Okay. I didn't expect it to work. So yeah, if... I'm just gonna break both of these. Are you kidding me? What sins? Oh, his heckin' sin of like, oh man, yeah, if she stays in the hospital, that's fine. Like, that'll be good on me. Oh, but that makes me a sucky brother. Like, I thought it was the sins of him doing a murder. My goodness, okay. My harsh and brutal days are still continuing without end. The situation between my aunt and Satoko remains the same. My aunt yells at Satoko for no reason every night. Although Satoko cries, she still talks back to her. So my aunt's yelling goes on and on forever. Satoko's crying goes on and on too. When Satoko sees me, she grabs onto me. She hides behind my back and tries to ignore my aunt's yelling. She always comes to seek my help. Satoko doesn't open up to anyone but me. So if I don't protect her, she'll be devastated. That security is something our parents didn't grant to Satoko, and I have to be the one to provide it. But every day, day after day, every time Satoko cries, every day, day after day, Satoko grabbed onto me while crying yesterday. I patted her head, but along with pity, a different emotion came to me. I wanted to grasp her head and smash her against the wall. What an unbelievably devilish and awful emotion. No. I can't think that. No, it's not that I can't think that. I just can't acknowledge that feeling. Since that day, there has been someone inside of me. That someone is trying to eat me up from the inside and switch places with me. When Satoko begs for my help while crying, that person tries to make me spill out some awful and hurtful words that are sure to damage Satoko forever. Leave me alone. Don't grab onto me. Go away. No. I can't. To prevent him from taking over my body, I clenched my stomach and drove him out. I managed to do that. But that wasn't it. That person is coming after me, trying to get back inside me. I won't let such a scary thing get back inside of me. He knows that there's no room to slip into my heart as long as I keep it held shut like this. So he stopped trying and instead is following right behind me. He's waiting for me to let my guard down. When I walk, he walks right behind me. He's breathing down my neck. He follows me everywhere, and when I lie down, he stares down at me. He's waiting for the right moment to jump back inside of me so he can hurt Satoko. It's been so hot lately. Maybe the heat is getting to me, and that's why I think things like this. I'm the only family Satoko has, so I'll have to protect her from my aunt for the rest of my life. That's my eternal duty. The rest of my life? Forever? Do I really have to do that forever? If only Satoko. But I'm only her only family, but it's because of my aunt. Because of the villagers, too. It's almost Watanagashi. Some irresponsible people are saying that the curse will once again fall upon Hinamizawa. They're also saying it'll fall upon me and Satoko for sure. Maybe it's just my imagination, but lately the villagers expecting it are giving me especially sharp looks. I feel like I'll be killed on the day of Watanagashi. Of course, there is no reason why I would be killed, and it's just my imagination. Don't come inside of me. Satoko is my only sister in my family, so don't tell me these awful things. Stop, don't come this way. Don't come this way. Okay, I think the slapping is like the feet. Yeah, the footsteps come right behind me, and the hand touched me on the shoulder. Oh, Rena.
Are you okay? Are you?
I must have been acting weird. Rena looked worried. Her name is Rena Ryugu. She just moved here and transferred to my school. Nobody remembers her, but supposedly she lived here in Hinamizawa a long time ago. In fact, she hardly remembers anything about Hinamizawa either. Since Mion is the only other classmate who is my age, I'm glad she's my friend. She usually only carries on happily along Mion, but occasionally she shows more feminine consideration.
Are you feeling okay? Do you want me to take you to the nurse's office? Do you?
Thank you. I'm okay. Do I look sick or something?
Yep.
Her immediate answer made me realize I wasn't myself.
Is it about Satoko-chan? Are you worried?
No, that isn't it. She knows that my problem isn't physical, but a mental one. This is just something I think to myself, but even though Rena seems like a very easygoing person, maybe she's more perceptive than she appears.
Since I just transferred here recently, I may not be able to help much, but I can at least listen. Sometimes talking can help.
Although she just transferred, she already knows quite a bit about me and my sister, and also because of about the situation with the villagers. But talking about it won't solve anything. Actually, if I talk about it, I feel like I'll be admitting to my weakness, which might give that person a chance to get inside of me again.
You were so surprised right now. That's why I thought something really serious was bothering you.
Oh, that. Lately I feel like someone is following me all the time. Stop. I thought that was you. Sorry. I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore.
Footsteps? Following you?
Eh?
I know those. I know those footsteps.
And then they talked about it and had a nice bond, and he was just like, oh my gosh, I'm not going crazy, someone's following me, I need to do an unaliven.
I know it's just...
Okay. So... I want to assume that it's that. Wow. But I don't know if it is or not. I keep forgetting that I need to make the little, like, sound alert thing smaller. I think I did on one of my screens, but I didn't do it on my main screen. Okay. Do you have a part-time job, Satoshi? You don't. Okay. Okay, I'll just load when I find the right one. It's probably that. Yeah. Because we have Satoshi's sins. And the Furude family. The Furude couple definitely died a while ago. School is the children's world. The values of grown-ups don't apply. Children decide their own values and create their own world, so the rules of the grown-up world, of the village, don't mean anything here. Even when the villagers badmouth the Hojo family and try to isolate them, that has nothing to do with our school. In the children's world, children decide the rules. Rules they think are irrational don't exist here. That's why, as the representative for the children here, I vow that I will never let any irrational rules come into this world. Within the school, no harassment is allowed towards the Hojo siblings. In the very beginning, some boys teased Satoko, but they were punished severely, and it hasn't happened ever since. That's the least I can do to resist the madness of the village. So I hope Satoshi and Satoko both feel that the school is a safe place for them. Satoshi must notice my concern, because he often smiles when he's here. However, I never see Satoko smile. Satoko's classmates used to try to cheer her up, but soon after they decided that it was best to just leave her alone. I used to try to talk to her, but when I realized something, I stopped doing that. I'm a member of the Sonozaki family. To Satoko, I'm one of her enemies, so I'm sure she feels uncomfortable to have me around. All I can do is watch over her. That's why Satoko is alone in the classroom. That said, Rika-chan is always hanging around with her, even though Satoko told her that she was annoying. Satoshi, too, is always beside her. These two are the only ones who remain by her side. It isn't limited to Satoko, of course. The malicious isolation is still continuing towards the Hojo family. Because their hysterical aunt is so hostile towards her neighbors, there's nobody who sympathizes with her. It's wise to know that they are fights worth picking, and also fights better set aside. If the aunt had even a little tolerance or self-control, this isolation wouldn't have continued. Of course, the villagers were the ones who forced them into that role, even though they weren't related to the issue. Even if she had stayed quiet, then it wouldn't have gone so far. The aunt's hostility is one thing, but she's dragging everyone in the family into it as well. The uncle and the aunt haven't been getting along, and he hardly comes home, but Satoshi and Satoko are forced to live in shame. The aunt vents her stress by harassing Satoko. This was the same too. The aunt is her guardian, after all, but Satoko doesn't even try to hide her disgust, so things aren't going smoothly between them. If she had behaved like Satoshi, then she wouldn't have been made into a target. So does that mean that the sad life Satoko is living right now is something she caused herself? No, it doesn't. But no matter how much I sympathize with her and how much I want to help her, nobody knows what to do. An apology won't change the situation. The flow can't be reversed. The fact that the Hojo family is ostracized by the entire village can't be changed. That's the horribleness lurking underneath our lives. The neighbors, the village, and the community. Once they become your enemies, the world can become so cruel. Japanese people have known that since ancient times, which is why we cultivated empathy and an obligation to show courtesy to one's neighbors. No matter who I blame, Satoko won't smile, so the only thing I can do is to watch over her and make sure that she's safe when she's at school. Thank you, Mion. Eh? Sorry, what? I just want to thank you for being so concerned about Satoko. Satoshi kind of appears absent-minded, but sometimes he says things as if he can read your thoughts. I tried to deny it since it's out of character for me, but he smiled as if he could tell exactly what I was thinking. Satoko's just forgotten how to smile. When she's at school, she can let go of a little tension for a while. I'm sure she treasures that time. That's basically the only thing that this old man could do for her. That's not true. I really appreciate it. Stop it. You don't need to say that. Besides, my family is the one who's causing all this grief. I don't think it that way. I really don't. I'm not good at reading people's subtle cues, but I know for sure what he just said to me is a lie. Satoshi knows that he and his family are being isolated because of the Sonozakis, and he's, of course, aware that I'm a member of the Sonozaki family too. Satoshi is mature, and that's the only reason he doesn't take it out on me. If he had the same temper as his aunt, he would hate me bitterly. Knowing that, the least I can do is not get close to them. But I'm a meddlesome person, and when I see Satoko looking depressed or Satoshi forcing himself to smile, I have to do something. That might be even more troublesome to Satoshi and Satoko, though. Maybe I just don't understand Satoko's feelings. Why? My family is causing Satoko grief, so for me, a member of that family to hang around her, is that the right thing to do? Sure, that's you being you. What do you mean by that? Are you saying I'm insensitive? I don't mean that. If this atmosphere itself is robbing Satoko of her smile, then only someone who can completely ignore it can bring her smile back. This old man can't tell if you're trying to compliment him or not. You're mean. I'm not ridiculing you, really. I just want you to help. Eh? I can't make Satoko smile again by myself. I need someone like you to help me. But I'm Mion Sonozaki, you know? If I do something insensitive, I might end up hurting Satoko even more. Satoko is already lonely. Are you going to leave her alone too? This is the first time Satoshi had asked me something so aggressively. Satoko is a very important person to him. He's saying he needs my help to make her smile again. But still, no. Maybe he's right. What's going on between the Sonozaki family and the Hojo family is an issue among the grown-ups. We children don't need to care about that. The irrational rules of the grown-ups don't mean anything in our world. So we have to object to the rationality of the grown-up world using methods of my own. Are you sure Satoko won't feel betrayed by me? She may at first, but I'll be with you. I'll be with you, Mion. And she'll open up right away. You think so? Should we do something after school today? If we go home first, my aunt might say something, and we might not be able to leave. Okay, then it's simple. Don't go home first. But if we get home late, she'll ask us what we were doing. Let's see. I know. Why don't you join a club? A club? Yeah. Tell her you're going to an after-school club. Tell her that you're doing something after school before you're going home. There are plenty of people who go out after school before they go home. There'll be no problem. But if we mess up our clothes, our aunt will say, okay, then we'll do something indoors. Then your clothes will stay clean. Indoors? Do you mean in the classroom? But wouldn't Chie-sensei say something? It's possible to play passionately while not going indoors, or going wild indoors. Contrary to my appearance, I love playing games. I've collected some treasures from overseas, too. Some of the manuals are written in English and are a little complicated, while some of them I need someone to play with, so a lot of them are just sitting in the storage room. Do you think Satoko can play those too? Sure! If you don't know the rules, then you can make them up. As long as everyone is following the same rules, it's totally okay. I said it so confidently, but would bringing games from home and asking Satoko to play with us actually make her smile again? What have I got to lose? Maybe I'll bring one of the board games tomorrow. Oh, also, Mion, I have something else I want to ask you. What? This old man is all ears. I am looking for a part-time job. I thought if I could get her a nice birthday present, that might make her feel better. We can go in the next one! Yeah! We know exactly where to go now. Whoa! Oh, and so that'll give us the bat, and then that'll let us unalive the ant, and then that'll let us do the... Oh, yeah! Whee! Okay. Okay. Part-time job. I see. No, you don't need to do that. You're a promising member of the Hinamizawa Fighters. We'll save your spot, so you can come back anytime, okay? I don't know about that, though. I have no idea when I can come back, so I thought I should at least resign for now. Satoshi-kun says he wants to quit the Hinamizawa Fighters. I know very well of Satoshi-kun and Satoko-chan's situation, so I was expecting that he might say this. The relationship between Satoko-chan and her aunt has gotten worse, to the point that it can be considered abuse. When someone from the Child Consultation Center came, of course her aunt behaved herself. Then immediately after, her harassment turned even more vicious. According to the neighbors, the aunt's scolding and Satoko-chan's crying can be heard nightly, and sometimes it goes on past midnight. Satoko-chan's weekly physical checkup results are slowly growing worse, and we're trying to keep her stable by increasing her medication. But unless her relationship with her aunt improves, she's sure to go terminal and sink into madness. Although she isn't the type to become deranged, even at the terminal stage. She's the type who holds everything in, harboring her insanity inside. Just like she pushed her parents off the cliff 2 years ago, Satoko-chan may killed her aunt. Thanks to the mountain dogs, the incident was resolved as an accident and Oishi stepped aside, although he was still suspicious. If something like that happens again around Satoko-chan, he's sure to investigate her mercilessly. I can't do anything more about Satoko-chan's environment changing for worse. So I'm not surprised to hear from Satoshi-kun he wants to quit baseball team so that he can be with his sister more. Actually, I'm starting a part-time job. That's why I can't come to practice. A part-time job? Is there something you want to buy? Yes, it's almost Satoko's birthday. There's a teddy bear Satoko has been looking at, and I want to get it for her. That's right. I remember the birth date on her insurance card. I think it's June 24th, right after the Watanagashi festival. I see. You're such a good brother. I'm sure Satoko-chan will be thrilled. I hope so. I can tell Satoshi-kun is also stressed out. To him, seeing Satoko-chan being harassed is the same thing as being harassed himself. His stress can be released through moderate exercise, such as with sports, and also with plenty of rest. If Satoko-chan is being yelled at nightly, then it's easy to figure out that Satoshi-kun isn't getting enough sleep either. I don't know what kind of job he's starting, but I don't think he'll be able to vent his stress on it. In fact, I don't like the idea of Satoshi-kun taking a part-time job, because he's already so worn out in every way. I asked him if he wanted me to help him pay for the present, but of course he declined the offer. It's a present from him, so he wants to earn the money himself. He's taking this part-time job only to earn enough money to buy Satoko-chan's present, so it'll be a temporary thing. If it's for a short period of time, maybe it won't be that bad. While I want to stop him from working because I don't want him to get even more stressed, since he says Satoko-chan's birthday is near, I don't think I can stop him. Satoshi-kun is determined. If I say any more, I may lose his trust. So I'll have to accept his leave of absence. Oh, Coach? Can I maybe borrow a bat? I absolutely misunderstood his words. Later I found out that he carried around that bat to protect himself, and realized that, even then, he was already showing some dangerous symptoms. He believed that there would be a fourth mysterious death this year, and that he would be the victim. He became obsessed with the idea that someone was after his life. That is a symptom of Hinamizawa syndrome's terminal stage. But although I was involved so deeply with the syndrome, I was careless. A bat? What do you need a bat for? Satoshi had his own bat. So he should have asked if he could take it home, but instead, he asked if he could borrow it. When I think about it now, he said it that way to lighten his guilty conscience, but how could I have known then? Well, although I can't come to practice, I think I'll have a little time to practice swinging on my own. That's great! Sure, please take it with you, but make sure you do it in an open space, okay? If it won't bother your neighbors, it's good practice to hit a hanging tire. Swinging a bat can release stress, so letting him take his bat home will help. That's what I thought. But that was a huge mistake. I realized it only when things were already past the point of no return.
You messed up! You messed up, Edie! You messed up, Edie! Now you have all the guilt.
Okay. So now, we can do the thing with the ant. Bang. We were prepared to respond quickly this year. That was why we were able to start the investigation immediately by securing this crime scene. The victim is the wife of the younger brother of the Hojo couple. She is an extremely suitable target for the 4th year's curse of Oyashiro-sama. She has a horrible reputation among the locals. After the incident, everyone said she deserved to be cursed. I have a general idea of who the culprit must be. It's probably Satoshi Hojo, that innocent-looking kid. There's even a motive. The deceased abused his sister relentlessly, so this would be in revenge for that. Also, when he attended the inspection of the crime scene, he was rather frantic, yet also far too composed, as if he was totally unrelated to the incident. My intuition from many years of police work tells me that 8 or 9 times out of 10, someone who acts like this is the perp. I have no concrete proof, but if I question him and shake him up a bit, I have a feeling he'll confess. For the victim to be so beaten up, the culprit must have some blood on him as well. If we can find that, then we'll have proof. Unless he's a complete fool, I'm sure he's already gotten rid of it by now. If we can find any in the place he says he disposed it in after he fesses up, then we can convince the prosecutor too. This is very insightful as a standalone case. A confession from Satoshi Hojo would end it. Everyone except me must believe that. But if I look at it as part of the series of mysterious deaths, it won't be so easy. Either the 3 families of the village, or the Sonozaki family alone, is directly involved in this. If they are the ones pulling the strings, they must have instigated Satoshi Hojo into committing this crime. If so, Satoshi Hojo is someone who knows way too much about them. The Sonozaki family's actions must remain hidden. If he could connect them to the crime, would they let him run around freely? Satoshi Hojo is a loving brother who cares very much for his sister, and they set him up to kill his aunt as the 4th year's curse. After that, they will eliminate the one person who can connect them to the crime. Satoshi Hojo is not just a simple criminal. He was set up. And after that, my suspicions were confirmed, for he abruptly vanished. He disappeared in such a puzzling way. He didn't run because he was afraid that his crime had come to light. Another culprit came into the picture. He was already arrested for a different crime, and furthermore, he died while in prison. What? Oh, right, the person that was like, oh yeah, I was the one who unalived her. I'm the drug addict person. Yeah, okay. I was confused there for a second. I was like, Satoshi didn't go to jail? He confessed to information only the culprit himself would have known. Therefore, he must be the culprit. But as he's already dead, the investigation was closed. When Satoshi Hojo disappeared a few days after the festival, it's obvious someone didn't want Satoshi Hojo to be connected to this incident. My boss put pressure on me to close the investigation and to file Satoshi Hojo's disappearance as a separate incident. He even handed the case over to a different section. The way this case is closing so rapidly greatly resembles the same trick used 2 years ago with the Hojo couple's accident. There's no doubt that it's the work of someone who could put pressure on the police. As it happens, the Sonozaki family is the only one who can actually exact influence on the police department here in Hinamizawa area. They may think their trails are covered, but this points towards them more clearly than anything. According to my informant, Orio Sonozaki mentioned the 4th year's curse at the family meeting and hinted that she was the one behind it all. Hinting isn't strong enough evidence, but there is no mistaking that Orio Sonozaki is the one pulling the strings. I know there's the one who did it in the old man, but I just can't grab them. The principal offender is still on the loose, but I'm sure he's being sheltered somewhere by the Sonozaki family. I have to locate him and find that missing right arm. I'll return the arm to his grave and make the principal offender and the masterminds both bow before it. However, just like how Satoshi Hojo disappeared, it's possible the principal offender has already been eliminated. I bet he's already been killed and buried somewhere nobody can find him. If that's the case, then that's fine. I'll make the old bag who ordered someone to kill the old man slam her forehead on the ground before his grave. This, I swear. After the 4th year's curse, people are already saying something will happen again next year. Even with all my preparations, I couldn't prevent the incident from happening this time. It's too late if something happens. I must keep my eyes on the core of the village before something takes place. There's a reason why I have to get to the bottom of this by next year. Because I'm retiring. My mother has been wanting to go back to her hometown in Hokkaido, and for a long time she's been asking me to move there when I retire. I feel that's the least I can do for her, so I agreed to move to Hokkaido when I retire. So next year is my last chance to avenge the old man's death. It happened 4 years in a row, so more than likely there will be a 5th curse too. As a result of the series of mysterious deaths, the village has been tightly knit together since the dam protests. They were told that betrayers will be punished in the name of the curse. To the masterminds, that's enough reason to continue with the series of mysterious deaths. According to rumors, this year's victim, the aunt, was cursed because she didn't participate in the Watanagashi festival. There are villagers who believe that if they don't participate in next year's Watanagashi, they'll be cursed. It'll be a huge festival next year for sure. Something will happen. The series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, also known as the Curse of Yashiro-sama. I will avenge the old man. I definitely will. You didn't even get the timer! Or we haven't even heard it be mentioned, so, still have so much to go through. Because I think we finished with, like, Takano's side of the backstory. I think. I could be wrong. Okay, we're gonna save here. Because I think it's been a hot minute. Okay, so what do we have still? Yeah. The village was in an uproar, because the 4th mysterious death in a row, which everyone believed would happen, actually did. Satoko-chan's aunt was killed. All the villagers feel rather satisfied about this incident. saying the curse finally fell on her for being a local troublemaker. But I know the truth. When I saw the beaten-up body at the crime scene, I knew Satoshi-kun was responsible for it. Her abuse towards Satoko-chan was getting worse and worse. Satoshi-kun wanted to protect her, so he brought home a baseball bat. All the signs were there, so I didn't even need to hear from Satoshi-kun. Yet, I couldn't avoid questioning myself. I felt bad for the Hojo siblings, who had no one on their side, so I tried to be their ally. In the end, I failed to be any help to them. The phone rang. It was Satoshi-kun. He's never called me before. What happened? Does he want me to help him? If so, I will. I truly feel that way. Hello, Coach? Sorry for bothering you while you're at work. Oh no, don't worry. What can I do for you? I can't think of anyone else who has a car. A car? Sure, I have one. I'm in front of a toy store in Okinomiya. Not the one owned by me own uncle, but the other one by the dentist's office. Sure, I know where it is. I found a teddy bear for Satoko's birthday, but... it's too big to put on my bicycle. Too big. Satoshi-kun, how big is this teddy bear? I guess he didn't think about it when he went to the toy store on his bicycle. Now he's stuck. That's so typical of him. I can't help but smile warmly. In other words, he can't carry both the bicycle and the teddy bear, so he wants me to come pick him up. I told him I'll be right over, and headed to the toy store in Okinomiya. When I got there, I found that the teddy bear he bought is a lot bigger than I imagined. Oh my! This is huge. There's no way you could put this on your bicycle, huh? The teddy bear is so big that Satoshi-kun can hardly wrap his arms around it. If he puts it on his lap in the passenger seat, he won't be able to see anything. You have to buckle up the bear! We loaded up the bicycle in the back seat and stuffed the teddy bear in the trunk. Boy, it must have been expensive. Yeah, I guess. At first, I thought he was sweating because of the heat, but he's acting oddly. As if he has a high fever and his consciousness is coming and going. What's wrong? Are you feeling okay? I guess. Well, I think I have a cold. That's not good. Do you want to swing by the clinic? I'll give you a checkup. Thank you. When he called earlier, he didn't sound this way. Did he become ill all of a sudden? Why don't you put the seat back? Is it too cold? Are you okay? His face is turning pale. I can tell he has a high fever. Satoshi-kun was pushing himself to buy this teddy bear. A teddy bear this size can't be that cheap. For him to earn enough money in such a short period of time, he must have worked hard and long hours. Maybe he felt relieved now that he got the teddy bear that he wanted to buy. It's not unusual for a person to collapse after reaching his big goal. I'm proud of you for earning enough money to buy such a huge teddy bear. Satoko-chan will be so happy. I hope so. I'm sure she will be. I guarantee it. Our aunt is gone. Our uncle isn't coming back. There's nobody who can hurt her in any way anymore. Right? That's right. There won't be anyone who can hurt her. So you can relax now. Our aunt is gone. Right? She died. Right? Yes, she is dead. I performed the autopsy. There can be no mistake. She'll never abuse Satoko-chan again. Are you sure? Did you really confirm that she's dead? Yes. I sure did. So, even if I see someone who looks just like her, it's not her, right? It's not like she was actually alive and recovered, right? No, that's not possible. She'll never come back to us. Then, look, that lady. She looks like her, but that's not my aunt, right? Right? Satoshi-kun pointed at the oncoming car in fear. Of course, the car passed by so quickly that I couldn't see her face, but no matter how much she looks like her, it's impossible for her to be alive. Look at her! She looks exactly like her! She even looked at me. Calm down, Satoshi-kun. Your aunt is dead. So no matter how much she looks like her, it's not your aunt. But She looks just like her. Look! No, it must be her. It's my aunt. I killed her. I bashed her head in, repeatedly. Why? Why? I can only try to stay calm and drive. Satoshi-kun is losing his cool. He's delusional. He's seeing his aunt coming back from the dead. Then I finally realize Satoshi-kun is displaying symptoms of the terminal stage. I need to examine him once I get to the clinic. It's different from Satoko-chan's case. We already have the cure. We can treat Satoshi-kun. If I talk to the mountain dogs, he'll take care of the murder of his aunt. So I can both save him from going terminal and give him back his peaceful days with Satoko-chan. He was deranged until just a minute ago. But now he's gone quiet. My throat's dry. What the heck? Oh, I need to cough. Give me a second. There we go. I'm good now. He didn't fall asleep. I must get to the clinic while Satoshi-kun remains in this calm state. There's no guarantee that he won't attack me while I'm driving. As if he knows what is going through my mind, Satoshi-kun spoke to me quietly. Coach, is this the curse of Oyashiro-sama? There is no curse. Please try to stay focused. Satoko. Sorry. Until just before I bought the teddy bear, I was thinking about running away. That's why Oyashiro-sama got angry. A failure as a big brother. You don't need to say anything. Close your eyes and get some rest. We'll get to the clinic soon, and then I'll give you some medicine, okay? I feel like there are maggots in my blood. It itches. Don't scratch! Don't claw at your throat. Maybe if I sip some of this, my throat will feel better. We arrived at the back door of the clinic. I slammed the brakes and stopped the car. Satoshi-kun has already started to claw at his throat. I can't stop him by myself. I asked for some help through the intercom. Yeah, rip Satoshi. Some staff members came out immediately. Maybe Satoshi-kun was surprised to see so many people at once because he started to resist. I don't even need to run tests. He's at L5. He's reached the terminal stage, and his thoughts must be filled with illusions. Maybe he thinks that the staff members want to kill him. The staff members pinned his arms and legs down and gave him a shot to put him to sleep. Coach, please, help me. Don't worry, I'll make you better, so please relax. Coach, please, take care of Satoko. Please take care of Satoko. After saying these words, he fell unconscious. My, what's going on? Satoshi-kun suddenly displayed symptoms. Considering the amount of stress he's been under, it was just a matter of time. Or maybe he was holding it back until he bought the teddy bear. It's interesting that somehow we always find a live specimen around Watanagashi. Do you think it's the curse of Oyashiro-sama? I don't have time to listen to her nonsense.
But yeah, now y'all know where Satoshi went.
Okay, I know where we can go. I want to just make sure that we... Technically, I think we can go here? But Wait, vitamin A. Did we do that? Because I know we have the raw sea urchin, but I don't know if we have vitamin A. I think we do. I'm gonna look here just in case. Okay. We haven't heard this track for a while. I don't know what to do. My name is Ichiro Maeba, and I am hopelessly lost. I came to Hinamizo on a tour to find a lot for a vacation home. When the realtor finished explaining some details, he told us to take a walk until the departure time. Such a beautiful scenery and fresh air. I let my senses guide me, and here I am. Where am I? I still have a little time before the departure, but I am completely lost. This is basically the middle of nowhere, but people actually do live here. If I keep walking, I should run into somebody. Then I could ask for directions. Don't worry. The only thing I need to keep in my mind is the departure time of the bullet train. But the more time passes, the more I start to think that I'm being too optimistic about running into somebody. Because I can't find anybody at all. Maybe I'm walking further and further away from where people are, in which case I am in serious trouble. So upon hearing someone's voice, I feel immensely relieved. It sounds like little girls are playing nearby. If it's a place where little kids can play, it must be a safe village. I followed these voices. Upon rounding the wild Palma's grass, I can see a beautiful field. 2 girls are playing there. The 2 girls are dancing in the field, filled with blooming wildflowers. What I'm seeing is more beautiful than all the great works of art I've ever seen put together. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but this looks holier than any religious painting. Why was it that seeing innocent girls dance around like this makes people feel this way? It's probably because we're sinners. We can't live with pleasure and glory alone. We sin even as we live. That's why we feel awed by the sight of innocence. It reminds us of the time that we were pure. We grow up naturally, and we lose innocence as we do. And we admire and adore the children who symbolize that which we've lost.
Beep. There's a suspicious person who's mumbling some weird stuff over there. Hello. Because that's not a suspicious person. Eh? Ah.
Sorry. I'm not suspicious.
But you've been staring at my chest and legs. Meepa?
No, I'm not. Don't turn me in. I really wasn't staring. I was using this mirror to fix my hair.
I don't know what you're talking about, but it sure looks interesting. Like father, like son.
The girls teased me for a while, and then they got tired of doing so. They went back to dancing around. Realizing that whatever I said would backfire, I decided to leave them alone and sat down to watch them play. I wonder how old they are. They seem rather young, but maybe they could be close to Keiichi's age. If we move here, Keiichi might meet them at school. If he would see them at school, then they were girls that lived here. If all the children in Hinamizo are like them, then even if living in a rural life may have some challenges, there's a good reason for us to move here. We're not very good parents. We didn't understand what Keiichi was going through, and we left him alone until the very end. According to the parenting book I bought, the first few problems are calls for help. It doesn't matter what the action itself is, but the fact that those actions are occurring is a primitive appeal from the children seeking communication. Humans can speak, and that's one of the reasons we don't notice such signs. We can only hear words through our ears, and we can only sense the signs coming from our son's heart. Keiichi probably thinks it's all his fault. Of course, he's not absent to blame. Humans aren't dogs or cats. We should know what's right and what's wrong. But it's our fault too, as his parents, to let him think that he had to go that far for us to be able to understand him as being really pathetic and disappointing of us. If we had understood him and hadn't cornered him, Keiichi wouldn't have done that. So the incidents aren't only Keiichi's fault. Everyone in the Marbata family was to blame. I want to explain that to him, but he's still too young and hot-headed to be able to understand. Right now, the guilt he's feeling is basically crushing him under this weight. He doesn't even have the will to live. My wife is the same. She's blaming herself for forcing him to study for better grades. She thinks that's why the incidents took place. And I'm no different. I'm blaming myself for not being involved in my son's education. I think that's why the incidents took place. The cross will be forever on our shoulders, even after the injured child accepts our apologies. Yet, our cold society will tell us to die under the weight of that cross. Even so, we have to live. We have to accept our sins and carry our burdens on our shoulders. Maybe we can start a new life here in this village. I thought about all of that as I watched the girls dance. Keiichi needs friends like them. Friends like those girls will offer him so much more than the friends who only talked about cram schools and exam results. The girls are playing near a sign that doesn't fit into this open field. It's a sign about lots for sale, and the name of the realtor who brought me here for the tour is written on it. Does that mean we can live even in this beautiful area if we want to? One of the girls spoke as if reading my mind.
This is a wonderful village. You'll find lots of things that you don't have in the big city.
Yeah, that's right. I think so too.
But I think you'll bring some things from the city to this village that we don't have.
Do you have anything?
Sure you do. Hello! We've lived in this village for hundreds of years just like this. Nobody comes to visit and nothing happens. And so, nothing ever changes.
Isn't that what's good about this place?
Didn't you come here because you wanted to change something?
Yeah, you're right about that.
We want new people to come here too. It's like breaking the dam that keeps the swamp water from flowing out. Water is purified by moving. If it stays motionless, then it's just a swamp. In fact, this village used to be named after the swamp up until the Meiji era. But the name has changed to Hinamizawa, and the water in the swamp stagnates because it doesn't flow. But the water in the stream stays fresh. Besides, you are the ones who will teach us that dams can be broken, should be broken.
Are they playing riddles with me? I have no idea what they're trying to say. But there's one thing I know. The villagers are waiting for new people to come here, and they want to build a future with those newcomers. I looked at the sign behind the girls one more time, so that I'd remember this place. I've already decided.
We'll be waiting for you to move here. Naibara?
Oh, there you are. Sir, how did you get this far out? A raspy voice from the distance ended this innocent moment. It's the realtor. I guess he's been looking for me because I didn't return. Sorry about that. I got lost. I apologized while scratching my head. I turned around to look for the girls, but they weren't there anymore. It's very interesting with the fact that the dad was able to see Hanyu. And I know it's basically Hanyu is supposed to be looking like appearing in real life in this chapter. But they can only travel back to, 2 weeks. And she's definitely been, like not seeable by the other characters in the same line of events. So are you gonna explain that to us, Igarashi? Okay, the tea set I don't think has happened. But I've been wrong before. Because I know we can go to this one next. I don't know if the revenge has happened, but we'll look at Keiichi. I guess the tea thing did happen. I feel like the rest of the stream is going to be the fragments. But we'll have some of the actual fragments instead of just the little backstory stuff. This is the school? Yeesh, this really is the sticks. Keiichi, don't say stuff like that. The people in this area love coming here. That was my first impression of the Hinamizawa branch school. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like a school at all. It even has a sign that says Hinamizawa Forestry Service. You're right. We're borrowing the building from the Forestry Service, said the man that they called the principal as he laughed heartily. Although it doesn't look like it, it is in fact a school. The rules may be a little different from the one you went to previously, though. Are you okay with that? Yes. I heard all the grades were put in the same classroom in this school. I didn't believe it, but I think it's really true. You're all younger than I am, so I guess it'll be like kindergarten. Though, it'll be interesting compared to my previous school where everyone looked the same age. If you transfer here, you'll be the oldest boy in the class, so you'll have to be a good role model for the younger students. Those younger students have the tendency to copy bad habits from the older ones. I'll be keeping my eye on you too, so make sure you're aware of that, okay? I understand. I'll do my best. Keiichi, what she means is that textbooks aren't the only thing you learn from. As a member of this class, and also as an older student, you have to be a good example. I know that already. After that, Chie-sensei brought us to an empty classroom and showed me where my desk would be. Since we're all still growing, I'm sure our sizes are very different. There are some desks that are way too small for me to even put my legs under, and also some that are just perfect for me. There are approximately 30 desks in here, but since all the different grades are in the same room, I'm sure it's very lively. There's also a wall full of calligraphy and art from different grades. It's all pretty exciting, nothing like my previous school. It reminds me of the days when I truly enjoyed my school life. Dad, I like it here. I like the school better than the other one in town. I think my son likes it here. I want him to go to the school too. I see. The school in Okinomiya has more resources and better teachers, though. Even while saying that, Chie-sensei looked happy to hear that the new student would be transferring into her class. Pardon me. My father and the teachers went back to the teacher's office to get the transfer process going. In the meantime, I decided to stay in the classroom and look around. I didn't care about the move. I've lost the will to live because of what I did. I didn't have any willpower, and I couldn't even get out of bed, so when my parents told me about the move, I thought that wouldn't change anything. But after the move, something did change. I want to restart my life. I want to restart my life and become someone I've always wanted to be. Here in Hinamizawa and at the school, I can do that. I'm not going back to who I was. I'll never again think that good grades are the most important thing in this world. I have a feeling that I can learn the things that are really important in life here at the school. I never had a chance to learn them before now. It's almost embarrassing to put into words, but they're extremely valuable things. And if you don't learn them, you won't become a decent adult. The students at this school learned them a long time ago. To them, they're given. Yet, I have to spend time learning about them, even at this age. How to make friends. How to play with friends. To play. Things you can only learn from play. Things like socializing with others, etc., etc. It seems so easy, but it'll take me a while to learn them. I pushed those things aside and devoted myself to studying. I'm not trying to say studying isn't important, but you shouldn't become blinded by it. If someone says studying and good grades are the most important things in life, he's talking bullshit! So I can restart my life here at the school. Finally, I become someone I've always wanted to. I noticed two girls looking at me in through the window. The schoolyard must also be a playground for these children, because I saw a lot of them playing there earlier. I guess these two noticed me walking around the classroom and became curious. I guess that's natural. I'm a stranger to them. Should I say hello and let them know that I'm starting school next Monday?
Finally! I've been waiting for so long. Ow. This will change things, because Keiichi is the 6 on the dice. Yes, he is, but his die rolls one far too often. Ow. That's not Keiichi's fault, though. It's all your fault, Hanyu. It's because of you. Apologize to Keiichi. Ow.
Eh? Do you know my name? She said my name, didn't she? Did I hear her wrong? I've never met her before.
Mipa? Are you the newest student?
Nice to meet you. I'm Keiichi Maibara. I'm starting next Monday. Take care of me, okay?
Ow. Sure thing. Here is a message for you, Keiichi, from the Shrine Maiden of the Furude Shrine. On your first day, be careful when you come through the door of the classroom. Also, there'll be a thumbtack on the back of your chair. There'll be a toy frog in your desk, too. But even with this warning, you fall for it again and again. Your Monday is going to be disastrous. Poor Keiichi.
That's why it's fun.
Why don't you try overcoming that fate sometime? You'll be the one to teach us that. In one of the many worlds, right?
Huh? I'll be reminded of the prophecy made by the two girls next Monday because of the actions of the Snaggletooth girl. I'll realize it too late, though. But I like it here. My name is Keiichi Maibara. This is my new beginning, and this time I'm going to enjoy it to the fullest. I've been missing out on so much, but I'm going to learn all of these things here. I'm going to absorb all of it, and I'll become someone I've always wanted to become. It may take a very long time, but I'll definitely do it. I am hungry. I should have eaten a better food before stream. Ooh, we got the newspaper now. Okay, so I believe this is the next one. You'd think it's this one, but we haven't gotten the Revenge of Takano. I don't think. I'm gonna save just in case. Because this will tell us immediately. Yeah. Because yeah, I knew that we didn't have the thing for Takano, so it must be in the car that the thing for Takano happens, I believe. I believe!
I'm gonna have some food snacks, so don't... I'm gonna open the bag a little ways away and also talk, so that way you guys can't hear it all that well, hopefully. I don't know, you probably can hear it pretty well. My mic picks up everything.
My grandfather's articles were trampled on. We have proof as clear as the pathogen causing Hinamizawa syndrome, so why can't they believe in its life cycle? Because they've never heard of that before? Because they can't imagine it? Because there's no way something so absurd could be true? Don't tell me that. I can't bring myself to care about the limits of those commoners' understandings. Why can't anyone believe that the truth of my grandfather's article, which has been proven by the Erie Institute? Why do people continue to believe that humans are a special existence? Humans are simply a species of animal. When various parasites that control their human hosts exist, how can people declare parasites that use humans as their hosts don't? Wait, this isn't the problem. Not at all. Because everyone believed my grandfather's article up until now. Isn't that why the Ministry of Health and the Defense Agency lent me their assistance? But out of nowhere, they turned cold. In other words, every bit of their help was because Uncle Koizumi had my back. So, nobody actually read my grandfather's article? Did they just pretend to in order to make Uncle Koizumi happy? What is the meaning of everything I've done up until today? I thought I'd achieved something, but what have I really accomplished? I don't know what's going on, and all I can do is wallow in grief. The more I think about it, the more I can no longer understand the meaning of my own life. Didn't Mio Takano devote her life to being useful for her grandfather? Then, I haven't done anything for him at all. Count 3 with my grandfather, and I go on to count 4. What a crazy thing to say. No. If I let my mind wander, I doubt myself and my life will slip in. So, I'm just going to fill the gap in my heart with alcohol. Is it that strange to presume the existence of something that can influence human thoughts? It's true that Hinamizawa syndrome isn't the actual cause of ideology. The best it can do is drive people mad. Socialism or capitalism didn't originate with it. In the era my grandfather was living, you couldn't talk about the world without ideology. The article came from that time and age. So some of its inferences may be exaggerated or biased, but it's no reason to deny its foresight. You can't simply say it's crazy and push it aside. Besides, the most important thing they ignored us is the fact that Rika Furude, the Queen Carrier, holds the fate of the village in her hands. My grandfather had predicted the importance and danger of the Queen Carrier since beginning the research of Hinamizawa syndrome. But the hypothesis of the infected community collapsing into madness if the Queen Carrier dies it's Pandora's box that can't be proven. It can only be confirmed after Rika Furude's death, and if she dies, it'll be too late. But there's no mistake that Rika Furude is the Queen Carrier, and a very special existence. It's clear from the various experiments that we've performed that she has a special influence on the infected villagers. Her death can really trigger the collapse of the entire village. And that's no mistake. My grandfather predicted it. To say all of that sounds like a comic book. It's just too cruel. For them to call the various preparations we've made to protect her a fictional project that was turned into tunnel funds. What I'm doing now is simply what my grandfather was going to do. Therefore, insulting my research is the same as insulting my grandfather. According to my grandfather's article, the first thing that needs to be done when researching the syndrome is to protect the Queen Carrier. Yet they ridiculed that even more than anything else. The more I think about it, the more their words stick in my memory. I can almost hear their voices, and I can't stop myself from covering my ears. I'm sure the members of the board of directors think I'm crazy. I was trying to petition for the Erie Institute to not be shut down, but it backfired. The members must think that Hinamizawa syndrome is some kind of joke, and I'm sure they'll push even harder not to put a stop to our research. If that happens, I will have to go back to researching as an individual. In other words, the same as my grandfather did. There's a limit to what an individual can do. It's doubtful if we can even be able to go back to researching it individually. Once the Erie Institute is disbanded, everyone is obligated to keep it confidential until we die. I signed a contract to that extent. That's not just a simple promise. If I were to break it, a simple unit like the Mountain Dogs would come after me to ensure that I can keep everything confidential. Even if it doesn't happen, the IDI Institute is to eradicate the syndrome within a few years and to bury every trace of it, including the results of our research. This isn't the normal process of research and treatment. They want to pretend nothing ever happened to begin with. I want to continue and complete my grandfather's work, but what happens now will result in the complete opposite. I'm actually helping to eliminate my grandfather's hard-earned research from this world. The treatment has been created already. Although Iri is as passionate as I am about developing a cure, he's not particularly interested in any other aspect of our research. I hate to admit it, but he has more experience and talent than I do. I'm sure I'll come up with a plan for eradicating Hinamizawa syndrome within 3 years as requested by the new board of directors. And when that board of directors will provide just enough funds to bury the syndrome, Iri will do that happily. Just like the time when he disposed of all the research data on test medicine H170 as was requested. All I can do is passively hinder them. And just like they did me, while watching the Hinamizawa syndrome get eradicated. And when everything is over, I will finally complete an article which is destined to be destroyed. Should I kill myself with thoughts of it in my head so that I can at least present the article to my grandfather? He won't be happy even if I did that. On the contrary, he'll be disappointed in me for throwing the research he spent half of his life on down the drain. He won't embrace me, I know that for sure. I wanted to reveal Hinamizawa syndrome to the world. I wanted the world to acknowledge my grandfather's masterpiece. I wanted to carve his name in history and promote him to a god. My grandfather waited, believing that day would come. And he would be patiently waiting still, even after entering his eternal sleep. But I ruined it. I wanted him to become a god. I was going to become a god myself, too. Then we will be together forever, and I'll never have to be alone. If I become a god won't test me. There won't be any happiness. There won't be a sudden train accident. My grandfather won't go away, nor will Uncle Koizumi. I'll never have to go back to being alone. I am alone. I have no allies. I was just dancing in ecstasy on a stage without anybody watching. I only just realized that there was no applause, but only ridicule. No, it's doubtful that there's actually anyone in the audience to begin with. Some streams feel like that. My parents died, my grandfather died, and then Uncle Koizumi died. 3 times had God toyed with me with their rolls of the dice. I thought I overcame each of those trials with my own strength, but I didn't. I was protected by a new guardian each time. And this time, I have no guardians left to protect me. When I first arrived in Hinamizawa, I had every intention of challenging God and kicking him off his throne. But now, forget challenging God. I'm just a loser being played with. I suddenly can't find it within myself to care about anything, because if I cared, I'd be swallowed by sadness. Soaking my heart in alcohol is all I can do to forget about everything. A luxurious black car abruptly stopped next to me. I became sober immediately, as cars like that remind me of the time when I was captured after escaping from the orphanage. Suspicious-looking men in black suits and sunglasses got out of the car. I realized it instantly. They must have been sent by one of the clients. Being involved in the development of a biological weapon, being the main person responsible for it, and on top of that, being mentally unstable, they obviously don't want me walking around freely. They're going to abduct me, steal me in concrete, and erase my existence. Or so I thought. I expected them to grab me and shove me into the car, but surprisingly, they bowed deeply to me instead. Are you the Vice Administrator of the Iri Institute, Major Mio Takano? Normally, yes. I'm just a drunk loser at the moment, though. There is someone who would like to meet with you. Could you please come along with us? Even if I refuse, you're going to take me along anyway, right? I'll be killed anyway. I can't make my grandfather's wish come true, even if I'm alive. Cynical thoughts like that ran through my head. Then the person in the back seat said, "We won't force you, but I'm sure you can help." I've never met this young woman before. She must be around my age. She knows about the Iri Institute, so she must be somehow connected to my clients. She's too young to be one herself. I met a client who doesn't want to expose himself. I bet a client who doesn't want to expose himself sent her. Even if I live, I can't make my grandfather a god. I can't be a god either. Who cares about where a loser like me gets killed anyway? I made up my mind and got into the back seat. As soon as I got in, the luxurious car smoothly took off. Silence filled the car for a time. They're the ones that invited me. I don't have anything to say to myself. Long time no see, though I'm sure you don't remember. We met in passing at Koizumi-sensei's funeral. Oh, we did? Sorry, I don't remember. There were so many people at that funeral. I can't recall any of them. But why is that what she's opening with? Does that mean she belongs to the Koizumi faction? Koizumi-sensei was very active as one of the opinion leaders during the post-war restoration. You can't begin to talk about the way the country is today without mentioning his accomplishments. When we were rebuilding the country from the burnt fields after the war, our nation's supporters were united, but unfortunately it's hard to say that now. As our time of peace grew longer and we started seeing the generation we didn't remember the burnt fields become key national figures, we saw the decline in those who understood the noble intentions we started with. As the final remaining member of the noblemen, Koizumi-sensei was the central pillar guiding us into the 21st century. After his death, the Koizumi faction quickly fell ill. As a result, our other factions are extending their influence, leading everything to become quite a mess, right? I heard about these things from Jito-san. It's really no different from the Sengoku era, when the lord or military leader died back then. The struggle to become his successor brought chaos to the nation. This country hasn't changed for 100 years. Exactly. Unfortunately, while we built peaceful Japan into a comfortable place to live, the noble intentions that guided us from the onset have been forgotten. Right now, various factions are fighting in Tokyo over the seat left behind by Koizumi-sensei. If Koizumi-sensei and the others deceased servicemen ever found out about this, they'd be so disappointed. And what does that have to do with me? Aren't you the biggest victim of all this? I think you've had enough experience with a sudden shift in the wind, haven't you? I think I've also made a mistake in having my voice be the same as yours, Takano-san. It's true that our research began as the Koizumi-sensei's support, and the pressures we faced under the anti-Koizumi faction have been tempestuous and cold. Maybe for them, every project that Koizumi-sensei left behind is an eyesore, regardless of what the project is. In other words, that simply means that they rejected the research itself, doesn't it? Come to think of it, something like this has happened to my grandfather, too. Back then, Koizumi brought authorities from various fields to see him. They talked down to my grandfather, despite the praise that they'd been given earlier. Koizumi-sensei told me that the masterminds were responsible for that. It's not too much of a stress to say that your research into Hinamizawa syndrome is the #1 leader in terms of funding, organization, and so forth in terms of projects within the Alphabet Project. Therefore, it's been made into a scapegoat by those who want to monopolize the interests of the project. A scapegoat? That means, what I mean is that your research into the Hinamizawa syndrome isn't what they'd rejected. What's important to them isn't the content, but the faction leading the project. I wanted to tell you that today. In the end, I'm just a sacrificial goat put up for everyone to see, huh? It doesn't matter what I research. The only thing they care about is that it belonged to the Koizumi faction. And that's correct. The faction is in control of the direction of the wind. Sometimes it's tailwind, sometimes it's the headwind. Unfortunately, one of the direction changes. It's not easy to turn it back around. So you're saying it won't be easy to bring my hostile clients back? And that's right, that's correct. The Alphabet Project has been taken over completely. All of the directors have been replaced, and they're only interested in fulfilling their own desires. From the very beginning, they had no intention of listening to your explanation. I grasped my knees, remembering that humiliating day. Let me change the subject for now. What would you consider the objective of your research, Takano-san? That is, to fulfill my intellectual curiosity. Isn't that the promise you made with the late Dr. Takano, who you looked up to as your grandfather? Well, that's surprising. Give me a second. Koizumi-sensei once told me that this fact could become a hindrance, so I've never told any of my clients about it. How did she find out? If they know that, maybe they know a lot more about us than I think. Where did you hear that? Koizumi-sensei told me. What? We're not your enemies. Please relax. We're here to help you. I don't know who she really is, but I know she's here because she wants something from me. So what is it that she wants? She knows about the relationship between my grandfather and me, so I can't be careless. But in order for us to help you, we need to have you tell us the truth. In other words, we want you to be honest. I don't know what you're trying to say. What is your true purpose in researching Hinamizawa syndrome? To have my grandfather's masterpiece acknowledged for what it is, and to have him become a god. Isn't it to have the world acknowledge the late Dr. Takano's research, and to get revenge against those who trampled upon and looked down on the articles your grandfather wrote with all his heart? I'm reaching the limit of not letting my surprise show on my face. How much does this woman know about me? In the first place, who is she? How does she know everything I'm thinking? I can't admit that out loud, in any case. I have appearances to consider. But while this elegant woman was wearing an angelic smile, she laughed with the devil's seductive whisper, several times better than I am. A simple smile and a devilish grin are completely different. An ordinary smile means goodwill, but a malicious smirk means the complete opposite. This woman can read my deepest thoughts, and while doing so, she's testing me to see how honest I can be with her. Whether I can tell her the truth or not isn't the issue here. She's testing me to see if I can trust her enough to confess something. If I've completely misunderstood, please forgive me. We'll take you to the nearest train station. That'd be Gogoro Station, wouldn't it? Well, on the other hand, if what I'm saying is somewhere close to what you're feeling, I think we can help each other. What do you think, Mio Takano-san? I can't say anything in reply, but I think that simply remaining silent might also be an answer. I want to hear what she says, what she wants from me. I've always phrased my objective as some vague idea of turning my grandfather into a god, but she's just taught me what my true objective is. I want to get revenge for my grandfather's suffering. I want those people to fight over the right to read the article that they once trampled on unmocked. I want them to believe, no, to worship every single word my grandfather left behind. That is my true objective. This woman has stated out loud that which I have only whispered within myself. She even asked me if she was correct. Is this woman an angel or a devil? If I'm a human, is she in existence above me? Your misfortune wasn't that you didn't understand your true objective. That's why you can't achieve anything. You set an abstract goal by uncovering the mysteries of Hinamizawa syndrome, which could never be achieved. So you couldn't help but to question the meaning of your own life. Isn't that right?
Anvil? Also, hello, Yudu. It's been a while.
Definitely an anvil. Yeah. That's wrong. Your actual objective, your earnest dream, isn't so abstract. Can you imagine? Just think of this scene. The true leaders of this nation are reading your grandfather's article. And while shocked at its contents, they believe all of it without even a hint of doubt. These people humbly read the article with footprints on its back. They express their respect at the insightfulness of this research and tremble in fear of its implications. What do you think? Were you able to imagine it? This is my first time envisioning something like this, and yet it's been my dream all along. Your grandfather is the one who named it Hinamizawa syndrome, yes? That name will echo in every corner of this nation and will be carved into eternity. Carved into eternity. For all time. Indeed. Your grandfather's masterpiece will be remembered forever. Isn't that the dream you've devoted your whole life to realizing? My grandfather's masterpiece will be remembered forever. Remembered. Forever. And yet, those pigs who can't understand turned your dream into a sacrifice, simply because of factional conflicts of interests. They're even trying to trample it into the ground. Just like how they kept trampling on your grandfather's article. See? You must be full of regret. The data you've worked so hard for is indeed the same as the article your grandfather did his best to produce. You can't forgive the people who laughed at it. You can't forgive those pigs who ridiculed your grandfather's masterpiece, right? Aren't I right? Oh, I know. But you didn't think about that because you're so kind as to not know how to condemn people. See? An indescribable emotion is filling me, making me feel like I'm suffocating. The sensation of being cautious and calm, of trust and mistrust are all blending together. My heart is beating fast and my fingertips are shaking. Why am I at peace? Is it because she reminded me of my true dream that I can't express with my own words until now? Is it because she made me aware of the anger within myself? Why am I hesitant? Is it because she reminded me of things I've never told anyone until now? No, those are the things I've never even told myself. Hey, Mio-san. If what I'm saying isn't wrong, but is in fact completely true, I can help you with both your dreams and revenge. What's the matter? Are you feeling alright? If that's the case, I shouldn't keep you. We'll take you to the nearest station. No. A small voice leaked pathetically out of my mouth, like a child apologizing for a prank. Did you say something? I know she heard me. The woman smiled, trying to make me say it again. That's not it. I'm doing perfectly fine. I'm glad. Let's continue then. If this is, in fact, my dream, then what can you do? I'll help you with both of your vengeances. One is revenge for your grandfather. We will make those people who ridiculed your grandfather's article humbly take it into their hands once again. The one they violated. The other is revenge against the board of directors for trampling over your research, simply because of their factional conflicts. Revenge against the filthy pigs who tried to stomp on not only your work, but on your life as well. Getting revenge against the board of directors by having them read my grandfather's article. We'll be honest with you, too. We're helping you because our interests are the same. We can't allow the project that Koizumi-sensei established for the sake of Japan's future will be eaten up by those lowlifes after his death. If we had more power, we wouldn't be allowed that scum to be involved at all. However, the wind started blowing in a different direction, and the project can no longer express Koizumi-sensei's ideals. It has become a pigsty for them to satisfy their own desires. Koizumi-sensei, who gave them the name Alphabet Project, would not have wished for it to remain that way. The project could have been shut down the minute it deviated from his ideals. So, you're saying to make the sacrificial sheep of the factional conflict into a wolf, are you? If you choose to keep your grandfather's article hidden away in your heart, then I won't force you. No, I won't let that happen. I don't mind falling into the ground myself, but at least my grandpa's article. Don't you want to make the article that represents you and your grandfather's lives into something that will last forever? After all... Whoops, I think it continued. After all, that's your dream, isn't it? That's right. Hello? That's my reason to live. I'll give you a chance to make your dream come true. On the night I decided I was a loser in life and drowned myself in tears and alcohol after being abandoned by everything, I met someone who could be an angel or a devil. Is this divine salvation or the devil's sedation? I fought with the board of directors regarding the continuation of our research, but that was completely off target. That wasn't my true goal. My objective isn't to continue researching Hinamizawa syndrome. It's to have the world acknowledge my grandfather's research as a masterpiece. Somehow, the method for achieving that swapped places with my objective and caused me to misunderstand myself. The purpose of my life isn't to continue my grandfather's research. It's to get revenge, to repay them for my grandfather's suffering. That's what this woman is saying. She's promising to make my grandfather's research eternal. She's also promising an opportunity to take revenge against those who laughed at it. When Noko Koizumi died, I thought God was playing dice with my fate. But my unshakable conviction gathered together a power stronger than God's die. So maybe this meeting happened for a reason. Curse you, God. You're testing me again. I'll overcome the death of Uncle Koizumi, and I will make my grandfather an eternal existence by taking revenge against the God who tested me. I will, for certain. I will take my revenge.
Boom! Okay, now we only have a few of the fragments left.
Hopefully me munching on fruit gummies wasn't, bad audibly.
Cause my tummy was rumbling. I needed to have it be quiet for a little bit.
Okay, so now I should be able to go to June 1983.
Yeah.
With this, do I have all the pieces lined up for 1983? It sure is a hard and exhausting job just lining up the pieces for the month of June. But finally I'm at the start line, beginning from zero at last. Yet, seeing all these colorful fragments together, I realized just how many sentiments there were intertwined around June 1983. I used to think that thoughts of people with no relation to me were useless, but I was wrong. Rika Furude did her best to overcome the fate of June 1983. She did two things. One was to get in touch with the Iri Institute because she knew that she would be protected there. Ironically, Takano from the Iri Institute was the one who wanted to kill her, but it was the best move for her at the time. And the other was to ensure that the Maibara family moved into Hinamizawa. Actually, it wasn't actually certain that the Maibara family would move here. They first decided to move here when the father felt something sentimental at the sight of us on the day he came to view the properties for sale. Therefore, it was necessary for us to play in that field. It was the trigger for the Maibara family's move. It took me so long to find that out, though. After turning various conditions on and off repeatedly, I finally realized that meeting Keiichi's father at that field was the cause. Maibara Keiichi is a very important key for breaking Rule Z, one of the chains that was binding me. He was the fresh air that's powerful enough to break all of the odd and evil customs in this village. He created many opportunities, but he also provided me with an important clue by letting me know that a strong conviction and the will to believe is what's important in standing up against a powerful fate. But I wasn't the only one who wanted him here. People in the Sonozaki family who wanted to wipe out the nastier traditions of the village also wished for him. Mion Sonozaki vowed to herself to protect Satoko and Satoshi because she was very much bothered by how irrational the treatment of the Hojo family was. And on the night Satoshi Hojo disappeared, she exploded at Oryo Sonozaki and voiced her true feelings. Oryo Sonozaki understood. Oryo herself had come to understand the wicked customs of the village and had been wanting to do something about it. But she didn't have the power to do so herself, so she entrusted it to the fresh air that was blowing in from the outside. That was why the lots went on sale, so Maibara's family could move in. Even if I danced in that field, if Oryo hadn't put the lots for sale, Keiichi couldn't have come. And Rena Ryugu, who provided many important opportunities for Keiichi Maibara, was saved by returning to Hinamizawa after the deep emotional trauma of her parents' divorce sent her into terminal condition. Keiichi Maibara's wish to restart his life was the same wish as Rena Ryugu had a year prior. Maybe that's why Urena was able to understand Keiichi. It's like the miracle where one can recognize moments in a certain fragment from another fragment. If they can use the lessons learned from one fragment, then humans won't make those mistakes. The game pieces will make their best moves, and the chances of winning this game of June 1983 will rapidly increase. In other words, Rena Ryugu makes extremely important moves in this game board without realizing it. The mighty Rule Z that surrounded the Hojo siblings was eventually smashed by their actions. Of course, Satoko overcoming herself was also a big help. I think she's probably supposed to be on this screen, but you know, she's not talking, so it's not that big of a deal. Their hands met only because they reached from both sides. Keiichi and Rena are the ones who taught me that. Mion is the one who made it possible for them to move here, and she also helped them to become familiar with the village. That's not all. Iri is also an important piece with significant functions of his own. Feeling empathy for Satoko, he's the most influential piece on the board we call Hinamizawa Syndrome. His existence is capable of defeating Rule X. Keiichi and Rena's determination and subsequent awakening taught us that it was possible to fight against Rule X, but they didn't defeat it. Defeating Rule X requires the existence of Iri, who have the strong will to discover a cure for the syndrome. I didn't know Iri held this many thoughts within him. I always thought he was rather absent-minded, but he is in fact an important and powerful piece. So, if we gather all of this power, can we win against Takano's will? I've seen Takano's thoughts too. Sadly, her will is strong and can't be easily broken. It's no wonder our fate in June 1983 has been so hard to shake, no matter how hard we fought. The sentiments that I've been turning towards it pale in comparison to how many she's brought into it. The weight of our game pieces are different because I've given up on fighting while she has been risking her life to move on. I've spent time sulking and drinking wine to escape from reality. I must be a very light piece indeed. I can't win against Takano with what I have so far. I need more pieces to be able to win. The officer Oishi once showed the possibility of becoming a strong ally, but he's under the misunderstanding that the Sonozaki family caused the death of his dear friend, so until that gets resolved, he won't be of any help. I don't know how I can resolve that misunderstanding, but I just have to believe in it and keep throwing the die, just like Keiichi and Rena constitute a chance to change fate. And maybe Akasaka has the power to create a chance as well. The curse of 1983 is tied to the curse of Hinamizawa. A curse can't be broken by inner power alone. It takes power from outside as well. Both sides have to reach out, otherwise the hands won't meet, just like what happened with Satoko. But Akasaka has never come to our aid. Even if he did, it was always too late. Too late. Far too late. But if I keep throwing the die, will Akasaka's game piece eventually appear? And the final rule, Rule Y, involves the evil masterminds who are using Takano as their own game piece. To defeat them, I need a very strong opponent for her, and the only one I can think of is none other than Akasaka from the police headquarters in Tokyo. There are more pieces who would lend me their power. I need to gather them all, otherwise I can't win against Takano. The preparation of the game board is complete, but I need more pieces. It's only the beginning.
It's only the beginning, which means now we get to look at all the other fragments.
Okay, so I think at this point we can just kind of go in order. Yeah. I mean, what the Nagashi? Yeah, we could just go in order now. This piece is the only one that's so distorted. That's because it's from long before June 1983. Therefore, the existence of this piece has no effect whatsoever in the game we're playing on this board. But is this really a useless piece? The identity of Rule Y has been completely exposed by now. With the backing of the mighty organization, it is powerful enough to swallow up the whole solidity of individuals. I almost gave up on this game because of its irrational power. That's why I'm thinking, maybe there's a piece hidden somewhere that's strong enough to fight against such a formidable enemy. Mamoru Akasaka works at the police headquarters in Tokyo, and might have the power to stand up to a vast conspiracy. Can his power withstand even Rule Y? Just like Maibara Keiichi defeated Rule Z, will he be able to defeat Rule Y so easily? We need everyone's strength, so Akasaka's strength is needed as well. But you know, he only appeared once. So hopefully in this reality he actually listens, because I don't actually remember whether or not. In order for Keiichi Maibara to become a game piece that can lead everyone, there's something he has to learn about first. The piece that's very painful, pitiful, and sad. He has to learn about his friends, and he has to learn to not doubt them. He doesn't know the importance of trusting his friends. He doesn't know, just yet. A slight mistrust grows into paranoia, and Keiichi Maibara is trapped within Rule Z. At the end of Rule Z, Keiichi leaves a sad note, and dies. While it may be very bitter and very painful, it also puts him through the process of learning something very important. Hey, Hanyu, you didn't have to apologize. In the few days he left Hinamizawa to attend his relative's funeral. Tragically, he experienced an outbreak. But I think this was necessary as his first step towards learning something important. The very first step towards smoking out Rule X and eventually defeating it. When this piece was all I had, I didn't even think of that though. Because, you know, if he didn't go through this life, he wouldn't have had the memories of it in the future one and been like, hey, we can defeat this. Because I have the knowledge of, you know, unaliving my friends. I shouldn't have done that. Okay. This game piece is a very important meaning to us, because it showed us the first time that it was possible to poke a hole in the fate of June 1983. To start from the conclusion, everything gets taken in by Rule Y at the end, and all our effort is wasted. But we're challenging the great law that governs this game board, Rule X, head on. We're using everything we've learned so far from the other fragments, which prove we can defeat it. We grow by learning. In a game with no hope of winning, we can discover a slight chance of victory. This piece taught us that. With this game piece, Rule X was almost completely defeated. Keiichi Maibara and his other friends won't be led astray by something as pathetic as the Hinamizawa syndrome and dance and tragedy any longer. It has also taught us that the rules aren't indestructible and are possible to overcome. In other words, it has given us, the ones who are on the outside of the game board, hope. It's an important fragment that serves as our turning point and the trigger for everything else. I like how you can see that it's the scene where it's like, ah, ha, 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 ha. At least I think so. I don't know, you just see a really long ah ha ha ha. That was from Tsumi Hyoroboshi. I don't remember which one that was. Watanagashi. This game piece reminds us that no matter what happens in this game board, everything is due to the curse of the to the curse or the Sonozaki family pulling someone's strings. No, to put it in my words, this is the piece that makes everyone aware of the existence of Rule Z. It's hard to notice with just this piece, but this is a complicated fragment where Shion Sonozaki, while trapped in Rule X and mistaking it for Rule Y, is hurled about. Comes to notice the existence of Rule Z. But this is also the piece that teaches us the rules of the game board. By the way, the piece called Shion Sonozaki is a piece coming from the outside, from the game's point of view. She dislikes Satoko Hojo at first, but through this and another piece, she learns something important, challenges Rule Z, or X, and then grows to be a powerful piece to fight Rule Z. The most ridiculous part of this fragment is that it's hidden so cunningly, and doesn't seem that way at all with just the passing glance. Learn from your mistakes. Please become a powerful piece and lend me your strength to defeat my enemies. Give me strength! That was a weird noise for my water bottle to make. Okay. And then Miyakashi. This is the piece of Shion Sonozaki, who goes mad after being taken in by Rule X. With no room for sympathy, it's such a painful piece that one can only have pity. It distinctly identifies the keyhole of the padlock called Rule Z. Keiichi Maibara becomes a key himself to pry open this padlock, and as Mion Sonozaki wished for, he becomes a wind that clears out the stagnant air filling the village. This piece also teaches us an important lesson. Shion Sonozaki learns through this piece, and then becomes a strong ally for Satoko Hojo. In that way, maybe Satoko Hojo is a piece that represents the padlock for Rule Z. Unless she is saved, Rule Z can't be defeated. And then when she is saved, that means Rule Z is defeated. This piece indicates only that. That's the only thing Shion Sonozaki learned by gambling her life. But now, I think that it's very important. Every time I see Satoko and Shion argue about pumpkins, I think about that. Man. Okay, and then Tatari Goroshi. This piece shows us the existence of the unreasonable Rule Z surrounding Satoko, and reveals the most powerful adversary rule on the game board, Rule Y. Can the rules X, Y, and Z be seen now? The enemy we need to fight, the things we need to learn, all are gathered and revealed here in this fragment. At this point, it's impossible to reach Rule Y. Fighting against Rule Z's effects on Satoko is the best that can be done. But in this piece, we make a mistake in our approach for fighting it. The outcome we gained through erroneous means is erroneous itself. Keiichi Maibara learned that through his own experiences. A tragedy doesn't possess the power to overcome tragedy. Violence doesn't possess the power to overcome violence. If they can grasp that, all the pieces of this game board will learn the true way to fight. But Takano is too powerful. The shocking end of this piece doesn't allow for us to learn that easily. Bum, bing. Bum, 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 bing. Okay. And then a fragment of Minagoroshi, which I believe was the last one. This game piece that uncovers the invisible rule Y has been pulling the strings from the beginning. Because the impression of that is so strong, it's easy to forget about something so important. We can't forget about this piece, also shows the path towards destroying Rule Y. While Rikafurude lamented Rule Z as impossible to defeat, it was hardly a match for Keiichi Maibara and others once they learned everything they needed to. They knew the correct way to fight, and fought according to the rules of the game board. As a result, we win, and that fact is more valuable than anything for us. Keiichi Maibara taught me a lesson. There is no need to subject ourselves to any fate. The will to believe can defeat anything! The fate that I was always subjected to was created by Mio Takano's own conviction, so what he says is correct. To defeat her conviction, we need a stronger conviction of our own. A strong will can be pierced only by another strong will. We defeated rules X and Y and then challenged the final rule, Rule Y, but we needed more pieces. Each piece fought at its best, but the strength of our enemy's pieces, led by Mio Takano, were just too powerful. She didn't even give us mercy. She squished us completely and made us restart the game all over again. Although we lost, we didn't give up the resolve in our hearts, because we finally found the true culprit, and also found the clue for how to fight against her. We can't win with these pieces we have now. We don't have a powerful enough conviction or a strong enough will. But Hanyu and I will keep trying. We'll roll our dice repeatedly. Look for the greatest result, collect pieces, and then try again, with a will stronger than Takano. Didn't you think of giving up several times before you got to this point? But you made it because you believed in me and followed me here. We're almost there. We can do it. Let's create the last piece. It'll be the ultimate piece, and we won't need anything else. The very last piece of all. Come on, let's collect the pieces. Let's collect miracles. Please give me your hopes, desires, and dreams to me. We're almost there. And then there's probably going to be the main part of the story. Because I think so far it's just been the lore, and I think it's going to be like, okay, now we're starting from like 2 weeks before the Hinamizawa festival. Watanagashi, that's it. It's not like I've said it a million times already. After collecting miracles from all 7 fragments, I finally got a hold of this one. This fragment holds our final fate. But before we take a peek, please wait for just a little bit. The fate that's inside will be decided the moment we take a peek. How I told you about the story of the cat in the box. Is the cat in the box alive or dead? If you open the box, you'll know, but you won't know until you open it. It could be alive, and it could be dead. In other words, before you open the box, the living cat and the dead cat simultaneously coexist. The moment you open the box and find out the truth, the incorrect answer disappears. The inside of this fragment is the same principle. The future we desire and the future Takano desires simultaneously coexist. They are opposing and denying each other. Once we take a peek, one of these futures will disappear. If we have enough pieces, we can take a look inside this fragment. But we only have the same pieces lined up the same way as the game board, and the game under the same condition was Takano's complete victory. We've already tried that in the Minagoroshi fragment. We need more pieces. We need the help of a piece that's powerful enough to defeat Rule Y. Until I get a hold of that piece, it's too scary to take a peek inside this fragment. But how do I get such a piece? It's a piece I've never gotten a hold of before. To obtain it, I need to look. Just one more time. I need one more miracle to obtain that piece. Huh? Look one more time? But this was the last one. Unless it's going to be going past the collecting fragments page. Oh! Do you need the final miracle? Leftover fragments. What is this? I never noticed this tiny little fragment. Sometimes a fragment gets cracked and it breaks. Just like how the fate we believe in cracks sometimes. A damaged fate is no longer the same fate it was. Then, which fate does this place belong to? I picked up the tiny fragment and tried to match it with the fragments I have in my hand. And the last fragment I picked up was... the Himitsubushi fragment. This fragment was distorted from the beginning. And look. See? This tiny piece fits perfectly. With this tiny fragment, how will the world change? What kind of miracle will occur? The whole world warped. Since I put the broken piece back where it belonged, the distortion centered on the crack. But that doesn't mean that I can't take a peek inside. It's already past 1985. It's the time long after Rika Furude and her friends' stories tragically ended in June 1983. Beep! With some mild interference, an order cracked through their headsets. All units, the chief has a message for all of you, so listen up. Good work, everyone. The local police have given us 15 minutes to wrap this up, but I'm only giving you a few seconds. Don't let a single person escape. The main target is a diplomat. Don't let him suspect that you're a cop, just grab him. But make sure you leave no injuries. It'll lead to problems if you do. They're dirtbags who hide under diplomatic immunity to deal with the local gangsters. They launder money from the drug dealing and force people into the sex trade to pay off the high-interest debts. According to the local embassy, some of the victims are younger than teenagers. Shitbags. Normally this would be a simple case, what with the perpetrators being gangsters. But when the police found out that the foreign diplomat was involved, things got a bit more complicated all of a sudden. Diplomats have diplomatic immunity, so the police can't arrest them. But they knew he was an important figure in the whole scheme, and there was no doubt that he was a middleman between the foreign criminal organization and the Japanese gangsters. They couldn't let him escape. It'd be easy to deport him, but that wouldn't solve anything. The police had asked the embassy for assistance, but they denied the request, and the case was put on a standstill at that point. That's when they found out that the organization was going to be selling the Self-Defense Force's classified radar and missile technology secrets. The Police Safety Division then had to move on to the premise that to protect its classified government information. And today was the day that operation was set to go. 2 men at the front stairs, 2 men at the underground entrance, 4 men at the back door, all suspects are believed to be armed. 2 men are more than usual, huh? It'll only take a few seconds more for them. He never shows anyone mercy. Can you hear Akasaka? You're on point. Be careful. Okay, let's move. This is Akasaka. I copy. Let's go. A man suddenly appeared around the corner downtown. It was Akasaka. He displayed none of the naivety that he did when he first met Reika. When he got into the entrance of the underground club, a bouncer with a heavy foreign accent stopped him. This place. Members only. Do you have membership card? Akasaka pulled a card out after being asked. It was a card that was very difficult to forge, so they could only get one. As the man on point, he was the one to receive it. The bouncer let Akasaka in after confirming he had a membership card. Akasaka-san passed the bouncer on the entrance. He's going down the stairs. Come on, Akasaka. At the bottom of the staircase, there was an overly decorated door, like the ones that you see at a high-class club. The venomous glow of the cocktail lights lit it up, silently warning everyone it was an entrance to the den of evil. Welcome! May I see your membership card? The guard at the entrance took the membership card and put it through the card reader on the wall. Beep! An error sound. Slight precipitation could be seen on Akasaka's forehead. The guard swiped the card a couple of times more. Beep! Beep! Akasaka-san is having a problem. They changed the system? If Akasaka's encountering trouble, we've changed plans. Secure his safety pronto. The expression on the guard with him steadily grew dour. His right hand reached inside his jacket, probably fingering his gun. Ding! The buzzer suddenly rang with a delightful tone, and the card reader flashed a green light. Immediately after that, the lock on the door opened up. Thank you for waiting. Please head on inside. The guard pulled his hand out of a jacket and opened the heavy door. Loud music and flashing, colorful lights spilled out from the inside. From within that, a well-dressed guard appeared to welcome Akasaka. At this moment, his first mission was accomplished. Having acted as the go signal for the remaining units, Akasaka was also in the dangerous position of being in enemy territory all by himself. The door was the biggest obstacle for their ambush. The door locked automatically, so whenever it was closed, it was also sealed that way. It was a solid door and nearly impossible to open from the outside. Somebody had to not only open the door, but keep it open for several seconds in order for the raid to begin. Akasaka was the only one who could do that. This is Akasaka. Entrance secured. Go, go, go! The complex on the other side of the club was getting a new tenant, and there were 2 trucks parked in front of the building. But of course, that was just a disguise. The door of one of the trucks opened and several dozen plainclothes investigators jumped out. The same thing had happened on the back door, too. Ground-level guards noticed this and began to draw their guns, but were taken down immediately by nearby investigators who had been pretending to be innocent bystanders. Several dozen investigators quietly went down the underground stairs. These narrow underground stairs were another obstacle in their operation. Everything would end up on security cameras. Their raid would become known within a few seconds. For that matter, a push on the security button would make it impossible for the lock to be opened from the outside. That's why they had to secure the door before the ambush. The guards on both sides of Akasaka noticed the loud footsteps coming down the stairs. The well-dressed guard also realized that something was wrong. The 3 guards shifted their attention from Akasaka to the stairs behind him, and as he sensed that attention shift, Akasaka took a quick, deep breath and then stopped breathing entirely. The 2 guards standing beside him suddenly rose into the air in strange positions. Akasaka had determined his position relative to the 2 guards next to him, so he didn't need to check with his eyes. But even so, his fists had been driven into their faces with such precise accuracy. His moves were well-trained ones and showed no mercy against evil. They were as destructive as armor-piercing ammunition. And furthermore, Akasaka had retracted his arms at the same speed as he struck. Everything looked so strange in the flashing lights. The man who witnessed all of this probably couldn't figure out what had just happened. The 2 guards were up in the air in strange positions, and the man who had been standing in front of him was now crouching low, and that frozen moment shattered. The well-dressed guard was smashed into the ceiling, and shortly afterward came crashing down on the floor. Later on, while slurping liquid food, he would desperately try to remember whether it was a fist or a leg that broke his jaw. He would probably never quite recall it. Rather luckily, the way his body fell blocked the door, so Akasaka didn't have to hold it open any longer. "This is Akasaka, I'm going in." Wait for your backup! Akasaka! The room was filled with loud music, but everyone had already noticed the brouhaha at the entrance. "Everyone, get down!" As soon as Akasaka bellowed his warning, screams filled the club. Most people immediately hit the floor as if trying to proclaim their innocence, but all the guards reacted quickly to Akasaka. In the midst of all this, there were a few people who were trying to make their escape through the back along several guards. Akasaka restarted his breathing once more and then stopped it again, and then ran after them like a wolf. Oh my gosh. He jumped onto the table, smashing expensive bottles of alcohol and scattering glass with ice cubes made from icebergs from the Arctic. Why that specifically? A foreign bodyguard, those previous professions must have been a professional boxer, thoughtlessly stood in front of Akasaka. With a heavy accent, he tried to taunt his opponent, but Akasaka couldn't have cared less about that. The only display that man was able to put on for him was that he was able to block Akasaka's attack. But it wasn't even an effective guard. The power of Akasaka's punches were so incredible that they simply broke the man's bones in his attempt to block them. The man's arm wrapped in a strange way, and the moment after the agony showed on his face, Akasaka's left arm ground into him. Akasaka, you see, is right-handed. That man should consider himself grateful that he was able to get away with a mere orbital fracture. Thinking that this was his chance, another man attempted to tackle Akasaka-san from behind. He assumed that no matter how strong a man was, he'd go down quickly when attacked from behind. He also assumed that as Akasaka was concentrating in front of him, he wouldn't be expecting attack from behind to begin with. But that would only be true if Akasaka was just concentrating on his front. Indeed, the attacker was very wrong, for Akasaka was no longer even thinking about the man before him. Akasaka knew exactly when and what to do, what was about to happen. The experience he built up to this day taught him that. His body, more than his mind, remembered the timing for when menaces to society like this would to make their move from behind him. Akasaka's attack continued fluidly from left arm punch, then he struck down against the ex-boxer. His left arm retracted, and at the same time he arched his left leg around beautifully as it crashed into the man approaching him from behind. A dull sound signified that his nose had been broken, but Akasaka already knew that. Akasaka continued his motion and directed his decisive right blow into the side of his assailant's head. The man slammed into the wall, bounced off of it, rolling on the floor. Akasaka took another breath. Under the glare of the dazzling club lights and the guards realizing that they were up against a demon. Yes, they realized that there was no way to take him down. The guards were being paid to deal with humans. Fighting demons wasn't in their job description. At that moment, backup finally arrived. Maybe finally wasn't a suitable word. Everything that happened did so over a matter of seconds. The time it took for Akasaka to take down those 5 guards was the span of merely 2 breaths. Put your hands above your head and get on the floor. If you resist, we will open fire. Thanks to Akasaka's furious action, the flow of events was already set. Akasaka's intimidating first strike shattered the gang leaders' will to run, and they were all down on the floor, but one of them began smiling. You shouldn't touch me. It'll lead to an international incident. Akasaka grabbed him by the collar and threw him against the concrete wall. Just like, you shouldn't touch me, you'll get in trouble. Akasaka's just like, I don't give a Aren't you a policeman? I have diplomatic immunity. I am a diplomat. Good for you. So how much do you get paid, huh? This will be an international incident. I will be calling the With a dragon-like roar, Akasaka right fist pounded the wall right against the diplomat's head. Oh my gosh. Gosh. Immediately after that, his left fist pounded the wall on the other side on that head, and soon enough Akasaka had pounded the wall 7 times, each just a sliver away from the diplomat. His fists were easily powerful enough to crush the man's head. The diplomat crumpled to the floor. This is Akasaka. Target secured. Further investigations discovered the secret getaway route that even public safety didn't know about. Dozens of Soviet military-grade machine guns were found, and if Akasaka hadn't stopped them there in that club, they would have escaped, or even worse, the operation might have ended in a brutal death toll on both sides. All thanks to how well Akasaka executed his duty, the operation was completed without a single shot fired. Come on, hurry. The local police will be here soon. Put them on the truck. Since the foreign diplomat was involved, they had to make sure that it didn't look as though the whole operation was carried out by the police. Instead, it was made to look like a single gang war. They would dump the useless gang members and then hand over the target to the police. Of course, before handing him over, they'd make sure he spilled everything he knew. That diplomatic pig would be used as a negotiation device by another part of public safety. They found plenty of evidence that said pig was tied to an underground criminal organization. Not wanting a persona non grata on their hands, the embassy will likely cut all ties with him. The rest would be the business of other departments. Public safety's job was to take care of things regular police couldn't deal with. Akasaka, are you okay? Come on, Akasaka. This is Akasaka. We're on our way now. You've done it again. Report to the chief to get reamed out later. Oh my gosh, even the music. Akasaka-san, you sure are a demon. 5 men within mere seconds? That's not even karate anymore. Your fists should be recategorized as lethal weapons. I'm sure it was lucky that none of them drew their guns, though. Knowing how brutal Akasaka-san is, he could have turned them into honeycombs. Shut up. Don't make me sound like an assassin. I show no mercy against evil, that's all. The pigs he just caught were no average criminals. They had committed so many unforgivable sins. The strength behind Akasaka's fists was proportional to those sins. The heavier their sins, the more powerful his blows would be. Come on, round them up! Akasaka, make them hurry. The local police will get here quickly. This is Akasaka. Understood. Didn't you guys hear? Hurry up! Roger. Command, we have 5 injured here. Please have meds ready. There wasn't any trace left of Akasaka's old naivety. He had grown to be a vigilant ace in the department. That's nice. That's good for Akasaka. Okay. I feel that was a transition. And it is just about 6. It's practically 6. It's like a minute until.
So it is time to save and go over to the just chatting screen
and be large.
And so we need to find somebody to raid. Let's see, who is streaming today? Ooh. Let me see. Do we want to raid her? Oh, she's just starting? Yo, okay. That'll be good. So, Even though I don't think there's too many of you, but that's okay. We're gonna be raiding Miss Jackie again, because she is cozy. And then let me see... Fragment raid, we'll do that again. Because that does seem to work. I don't know if Jackie knows about Higurashi or anything, but you know, her vibes are cozy. I think that'll be fine. But yeah, thank you everybody for joining me today. Anybody who's lurking, thank you. And tomorrow is gonna be the day that we're actually going to be streaming at 3 because we are going to be collabing with Peach. If she has to cancel on us again, then I will be sad. But more than likely we'll actually be streaming a collab. We're not 100% sure what to do. We might be playing like a little free game from Steam. We might be playing Phasmo. I don't know. We have it up in the air. It can change any second. So that's why I didn't specify anything in the post. But yes, we will be seeing you guys tomorrow. And then I guess we will be continuing Higurashi at some point next week. I don't remember when I stream next week, so we will see. But I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye! 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 I should have waited a few seconds to say bye.